Cheng Suhu inherited his father, the Shadow Monarch, Cheng Zhenyusimen's power from the very beginning. He could fly before he could even walk, because the ruler's power he was born with was already at the level cap, crushing S-rank hunters with a mere thought. By the time he grew up a little more, he could mop the floor with Beru and shut him up for good. But to battle the supreme outer gods, the Shadow Monarch had to seal Suhu's power and leave him behindly. Then could he go protect the earth with peace of mind. The moment Suhu grew up, Zhenyu ordered the little ant Beru to cross dimensions and carry out his training mission. Learning that he was orphaned because of those damn outer gods, he resolves to become the strongest, surpass them all. And enough with the exposition dump. Let's get this show on the road. Season 1 of the anime has wrapped up. Enjoy the ride. The story opens with mysterious, immensely powerful entities. The outer gods are supreme beings who have created countless universes since ancient times, hailed as the Absolute. These supreme beings endlessly forge new universes, while searching for and living an eternal life. Over time, myriad matter, souls, and laws come into existence, trapped in an endless, repeating cycle. The supreme beings grow bored out of their minds and devise a way to entertain themselves. That is, watching the life forms they created wage war against each other. They see the suffering of all living things as their personal amusement. To the supreme beings, the destruction they cause is nothing short of recreational, even though it means countless souls are dragged into an infinite battlefielding, and being reborn over and over it is a necessary event to quell the boredom of the gods. But surprise, surprise, life doesn't go the way you dream it. While everything proceeds as normal, a catastrophe strikes. An outer god is slain by the very being it crafted with its own hands. While watching the infinite battlefield, when the news spreads far and wide, it attracts curiosity from many different eyes. The moment the outer gods from other dimensions learn of it, they all converge to observe the now masterless world. All attention is drawn to the board before them. The death of a god of equal rank, and the fact that this god was killed by a creature of its own making. Who would have thought they were all cut from the same cloth? The gods gave none of it a second thought. They all share the exact same thought. And so, the struggle for power between the supreme forces officially begins. The first to claim the power left behind becomes its new master. On a bright, sunny morning at a high school, a student named Suho is bragging to his classmates. "I got into Korea National University of Arts." His friends hear this and think it sounds too ridiculous to believe. "You're full of it." Everyone would sooner believe a dragon is flying in the sky than buy Suho's words. "How does a crude blockhead like you even get into an art school? I have to repeat a whole year, and you." Suho himself, meanwhile, is over the moon. "I'm finally free from this hellhole." Suddenly, another person walks over. "Yo, Suho, congrats. I heard you got into art school." One look, and you can tell Enjun isn't here with friendly intentions. "I didn't know you had that kind of talent. Since when were you good at painting?" At his arrival, Suho's mood takes a nosedive. "Chengjun, you again." Seeing that Suho forgot his name, the guy's face twitches with barely contained rage. "I'm not Kim Chengjun, I'm Lee Enjun." Suho's expression practically says, "Like I give a damn." Turns out Enjun came here to settle a score. "This is all your fault. My plan to become the school's top dog ruined. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black." Suho fires right back. "You only graduated in one piece because of me." Another female classmate chimes in. Lee Enjun is at it again. Both girls whisper to each other about his behavior that just hit rock bottom. "We're about to graduate. Why is he still so childish?" Both of them can't help but feel sorry for Suho. Why does he keep attacking a poor guy who lost both his parents, but still forces himself to smile and push through? The next second, hot-headed as ever, Enjun lunges forward and throws a fist at Suho. But here's the embarrassing part before he can even land it. Suho buries a knee straight into his face. "Enough, the joke's not funny. Don't bother each other until graduation." Suho's eyes suddenly widen. "I've been putting up with your crap for way too long." Suho follows up with a right hook square to Enjun's face, just to teach him some manners. Even with his face painted red, Enjun still wears that defiant smirk, scared of no one. "What the hell was that?" Truly won't cry until he sees the coffin. The next second, Enjun clenches his fists tight. Enjun isn't one to just sit there and take it. He immediately shifts into a fighting stance, ready to strike back at Suho. "Why don't I feel any pain?" He throws a vicious punch, but it connects with nothing but air. Suho, standing nearby, is scared half to death, nearly got sent to meet his ancestors. Both female classmates are left wide-eyed and slack-jawed at the raw power behind Enjun's punch. The blow leaves a massive hole in the classroom's locker row. The hole is so big you could practically fit your head through it. After that brain-rattling shock, Suho sits frozen on the ground, still looking absolutely bewildered. Time flies, 2 years pass. The scenery has changed and so has Suho. A gentle breeze carries drifting leaves past him. Suho is no longer a high school student, now a second-year university student. On a street bustling with people, he walks alone, perfectly calm. Suddenly, a sound catches Suho's attention. A man holding a loudspeaker is announcing an evacuation. All classes in the main building are being transferred to the auxiliary building. Everyone, please relocate immediately. Everyone is curious about what the hell is going on inside, but security personnel block the way. Hunters are currently inside, engaging monsters. Everyone, please stay back. Inside, a man in a black suit monitors the situation. How long have the hunters been inside? The staff member responds, over 8 hours now, sir. Since this gate is rated D rank, I expect they'll be out soon. Suho stands frozen in the current of the passing crowd. All right, everyone. Non-hunters could be in danger, please do not approach. His gaze drops to the ground, sinking into deep silence. Another gate. The reason Suho thinks that starts from 3 years ago, gates began to appear across the globe, forcing the world to undergo a complete transformation. Everything changed. He cannot forget the day those grotesque creatures emerged, sowing seeds of pure terror. The gates lead directly into dungeons, and after a certain period, monsters break out to slaughter humanity. Yet in the midst of adversity, humanity adapts, learning to fight back against the catastrophe. Individuals capable of wielding Manhwa awakened gradually emerged. Due to the rapid global changes, people thought this era of chaos would last forever, until an awakened named Yun Chun established the Hunter Association. By gathering the awakened and creating the profession of hunter, he brought an end to the era of chaos sooner than anyone expected. Social stratification was completely restructured. Currently, people on Earth are divided into 2 classes, the awakened and the unawakened. Amidst the complexities of this world, Suho continues his art practice. Each pencil stroke on his paper captures the bitterness of the discrimination he faces. Many in this world have to scavenge like ants to survive, while others have everything handed to them on a silver platter. He, too, cannot escape the fate of being viewed as a small, insignificant creature. With the hierarchy so clearly defined, the ants quickly learn their place. A brutal reality is that no matter how hard an unawakened tries, they can never close the gap between them and even an E-rank hunter. If hunters fail to close a gate, the world faces destruction. In other words, without the awakened, the unawakened would surely perish. But the awakened cannot survive without the unawakened either. Due to this symbiotic relationship, people are always grateful to the hunters. His pencil continues to fly across the white paper. In short, it is thanks to them that the unawakened can live in peace. His lines begin to grow more intense. Yet on the other hand, he feels frustrated. Suho battles with his own inner conflict. He wonders if he has simply grown accustomed to never getting what he wants. Painful memories play out in his mind like a slow-motion film. His missing parents, the times he was treated like a toy, having his life decided by others, and the fleeting moments where he thought he could do anything, all replaced by a hollow, crushing sense of helplessness. He begins to question his reality. Mother always said I look just like father. I want to know how he escaped the weakness I am trapped in now. While Suho is lost in his own journey of self-discovery, a voice pulls him back to reality. Suho, his art instructor, offers him a compliment. You are very focused today. What are you drawing? It looks quite funny. Suho doesn't hesitate to share. I'm just drawing based on my emotions. The instructor finds it intriguing. Is that an ant? It looks quite creative, doesn't it? Wait, actually, I think it looks more like an ant-human hybrid. Hearing the instructor's observation, Suho wonders, why did I draw these things? Looking at the drawing of a tall, grotesque figure, he doesn't understand what his hand or his brain were doing. Returning to the gate from earlier, the hunters haven't emerged yet, and the crowd remains waiting. Then in a split second, figures emerge through the gate. The hunters are out. They step out one by one, with strange expressions on their faces. They appear strangely relaxed. I think they cleared the dungeon successfully. Hunter Kim, thank you for your hard work. The hunter named Dongsu shares the good news. We successfully raided the dungeon. Also, we have information that needs to be reported to the association. But in the next second, he drops a bombshell. We encountered a new type of monster. Dongsu begins to describe its appearance, a humanoid Manhua, emitting blue flames from its eyes and mouth. It attacks with fangs and claws, but it doesn't deal much damage. I was scratched by it slightly, but nothing happened. That Manhua probably isn't very strong. Even so, it's a species that has never appeared since the gates first opened. I'm glad it's not a dangerous type. If that's the case, Hunter Kim, I need you to submit a brief report on today's raid. Suddenly his wound flares up. What seemed normal turns ominous. An unsettling feeling rises within Dongsu. His sword drops to the ground, and Dongsu stands there with his head hung low. A nearby staff member notices his odd behavior and calls out, "Hunter Kim, are you?" Before he can finish, Dongsu suddenly transforms into a violent beast. The two girls accompanying him have no time to realize what's happening before they turn around. Now there is only a pool of blood on the ground. The unfortunate staff member was finished off by the transformed Dongsu. At a glance, she screams in horror, recognizing the familiar sight. That blue flame is exactly the same as the monsters we saw in the dungeon. The female hunter is unlucky as Dongsu hurls a massive rock at her, making her the second victim to meet her end. The surrounding civilians, witnessing this terrifying scene, scramble to run for their lives. With terrifying speed, Dongsu catches up and sends several of them to the afterlife. While the world outside is falling into absolute chaos, Suho is still sitting in the room, brush in hand. Seeing everyone in the room looking out the window, he becomes curious. What's going on? What is that? Everyone freezes for a heartbeat, and Suho is no exception, his face filled with panic as he witnesses the scene below. They are no longer human, they have transformed into entities, wielding a different kind of power. Are they attacking each other? Those who haven't transformed are panicked. Look at the blue light in their eyes, they look exactly like monsters. Don't tell me another dungeon break is happening. Suddenly someone screams, "What the hell are you doing? Run, just wait for the hunters to get here." Afraid that they might be next on the chopping block, everyone is in a frenzy. "Teacher, you're an awakened, do something." But the teacher doesn't dare, because he is only E rank. Suho's face reflects absolute, unhideable despair. The Manhua approaches from the distance. It seems they are its next target. And as expected, it crouches, preparing for a massive, earth-shaking leap. The fatal moment arrives. Manhua lunges with blinding speed. Seeing it closing in, Suho shouts, "Run!" But where can they run to? It is too late. The Manhua has entered their area. From its mouth and eyes emanates an eerie blue mist. Everyone is too terrified to move, standing there, mouths agape. Suho tries to channel his inner marathon runner to find an escape route. Everyone run, but a girl trapped in the corner forces him to stop. "My leg is stuck. Someone please help me." Suho's mind is a tangled mess. Should he listen to reason or follow his heart? Once the decision is made, he squeezes his eyes shut. And before her trembling, outstretched hands, Suho still chooses to walk away. "Let me go find a hunter." A war rages inside him. Damn it, why the hell did I say I'd go find a hunter? It's no different from abandoning her, but what can someone who hasn't even awakened do? Overwhelmed by his own powerlessness, Suho curses under his breath. Damn this unawakened body. No matter how much he blames himself, nothing is going to change. Chang Suhu, think of something. In this life-or-death moment, his father's image flashes before his eyes. If father were here, what would he do? He can almost see Ithai's father turning to face him, gazing at him with those deep, cold, unwavering eyes. Back to reality, Mist Burner charges forward, full of vigor. The poor blonde girl is cornered against the wall. She looks like she's about to be its next special guest. Her face is pale as a sheet, tears streaming down like twin waterfalls. That eerie blue light pulses from its mouth once more. When she sees it lunging at her with full force, she lets out a blood-curdling scream. Looks like this is it for the blonde girl on more second, and she's getting a one-way ticket to heaven. But surprise, surprise, Suho doubles back, fire extinguisher in hand, and pulls off the most badass hero rescues damsel moment imaginable. The Mist Burner's blood sprays across the floor. He couldn't just walk away like a heartless bastard, so he turns back and charges in. If father were here, he would. A hazy notification window flickers into existence. System secret quest requirements met. Courage of the weak to face. I used to dream about a dream about a game-like world. To defeat monsters that grew stronger with every stage, he had to level up and fight without rest. Because the monsters kept getting stronger, he had no choice but to grow stronger too. After overcoming countless trials, I finally reached the final stage. The final boss possessed unimaginable power, and for reasons unknown, the memory comes flooding back, a steady hand ruffling his hair. "Is gaming fun, son?" He looks up with wide, startled eyes at the figure before him. Father, my father," he cries out in shock. He realizes he must have unconsciously remembered his father in that dream. His father was a strong, dependable man, but just how powerful was he really? The fire extinguisher sits quietly on its rack 1 second. The next, it's snatched up. A quiet whisper escapes his lips, "Father." He sprints toward the door, fire extinguisher in hand. If I were father in this godforsaken situation. The monster outside the door gapes its maw wide, ready to swallow the person in front of it wholly to eat a devastating blow. Cold, razor-sharp eyes, every ounce of strength directed at the creature. He would do the same thing, right? The monster staggers and topples. Backward, he stares at it. What do I do now? They say attacks without mana backing can't deal real damage to monsters. If he charges in without thinking, everything falls apart. But suddenly, Suho stares at the creature, his face a mask of utter disbelief. The girl beside him wells up with tears. What the hell is happening? Has time stopped? System secret quest completion requirements met. System courage of the weak to face, you qualify to become a player. Do you accept? Suho stares at the notification window in a daze. This feeling, it's exactly like that dream. If reality is playing out just like a game, then there's absolutely no reason to refuse. Not in a situation this desperate. He lowers his gaze. 3 words, I accept. A strange light floods the room. The status window materializes, delivering a cascade of notifications and quests to Suho. He stares at it for a moment, then murmurs, a status window, just like in the game, I know this. The status window displays a quest, defeat the mist burner and level up. He snaps back to reality. The trembling creature in front of him collapses, then scrambles upright. The mist burner has awakened to D rank. Time rushes forward again. He screams, run. The girl behind him goes ghost white. Okay, she stammers. Titles hover above the creature's heads. Unawakened mist burner. Unawakened mist burner. D rank awakened mist burner. The opposition consists of 2 unawakened ones and a recently transformed hunter-turned-monster. The others bolt immediately, leaving him alone to face the horde. They charge at him one by one, cold eyes, a smirk. If he's truly awakened, then the fire extinguisher in his hand rockets toward them. The fire extinguisher is torn open before it even makes contact. He stares them down, raises his fists, and braces to charge. Sorry about this. A direct hit sends them flying. While he stands there still stunned, the status window chimes. System, you have defeated 1 unawakened mist burner. He stares at the notification, processing it for a moment before muttering. Just 1 hit. Another one with a death wish lunges at him. Suho puts it down with a single critical blow. System, you have defeated 1 unawakened mist burner. At that moment, the status window floods with messages. System level up. Guide quest completed. Guide quest defeat the mist burner and level up. After taking 1 down, the last one steps forward to face him head-on. System quest completion reward received. Please confirm your reward. A smirk curls across his lips. This proves it. He launches himself forward without hesitation, closing in on the last one. I've truly awakened. He drives a devastating punch straight into its face. D-rank awakened mist burner. His eyes widen in shock. It tanked his attack. The creature retaliates in an instant, striking back hard. In a flash, wounds rip open across his body. He steadies himself, swings his leg, and delivers a powerful kick that sends the creature hurtling through the air. Suho is overcome with alarm. Damn it, if it lands a hit on me, I'll turn into a monster. I just awakened, and I'm already about to become one of them. System toxic status effect detected. System longevity effect active. System all status effects neutralized. Suddenly, several points of light appear around his wound, enveloping it in a soft glow. Longevity. Now that he thinks about it, he's pretty sure he saw it in the status window. The monster seizes the opening and lunges at him. Both sides grapple back and forth. If I'm weaker than a D-rank awakener, then I must be E-rank. I just awakened. But thinking about it, I really am the weakest. Its maw stretches wide open, ready to devour him whole. Both sides struggle back and forth. There has to be a way. His eyes suddenly widen. Confirm reward. The status window chimes. Notification rewards have been prepared. Notification reward 1-5 potential points. Notification reward 2-3 strength. SDR 11-14. He throws a devastating critical punch that staggers the monster, then immediately follows up with a kick. It flies backward but still manages to spring up, ready to attack again. Both sides crash into each other, trading blows. Suho's vision starts to blur. I still can't beat him even after my strength went up. Fine, I'm dumping every last point into strength. Without hesitation, he reallocates the points on the spot. System strength 14-19. I've never heard of an awakener being able to level up. An awakener's rank is determined at the moment of awakening. One can surpass the level they were assigned. I don't know who decides someone's rank or awakening, but if I'm strong enough to break free from this damn system, then the fight continues. The wall looks like it's about to explode. Rubble scatters everywhere before the entire structure shatters. Both sides crash headfirst into the brutal brawl, burning through stamina. The boy's eyes lock onto the monster, launches a critical punch. Blood streams from his knuckles. The fight is far from over. Notification D-rank, awakened mist burner defeated. Level up, Suho slumps against the ruined wall, panting heavily. I did it. He wearily stares at his blood-soaked hands, a distant look in his eyes. His fist clenches tight. I've finally awakened. He forces himself to his feet, steadying his body. I can do this. I'm an awakener now. I can protect everyone. I can end this catastrophe. From outside, unsteady footsteps approach the window. A tall figure carrying a blade rushes toward him. The figure leaps skyward, sending rocks and debris exploding beneath its feet. Suho scrambles toward the main entrance to assess the situation outside. A bone-chilling sensation creeps up the back of his neck. The blade wielder from before is winding Yup about to bring it crashing down on him. He's a C-rank awakened mist burner. A deafening explosion erupts instantly, rubble from the upper floors cascading to the ground. The overhead loudspeaker crackles to life. Alert dungeon outbreak detected at Hankook University of Arts. All residents in the area must evacuate immediately. Military forces are moving in. A dark-skinned soldier lights a cigarette, his mouth running non-stop. Damn it, all these civilians dying and we're just standing here. When the hell are the association's hunters going to show up? The soldier beside him checks a specialized device. They say they need some time to locate B-rank hunters or higher. He scoffs, B-rank. This is just a D-rank dungeon, isn't it? The other man lowers his voice. Yeah, but the Hunter Association is more worried about the infected hunters right now. They both stare at the device. He points at a profile photo. Don't tell me even a C-rank hunter has been infected. Full details appear on screen. Name Kim Dongsu, role tank, awaken rank C. Meanwhile, the boy is locked in a desperate battle against the hulking monsters. His body is starting to feel sluggish. That startled even me, he thinks. Did that bastard jump up from the floor below? Over there, the creature bears a savage expression, its gaze fixed on him. He thinks a C-rank awakened mist burner, and it's even carrying a weapon. This one's different from the others. He springs to his feet, winding up for a strike. But I just leveled up to I even stand a chance against this thing. The blade whooshes through the air. Both sides charge at each other in a fierce exchange. He suddenly retreats, feeling hopelessly outmatched. The towering figure looms above, raising its razor-sharp blade, a savage grin spreading across its face. Damn it! Without hesitation, it brings the blade crashing down. In that instant, he grabs a fire extinguisher and holds it up to block. The razor-sharp blade cleaves through. Fire extinguisher splits clean in two. An explosion rings out inside the room. Smoke from the extinguisher billows out, flooding the entire area. He seizes the advantage, navigating through the haze to find an escape route. After escaping that damned room, he sprints forward, gritting his teeth. Beating that thing is impossible, so that's why awakeners are ranked in tiers. When are the hunters going to get here? If I can just hold out until they arrive. The monster quickly detects his retreat and charges after him, blade in hand. It lets out a terrifying, guttural roar. Then its next move shocks him. He glances back, a gasp escaping his lips. The creature's attention shifts to the balcony of the adjacent building. Wait, 3 young girls are huddled on the balcony above, trembling in terror. Let's just wait here for the hunters to come help, one girl whispers. The girl beside her trembles. They'll come right. The monster charges toward them, blade raised. The boy below catches sight of this, and is stunned by the creature's move. In an instant, it smashes through the area, reducing it to rubble. He grits his teeth in fury, his eyes cold and sharp, locked on the demon. He springs up and charges toward the monster. Damn it, no more time to wait for hunters. A lightning-fast punch is thrown. He scrambles for any way to salvage the situation. I have to stop this thing, no matter what. Both sides clash in a brutal exchange of fists and kicks. One hit from that thing and you're done for. He glances at the pool of blood beneath his feet and draws strength from it. His hand clenches into a fist ready to pour everything into one final blow. I can't let that thing shift its attention away from me. A flurry of punches erupts. His vision starts to blur. In that instant, the tide turns. The monster overpowers him, reversing the momentum with a devastating punch. The taste of blood surges into his mouth. The blow sends him flying backward. He suddenly screams a cry tinged with raw despair. He forces himself up. His status interface automatically materializes HP 140. He stares at the display, trembling. 1 HP. I got lucky. The system must not want me to give up just yet. The monster lets out a savage roar. Above, strange cracks fracture across the ceiling. Below, the boy's entire body is drenched in blood and wounds. More cracks keep spreading overhead. The creature charges with a crushing fist. His vision grows increasingly hazy. Sweat pours down his face. At that moment, it closes in for the killing blow. Damn it! Right at that instant, the glass shatters violently. Light from outside floods in. Something hurtles inward from outside at breakneck speed. It has a bizarre, otherworldly silhouette. Over there, the demon raises its blade, preparing to bring it crashing down. A strike from out of nowhere slices clean through its arm. The ground erupts as the severed limb flies away, still clutching the bloodied blade. He staggers, struggling to his feet. His eyes widen as he begins to survey the scene. The thing standing before him is that an ant. It growled, emanating a strange, eerie glow in all directions. It spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "I have come too late." It slowly turned its gaze toward him. Long spikes began to protrude around it, a byproduct of its nature. It spoke again. "It is you." Its body ballooned in size, growing grotesquely larger, a sight to strike terror into anyone. The one who dared harm such a powerful and revered being. It lunged at him with its pincers. Severed limbs and torsos were hacked apart, chunk by chunk. Over here, another beast with razor-sharp eyes bared its fangs, glaring ahead with murderous rage. It charged forward, attacking the person in its path. The young man crouched before it, trembling with terror, tears streaming down his face. "Is anyone there? Help me!" In the blink of an eye, the figure in front had been slashed to ribbons. He still clutched his head, screaming for help, completely oblivious to the carnage unfolding right before his eyes. Wherever the creature passed, everything was drenched in blood. Mangled body parts lay splattered and strewn everywhere. Everything descended into total chaos, as if the world itself were ending. Winds howled, dust and debris choked the air. Everything was swept away like a raging tempest. A terrifying wave of power blanketed the entire city, flattening everything in its path. The rescue team on this side had detected the disturbance. The mutated foot stomped down. The ground around it cracked and shattered into rubble. He lay writhing in agony on the ground. It sat poised above him, casting a cold glance downward. An eerie silence blanketed the surroundings. It spoke in its deep, rumbling voice. "It has been a long time, young monarch." Flashback: a young boy, Suho, sat scribbling with colored pencils, surrounded by piles of expensive toys. Something caught his eye, forcing him to look up. Young Suho stared in utter astonishment at the grotesque foot before him. It held up the drawing, commenting softly, "Young monarch, did you draw me?" It gazed up at him and murmured, "This is truly an honor for me." Back to the present, he lay exhausted on a hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes to stare at the ceiling. A moment later, they snapped wide open in shock. He lay dazed on the hospital bed as doctors and nurses hovered around him constantly. Yet the questions gnawing at his mind refused to quiet down. Ants, in a certain hospital where he was recuperating, his phone kept buzzing with frantic noise. "What the hell happened? Suho, are you seriously hurt anywhere?" The voice on the other end continued urgently. "We can't let this slide. With things this chaotic, I'll find you a few awakened bodyguards." "I'm fine, uncle," he replied quietly. By the time I opened my eyes, 2 full days had already passed since that day. On the news broadcast, the anchor began reporting on the government's response to the incident at Korea National University of Arts, which had sent shockwaves through the public. With such a staggering death toll, the incident had become a national crisis. First was the discovery of mist burners, a substance capable of infecting and mutating even hunters into monsters. Next was the sluggish response from the Hunter Association, despite the incident occurring right within city limits. And finally, the mystery surrounding how every person infected by mist burners had died before hunters could even arrive remained an unanswered question. The television continued broadcasting even more disturbing information. The possessed victims suddenly exploded boom right in front of me. Hearing that, he immediately turned off the TV. Sitting on the hospital bed, he instinctively scanned his surroundings and murmured, "So my awakening wasn't a dream. I really can level up and grow stronger." System, his status information materialized before him. Status window: name Cheng Suho, occupation none, title 0, level 5, fatigue 0, HP 140, mana 14, strength 22, agility 14, perception 14, vitality 14, intelligence 14, unspent points 0, passive skills none, active skill monarch's authority LV 1. He unconsciously stared at his own hands and murmured, "At the very least, I should have been injured fighting a C-rank awakened mist burner creature. Right, how am I still alive?" Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from somewhere, because Baru was here to deal with those insects. It materialized from beneath his hospital bed, startling him beyond words. "It has been far too long, young monarch," Baru said. Its eyes glistened with emotion as it gazed at him. "Oh, young monarch, you've grown so much already. I am overwhelmed with emotion." In that instant, memories from the past began resurfacing piece by piece. My memories are coming back. Fragment by fragment, they're fitting together. I remember this ant now. It was one of the shadow creatures that accompanied me since childhood. Why didn't I remember it until now? Below, Baru wiped its tears and spoke. "I had to tear through the void itself just to see you again, young monarch." He regarded it warily with a strange look, thinking to himself, "And why did I live with shadow creatures when I was little? I have way too many questions." He stepped closer and gently reached out to touch it. "More importantly, I don't recall you being this small before." Baru immediately responded to its master. "I expended a massive amount of my power to cross through the void. Normally, I look far more dignified and ferocious." He responded cautiously. "But the status window says you're just a low-rank soldier." A status window materialized above Baru's head. BERU level, 1 rank low-rank soldier. Hearing this, Baru flew into a rage and cursed at the system. "I am the great Ant King, and this wretched system demotes me to a mere foot soldier." He gently stepped off the hospital bed and watched Baru begin stretching its body. "All right, you're saying my body is in perfect condition, all thanks to you, correct? I'm a peerless healer, you know," Baru said with a grin. Then its tone turned grave. "The reason I came here was to break your seal, young monarch, but you've already shattered it on your own. I must say I am quite surprised." "What seal?" he asked, puzzled. "Back then that seal did it do something to me in my dream," Baru quickly explained. "What you may have dismissed as a dream was, in fact, entirely real. You were far stronger than your current self when you fought me back then." However, Baru continued, "Lord Cheng Zhenyu, the great shadow monarch, sealed away both your memories and your power, hoping you could live an ordinary life." Hearing this, Suho suddenly seized Baru in fury. "My father? What does the father who abandoned me have to do with you?" "He never abandoned you," Baru hastily explained. "He departed into the dimensional rift." "What do you mean?" Suho demanded. "What dimensional rift?" "Let me put it simply," Baru said. Inside the quiet hospital room, countless illusions began to materialize. Baru conjured a multitude of illusions before him and began to explain. "The great shadow monarch wages an eternal battle against those who seek to invade this world." He asked in disbelief. "My father is protecting the world?" Baru continued. "Yes, he defends the world against the outer gods. The Idarim sent their apostles to attack our world. I, Baru, had to tear through countless enemies just to reach you, young monarch. Because of the ripple effects of this war, the monster gates first appeared on Earth." Suho listened in silence, hanging on every word. He finally spoke. "Did my mother go with him?" Baru answered in surprise. No," he continued. "She disappeared on the same day as my father, so I assumed they went together." Baru suddenly moved closer. His body jolted. Baru pressed urgently for details. "Are you saying Lady Heian disappeared? The Idarim's apostles on Earth, must have orchestrated this sinister plot. So it was those Idarim behind everything?" Suho asked, his voice steely. He lowered his head in silence, then spoke coldly. "So that's why my parents never came back. Do you wish to see them again?" Baru asked. His clenched fists trembled. "Of course I do. I've been alone for so many years now." "Then there is only one way," Baru proposed. Suho's gaze flickered. Baru spoke swiftly. "Due to the war, your father cannot return to Earth for the time being. So the only path forward is for you to grow stronger, young monarch. Then you will be able to find and protect Lady Heian yourself." It suddenly stepped closer to him and whispered, "Let's level up." A status window appears. Notification: a new quest has been triggered. Quest DTLS, Quest Challenge of the Shadows. You are the son of the great shadow monarch. However, your innate power is currently sealed. To unlock your true potential, you must prove yourself. Enter the shadow dungeon and prove your worth. Suho holds the mysterious key in his hand. The notification chime rings again. Item: Shadow Dungeon Key. Effect grants access to the Shadow Dungeon. You can activate it within your own shadow. He stands before a wall, staring at his own shadow. Baru whispers from beside him, "Insert the key into your shadow, my liege." He steps forward, reaching toward the dark patch on the ground. The key dissolves into thin air, manifesting a strange gate before his eyes. Baru speaks softly. "Now step inside and reclaim the power that belongs to you, my young monarch." He bites his lip, thoughts racing through his mind. "I still can't believe in the outer gods and the war waiting for us. The shadow monarch, all of this is truly absurd. But if getting stronger means I can see them again," his eyes sharpen with determination, "then I will level up no matter the cost." Baru glances at him. "My monarch." In Baru's memory, a faceless man coldly issues an order. "Baru, return to Earth and break Suho's seal." Baru kneels, bowing his head. Do you mean the seal on the young monarch? The man replies, yes, this Idarim invasion might spread to Earth. Go, return his memories and power. Let him protect Earth on his own. Base your actions on the state of the world. I leave the decision to you. Back in reality, Baru looks at the burden back before him, thinking silently, if you have entrusted his fate to me. Recalling the painful memories of yesterday, he glances at him, thinking, then I, Baru, will stay by your side and watch over your growth. Suho steps into the gate. After he passes through, the gate vanishes instantly, leaving the space silent once more. Inside, they both venture deeper. Baru speaks up. This place is a death zone. No living creature is allowed here without the monarch's permission. They emerge into a world that looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Location Shadow Dungeon. Suho sinks into the vortex. System initiating entry into Shadow Dungeon. Baru warns him that this place is the realm of the dead, a place only those granted permission by my Shadow Monarch can enter. As the words Shadow Dungeon fade, they arrive at their destination. Before Suho lies a ruined, desolate city. He looks bewildered, wondering, is this really the Shadow Dungeon? It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. Suho's eyes drop deep in thought. Standing on this soil, he feels a strange, familiar sensation. Suddenly, something flickers into view, startling him. It is the system interface, displaying quest information and survival objectives. The inhabitants here do not recognize you, a weakling, as their leader. Survive for the required duration and prove. Prove your qualifications. Time limit 400, remaining 400. Suho points at the screen. I have to survive for 4 hours. Seeing him distracted, Baru shouts, please stay alert, young monarch. He warns him that the trial has already begun. Suho remains confused, repeating the word blankly. A trial. Above them, a shadow watches their every move. A goblin leaps from above, attempting a sneak attack. Suho reacts just in time, launching a kick into its gut. Suho grows cautious but says calmly, you startled me. The goblin scout clutches its wound, gritting its teeth with a long growl. Suho looks at the nameplate above its head. A goblin scout. Baru notes that if it's a scout, there must be many more nearby. No sooner does Baru speak than Suho rushes forward. I just need to take it out before it calls for backup. Watching his recklessness, Baru cries out, young monarch, even if goblins are weak if you are careless. Suho ignores him, charging the goblin to analyze it. Its name tag is white. That means it's equal to or weaker than me. Suho lands a heavy blow on the goblin's wrist and snatches its stone axe. The system notification triggers. Item acquired goblin stone axe. In a flash, the axe swings down into the goblin's skull. It stands frozen, unable to react. Notification, you have defeated a goblin scout. EXP. The goblin drops to the ground, the axe lodged in its head. Suho looks back proudly. See, he smirks. Enemies stronger than me have red name tags. System Manhua has awakened as C rank. Manhua has awakened as D rank. Baru replies, I see. Suddenly a piercing sound echoes, startling both of them. A goblin sits on high ground, blowing a whistle. Suho realizes the situation is escalating. He frowns, bracing himself. It seems there are plenty more scouts here. A heavy footfall hits the ground. A goblin captain appears, followed by a chieftain, clearly superior to the rest. Suho loses his earlier confidence, sweating as he points to Baru. You'll help me, right? However, Baru remains static. He bows deeply, politely making an excuse. Of course, it would be my honor to assist you, but I am currently too far from Master Jinwoo. I have no supplementary mana source, so I must use what I have sparingly. Furthermore, if I intervene, the EXP you receive will drop drastically. Hearing this, Suho glares at the goblin horde, clenching his fists. So you're saying you won't help me? The goblins begin to charge, letting out their characteristic screeching. Suho uses a skill, muttering, time to test this out. His mana flows into the axe embedded in the goblin's skull. The axe rips itself free. It spins through the air like a blur, slicing through the necks of several goblins in a heartbeat. The axe returns to Suho's hand. He smiles with satisfaction. Looking at the skill in his status window, it feels as if he has gained an extra invisible hand. A system window pops up, explaining how to use this skill. Ruler's Authority, Level 1. An active skill that requires no mana. Though the user does not physically touch any object, you can move them at will. A second later, a sharp projectile rockets straight at Suho, but he quickly tilts his head to dodge and snatches it midair. Looking up, he spots a goblin knocking another arrow onto its bow. Suho points and says, archers too, huh? Then he conjures a bowstring with magic, draws the arrow and says, I'll return this to you. Whoosh, the arrow buries itself straight into the goblin's face. Baru watches the scene unfold, stunned. His adaptability is incredible. It remembers the past, when Suho was still just a child thinking to itself. From the day he took his first steps, it sounds like a myth about the extraordinary birth of a hero. The young sovereign can already freely wield rulers' authority and ability, inherited from the current king. But that power was originally created to destroy all things, so naturally it was a hindrance in a peaceful world. But now that the apostles of Itarim are invading Earth, Baru glances down at the snarling goblins bearing their fangs and claws below. And seeing Suho's powerful fighting form, it tells itself that the power of the air has finally returned. Right then, a system window pops up with a notification that he has leveled up. Seeing the notification, Suho gets distracted and thinks, I can lift objects weighing roughly 10 jin using just ruler's authority. A goblin seizes the opening and rushes in, slashing him. Seeing blood spurt out, the goblin grins wickedly but faster than a blink. A fist rockets straight into its face. The goblins have now gathered and surrounded him on all sides. Suho clutching his wound in pain. Baru by his side cries out anxiously, Young Sovereign! Behind the group of goblins, a tall figure approaches, making the scout goblins tremble in fear. A red aura radiates from his body. It turns out to be the goblin captain. System HP 160,190. Suho grips the blade lodged in his side, gritting his teeth. It hurts. Then he yanks it out in one decisive motion. At the same time, the goblins charge again. Suho clenches his jaw and thinks one word, then grips the blade tight and charges into battle. He hurls the blade with everything he has, piercing through the scout goblins. The blade drives straight into the goblin captain behind them. Deep down, Suho thinks to himself, compared to the aimless life I had before now, I want to live more than ever. Sweat drenches his face, but he fights on, battling the goblins with everything he's got. System HP 118,190. Suho fights alone. His HP continues to plummet. System HP 84,190. He charges forward with nothing but a short blade. His HP drops. System HP 53,190. Suho thrusts the blade straight ahead. Every single goblin from the scouts to the captain converges on Suho from all sides. Skill acquired endurance, level 1. The system flashes. Moments later, a cascade of notifications follows. Level UP, level up notifications flood the screen. A massive pool of blood spreads across the ground. Goblin corpses are scattered everywhere in various poses. The goblin captain lies slain, its body sprawled on the ground with its mouth agape. Suho sits on the hood of a car, letting out a heavy, exhausted breath. System time remaining 0 minutes 0 seconds. Quest complete. Baru applauds enthusiastically, praising him. Wow, that was truly unbelievable. I, Baru, always believed you would pass the trial. My future king. Hearing its encouragement, Suho snaps back angrily. You didn't help at all, you know. System quest rewards are ready. Accept decline. Suho, still catching his breath, stares at the screen and asks, What's this? 2 more messages pop up. Rewards have been prepared below. Reward runestone arise. Suho asks in confusion, a rune stone. If I use it, I'll gain the arise skill, right? He then tries using the skill. Baru watches from the side, overjoyed. Oh, the future young sovereign wielding arise. Suho pulls up his shirt, glancing at his chiseled abs and says, Come to think of it, I was already using the skill pretty smoothly during that fight. Not only do I understand the leveling system better, I've also acquired a bunch of new skills. System endurance, level 1 passive skill. No mana required. Infinite stamina acquired. Physical defense 20%. He leaps off the car and says to Baru, Compared to before I awakened, I feel completely recharged now. Even my wounds heal automatically every time I level up. Baru replies, adding that this system is an upgraded version of the one the great Jinwoo once used. Right now, it is the tool supporting your steady growth. My future king, it ends short, you thought you were just an unawakened human. But the truth is you are the mightiest shadow monarch. You can think of it that way. Suho listens and says with a hint of exhaustion, All right, I've already confirmed the rewards anyway. System runestone guide arise. You will absorb the skill upon shattering the rune stone. Suho holds the rune stone in his hand, then squeezes hard shattering it. Skill acquired arise. Along with it comes the skill description, Shadow, Sovereign's Dominion mana required. Extracts mana from a corpse to create a shadow soldier. The summoning failure rate depends on the target's EXP and the time elapsed since death. Max shadow count 3. Suho asks in surprise, I can create shadow soldiers. Baru elaborates. It is a skill that allows you to create soldiers from corpses just as I was created. Arise is the foundational power that built the legend of the current shadow monarch, Sung Jinwoo. He asks curiously, so as a shadow monarch to control a corpse, I first have to hunt it down. Does that mean I can control anyone weaker than me? Suho says, I heard summoning skills are ranked pretty low among hunters. He then extends his hand toward the dead goblin on the ground. System, you may apply Arise to this target. Suho, Arise, but the system chimes in. System, please create an incantation for Arise. Suho rests his chin on his hand and grumbles. I have to make up an incantation for a skill too. What a hassle, he hums, mulling it over. Baru watches him with an extremely serious expression. Then Baru can't hold back and speaks up to advise. The incantation must be easy to remember. Suho swings his hand forward, unleashing a wave of energy. He declares solemnly, Arise means to rise. After Suho calls out the summoning command, Arise, the goblin's corpse lies still on the ground. Then a hand slowly emerges from within. 3 shadow soldiers form from the corpses. The system screen displays their information: Shadow Goblin LVL, 1 rank common. Suho and Baru stare wide-eyed at them. He remarks that this is what shadow extraction actually looks like. After a few seconds, Suho adds, It's not as cool as I thought. The 3 shadow goblins and Baru all flinch. Baru takes a beat before speaking up to explain. Newly summoned shadow soldiers are typically weaker than they were in life. Suho asks, They're smaller too, right? Baru hesitates for a moment before replying, Yes. The 3 shadow goblins, wounded by his words, are actually tearing up. Suho asks how much weaker. Baru replies, A little. Hearing that answer, Suho frowns and glances over, dissatisfied. He mentions that the system even says they'll disappear after 1 day. Baru, also breaking into a sweat, asks, Impossible. You don't have any skill similar to shadow extraction. He honestly replies, No, I don't. Baru immediately deflates, saying, It seems the Shadow Monarch's authority also depends on your intelligence stat and level. It drifts dejectedly beside Suho, adding, It will surely be an incredibly useful skill in the future. It's a god-tier skill. He glances at its crestfallen figure and says, I know, so stop moping around like that. Baru takes a few steps when Suho's stomach suddenly growls. He suddenly remembers and says, I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. Then Suho turns to call out, Baru, is there a way to get out of here? Baru replies, If you possess the key to the Shadow Dungeon, you can leave whenever you wish. Suho says, All right, but before we go, I need to find something to eat first. Baru answers with a simple yes. System, do you wish to leave the Shadow Dungeon? Accept, decline. Suho puts a spoonful of rice into his mouth and lets out a satisfied with an expression of pure bliss. He sits on the hospital bed, eating non-stop, and remarks that, come to think of it, hospital food is pretty good. Baru stares at him, utterly speechless. Then it clenches its fists and speaks solemnly, Young monarch, allow me to explain your duties from this point forward. There are 3 missions entrusted to you and me. First, we must protect the Earth from the foreign monsters. Suho asks with his mouth full of food. You mean killing the monsters in the dungeons? Baru replies, Precisely. By natural law, you will level up each time you eliminate them. And once you grow stronger, the safety of the Earth will naturally be secure, just as His Majesty Zhenyu once did. Then it continues, Second, we are tasked with finding the lost lord. Suho asks, Is there a way to find out where my mother is? Baru assures him, I'm certain you will find clues if you diligently grind through the monsters. Suho asks, Does that mean I have to go back into the dungeon? Baru brushes past the question. Its gaze grows more serious as it says, Third, and most importantly, it emphasizes each word, restore my power. Baru's eyes well up with tears as it recalls the image of its former glory. It says helplessly, I'm sick and tired of my current weakness. I want to show you, my future king, my true strength. Suho asks, So how exactly do you plan to regain your power? Baru explains that through absorption, it can siphon a portion of a target's magic and intelligence. Although it was an effective method I employed even before becoming a shadow soldier. Since the king has not granted me any mana, there is no other way. It concludes, Regardless, all I need is to devour anything that contains mana. Suho, still holding the spoon to his mouth, glances over at it and says, So I still have to go into the dungeon. Before long, several plates of food are wiped clean. Suho steps off the bed. Get ready. Baru floats beside him and says, If you wish to enter a dungeon, you must first be recognized as a hunter. Go to the Hunter's Guild and have your mana level measured. He pauses in thought. Mana level measurement. I'm a freshly awakened awakener. The evening sky is breathtakingly beautiful. Suho fantasizes. I wonder what rank my power is. What if it's S rank? But when he arrives at the Hunter's Guild, the staff member announces that his mana level is 46. Now he's forced to face the brutal reality. The staff member states plainly that he is an E rank awakener. Suho's heart plunges into darkness. People walk back and forth along the street. Suho is one of them. Noticing he hasn't said a word for a while, Baru hesitates slightly but finally speaks up. I hear that a hunter's rank is determined by their mana capacity, because you only focused on raising your strength stat. Young king, it is entirely natural that your rank does not reflect your true ability. Suho's mood doesn't improve after hearing that. He simply says, "Stop trying to comfort me. You're only making it worse." He stares at his own hand and murmurs with a hint of doubt. "Not just the Shadow Monarch's authority, but my rank too. Can someone at E rank like me really protect the earth?" Baru encourages him. "As long as you keep leveling up, my future king." Suho looks at the hand he always channels his power through and says anxiously, "I've heard that E and F rank hunters have an incredibly hard time even getting selected for attack squads. If nothing changes, getting into a dungeon is going to be nearly impossible." But suddenly, he lets out a surprised "oh," with wide eyes as if he's just thought of something. Suho says, "Actually, I might have a plan." Even Baru is surprised and curious. He begins explaining what he knows. Dungeon clearing quests are divided into different roles. The attack squad focuses on eliminating monsters. The collection squad follows behind them and gathers monster corpses. And deep into the innermost reaches, the mining squad searches for the dungeon's resources. Among the three squads, E-rank hunters can apply for the collection squad and the mining squad. That way, even E-rank hunters can enter the dungeon. The scene shifts to deep inside the dungeon, where the mining squad is hard at work. A young man lets out a long, relieved sigh. It's Suho. He suddenly turns to the person beside him and strikes up a conversation, startling them. Suho says, "Thank you for recommending me, sir. I've only just awakened, and the only awakener I know is you, sir." He says it with genuine sincerity. But Teacher I am Duyun's expression is heavy with guilt. Suho continues mining, saying, "I'm really glad there's an awakener I know here. Thanks to you, sir, I was able to work inside the dungeon." I am Duyun stays silent without responding. After a pause, he suddenly calls out, "Suho." Suho glances over politely and asks, "Yes." To his shock, I am Duyun bows at a full 90 degrees, catching Suho completely off guard. He says, "I'm sorry for what happened at school." I am Duyun recalls the students shouting, "Teacher I am, you're an awakener, do something." But I am Duyun had responded in fear back then. "But I'm only E-rank." And then he ran. Now he gathers every ounce of courage to face what happened that day. "Despite being the only awakener there, I was afraid, and I ran." I am Duyun keeps his bow, saying sincerely, "I'm sorry I couldn't do anything to help." Suho scratches his ear awkwardly, then says, "Please raise your head, sir. As you yourself said, you're only E-rank. The Hunters Guild tells E-rank people like us to run when we encounter monsters, right? And honestly, who wouldn't follow those orders?" Hearing this, I am Duyun is taken aback. He straightens up and asks in shock, "You're E-rank?" Suho answers honestly, "Yes. My mana level is 46. It's very low. Even compared to E-rank, I am Duyun is even more astonished. "Your mana level is lower than mine." He recalls the image from that day, thinking it can't be. The image of Suho fighting the mist burners flashes vividly in his memory. I am Duyun thinks to himself, "I thought I saw Suho fighting monsters on the roof while I was running away." Watching Suho break stones now, he questions himself, "Did I see wrong?" I am Duyun adjusts his glasses and says, "Wow, it's pretty shocking that an E-rank awakened defeated monsters and actually survived." Baru appears out of thin air beside him and agrees, "Exactly. Our future sovereign is truly magnificent." I am Duyun turns to look at him, and he stares back. The next second a piercing scream rings out, followed by I am Duyun's frantic voice. "Monster!" Suho asks him, "Why did it suddenly appear?" Baru replies, "Since you aren't as strong as I thought, I naturally have to stay by your side to protect you." I am Duyun is even more shocked and asks loudly, "What? Did you awaken as a summoner?" Suho doesn't know how to explain, so he replies, "Yes, I suppose that's right." Duyun mentions that many E-rankers don't even have a personal skill. "You're really lucky." He excitedly shows off his own skill. "As for me, I have a skill that lets me run really fast." Suho innocently says, "Oh, no wonder you're so good at running away." As soon as he finishes, Duyun curls up, looking dejected. Suho comforts him, "I'm just joking, teach." He watches Duyun moping in the corner. Baru teases Suho, "Impressive, young sovereign, you've crushed his spirit." Suddenly, he is distracted by something behind him. Suho, he stands looking at the tunnel ahead and thinks, "Now that I remember, this is my first time in a dungeon other than the Shadow Dungeon." The tunnel is pitch black. Looking ahead, he wonders, are the raid team members up there fighting monsters right now? Scene transition to a monster carcass. A young man holds a sword and inspects the carcass, drawing a conclusion. This dungeon is completely empty. Kim Changchun replies from the side. I knew it. The moment the wolf pack jumped out, I knew. The entire raid team searches the cave. They talk to each other, some complaining, wolf fangs aren't worth much. Others encourage the team. There are often magic stones found inside carcasses, so search everything. Don't look so disappointed, we can't be sure of anything until we reach the end of the dungeon. Just then a member calls out, Captain, I've found something in this side path. The captain happily says, see. The group enters the side path and finds a large area illuminated by a pink glow. The members look around, confused. What is this? Are there ruins in a place like this? Should we go out and call for support first? A member says, my detection ability doesn't sense any monsters right now. Another asks in return, if there are no monsters, why are there ruins here? They decide, then we will investigate now. In the center of the circle, a sword is embedded in the ground. One of the group members speculates, who knows? Maybe instead of a boss monster, we found a treasure. The captain says with a worried look, this is crazy to think there might actually be treasure here. At this moment, everyone notices the sword and gathers around, shouting, wow, what's this? What an amazing weapon. A member says excitedly, we definitely need to have this appraised, but do you think it's worth a fortune? The other cautiously warns them, if it's a treasure, there must be traps around it. So be careful. Kim Changchun walks up from behind. He steps forward and says, step aside, I'll pull it out. The captain, startled, shouts to stop him. Wait, Kim Changchun. Others also warn him anxiously. Hey, there might be a trap, but Kim Changchun doesn't listen. He stubbornly grabs the hilt and says, if there really is a trap, a C-rank vanguard like me can handle it just fine. A strange surge of energy flows into Changchun. In an instant, he is plunged into a freezing, private dimension. All his teammates have vanished. Changchun asks in confusion, what is this? Loud noises erupt, giant eyes open, and in reality the sword is pulled from the ground. The captain sighs in relief. Thank goodness no traps. Seeing Kim silent, the captain calls out, hey. Kim Changchun, however, looks ferocious, gnashing his teeth as he says, who dares? The captain, angry, wants to reprimand him. Be careful next time. Before he can finish, Kim Changchun swings the sword, the captain's head separates from his neck, and he walks away coldly. All the remaining members tremble, not daring to utter a word. Kim Changchun looks terrifying now, his face covered in blood, accompanied by a third eye, his whole being filled with murderous intent as he twists. Who dares to steal the Fang King's sword? Kim Changchun shouts in a deep voice. Kill everyone who dares to trespass in the Fang King's domain. The remaining members tremble. The next second a loud cry echoes kill. The scene immediately turns bloody and chaotic. A member watches in tears as his teammates kill each other. Kim Changchun acts like a devil, shouting repeatedly, kill, kill, and kill, frantically. Cut to the mining team. Two workers see something strange and ask, what's happening? On the other side, Suho and Doyan haven't had to lift a finger, as 3 goblins are doing the work for them. Others ask in confusion, there's a summoner skill like this? I am Doyan looks at him with disbelief and a hint of fear, silently gauging his strength. I heard most summoners can only call out 1 or 2 at a time, but he called out 3, plus that talking bug, isn't that 4 already? He looks at Suho and Baru, thinking to himself that Suho's power seems a bit too much compared to a normal person. Suho watches the minions doing his work and smiles in satisfaction. Even though I can only summon 3 at a time and need carcasses to extract shadows, which is a bit inconvenient. This shadow dungeon has plenty of goblin corpses, so I can put them to good use. They do my chores without a single complaint. That's not bad at all. Suho turns to Baru and says, Baru, just as you said, this shadow extraction skill is truly great. Facing his praise, Baru doesn't look happy at all, replying in disdain. Young sovereign, please don't use us for chores and then compliment us like that. Then he asks, but isn't your main goal here to level up? Suho replies calmly, according to the Hunter Association's rules, an F-rank hunter cannot enter dungeons alone. They've only just started categorizing hunters recently, so there are still many glitches in the ranking measurements. So I think I'll wait until my mana increases to test it again. Nearby, the senior coworkers see the 2 of them being so relaxed and feel insulted. If we get distracted, the rookies are going to dig up everything. Let's show him the true power of us seniors. Suho turns to Baru and says, oh, and you remember our 3rd quest, right? We have to finish it right here. Baru asks, agitated, you mean restoring my power? Looking at the mana stone fragments scattered on the ground, he calls out, Didn't you say that if you consumed something containing mana, your strength would recover? These mana stone shards here have mana too. Baru isn't sure and asks him to clarify what he means. The young monarch Suhu waves his hand dismissively. Since you can't help me mine the mana stones, just clean up whatever's fallen on the ground. The next second, Baru already has a mouthful of mana stones, struggling to open his jaws just to mumble a yes, sir. Suddenly, a menacing aura washes over Baru. He's so terrified he can barely stammer out his words. Why, young monarch? Suhu asks calmly. What is it? Baru answers. I just sense the aura of a monarch. The moment he hears that, Suhu whips around and shouts, You mean my father? Baru shakes his head no. There are many who carry power similar to a monarch's. If it were our Lord Zhenyu, my strength would already be fully restored by now. Baru narrows his eyes, sensing carefully, and mutters. This scent is definitely coming from inside the tunnel. A terrifying, guttural roar echoes from deep within. The senior worker tenses up. What was that sound? The other one says nervously. The direction he peers into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. It's coming from the assault team's route. The next instant, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness of the tunnel, followed by a massive, beastly footstep. The mining crew worker stumbles backward in terror, staring at the 3 enormous wolves before them. He stammers out in panic. Magic beasts! Everyone starts screaming in chaos. How are they here? The senior worker steps forward to block them, swinging his arm wildly as he yells. Everyone run, now. He swings his spear in frantic arcs, screaming, Stay the hell away. But the wolf doesn't retreat, it lunges forward and clamps its jaws straight onto the spear. The senior worker stares at the spear snapped clean in half, his face turning beet red as he clenches his teeth. He freezes completely, unable to react. Tears stream down his face involuntarily as he stammers in pure dread. A figure leaps forward, landing between him and the wolf. The senior worker cries out in shock and worry. Cheng Suhu. Suhu glances back briefly. I'll buy you time, get out of here now. The man stammers, thank you, and turns tail, sprinting away. Suhu's eyes turn ice cold. He steadies his stance, ready for combat. He studies the text floating above the wolves' heads and thinks, their names are in orange. That means they're the same level as the D-rank mist burners I fought at school. I can absolutely take them down. Though he glances behind him at the trembling professor, his expression shifts to mild exasperation. If it were just him. No problem but with the teacher here. Despite his fear, Professor Im-yun speaks with conviction. Kid, you get out of here too. I'm helping evacuate every owners. No way I'm leaving you behind. Suhu replies politely on the surface. Well then, if things get dangerous, I'll be counting on you to help me out. Internally, he silently summons several shadow goblins and issues a command through thought. Goblins protect him. System shadow soldiers summoned. He whispers in his mind, inventory. The system screen flickers to life, displaying an array of weapons. Suhu begins browsing his selection. He draws a sword and thinks, weapons from the goblins I stored away earlier. Much better than that broken spear. Professor Im-yun, watching from behind, sees him pull out a weapon and gapes in disbelief. He can summon weapons too. What kind of summoning skill does this kid have? Suhu pushes off the ground with a light stomp, launching himself toward the steel fang wolves. A wolf lunges, jaws gaping wide, fangs bared. Suhu swings his blade and a vicious arc blood sprays everywhere. System notification. System, you have defeated a steel fang wolf. Baru and the 3 shadow goblins watch from behind, their spirits lifting. Suhu activates his skill. He shouts the command arise and extends his hand toward the fallen wolf's corpse. The people behind, their jaws drop in shock. Suhu and the newly summoned shadow wolf each take on 1 wolf, fighting side by side. Baru watches the scene, a sense of quiet relief washing over him. Ah, young monarch, you're already growing accustomed to wielding the power of shadow in battle. Suhu glances at the shadow wolf turning on its former packmate, and thinks extraction and summoning barely cost any mana. If I can increase the number of extractions by raising my mana pool, I could build an entire army. An idea sparks in his mind, his blade flashes like lightning. Then let's push it further, Suhu mutters. He drives the sword straight through the steel fang wolf's skull. System notification. System, you have defeated a steel fang wolf. Suhu shouts the command, arise. The shadow goblin instantly vanishes. A different dark silhouette slowly materializes, startling both Professor Im-yun and the remaining goblin soldier. It looks left, then right. Realizing all its companions have disappeared, it starts to look utterly heartbroken. System, you have defeated a steel fang wolf. Hearing the notification, the last goblin knows its time is up, tears well in its eyes as it weeps silently. System, you have leveled up. Suho extends his hand toward the wolf's corpse and begins the summoning chant Arise. A bewildered voice rings out from behind him. Suho suddenly realizes something and snaps his head up. Professor I Am Yun can't believe someone of the same rank as him could single-handedly wipe out those wolves. He blurts out, your physical abilities are way beyond E rank, and you even have a skill that controls monster corpses. Suho scratches his face awkwardly, thinking, I got way too into it. How am I supposed to explain this now? After a pause, he finally speaks. Well, in the end, unable to come up with a decent excuse, he simply says, I really am just E rank. Professor I Am Yun takes one look and knows he's lying. He thinks to himself, could it be that he's deliberately hiding his true rank for some reason? Right at that moment, the system chimes in with a new notification. Suho glances at Ithai's expression shifts to one of surprise. System 2 alerts displayed. First notification, a new quest has appeared. System second urgent quest, eliminate the threat. Quest an entity wants you dead. Defeat it to ensure your survival. Targets 1 defeated 0. Suho frowns in confusion. A quest. He turns his gaze toward the tunnel the wolves emerged from, thinking just one enemy. I already took out every wolf I could see. So why? Suho catches on and realizes that means there's still another enemy out there. As if on cue, footsteps approach. Professor I Am Yun spots the figure and lets out a confused huh. Suho remains calm, watching the person emerge slowly from the tunnel, the figure growing clearer with each step. Professor I Am Yun recognizes the silhouette and exclaims, that's someone from the assault team. He rushes forward. We're saved. Those magic beasts suddenly ambushed us out of nowhere. The situation in there is a total disaster. What's going on over? But Suho's eyes widen. He shouts, wait. Suho's gaze flashes with alarm as he screams, dodge. Professor I Am Yun still doesn't understand what's happening. Kim Yongjin swings a vicious slash straight at him. Suho yanks him back just in time with blade, only shatters Professor I Am Yun's glasses. Suho grabs him by the collar, pulling him out of the way of the follow-up attacks. He exclaims in shock, the wolf pack is still here and Du Yun has lost consciousness. Kim Yongjin shouts out orders to attack. Suho steadies a noggin and finds him a safe spot while cursing. Damn it, another hunter losing his mind. Since when did hunters start turning into monsters? He observes the text floating above Kim Yongjin's head. Fang Wang possessed and shivers. The color of his name. Suho recalls the previous fight. The redder the name, the more dangerous the enemy. I've experienced the terrifying power of a red name firsthand. His first decision, the best option right now, is to grab the teacher and run. But then a thought lingers. However, Suho turns to Baru and asks, Baru, he's not a monarch like me, right? Baru replies seriously, though he carries the aura of a monarch. In reality, he falls far short. But at your current level, you cannot defeat this enemy. Suho hears this and starts selecting weapons from his inventory, muttering, all right then. Baru asks with a hint of surprise, what do you mean? Multiple swords materialize from the ground around him. He explains, the system guarantees I can develop safely, right? If it assign me this quest, that means I have the ability to beat that thing. I need to get stronger as fast as possible if I want to see my parents again. The moment he finishes speaking, his pack of shadow wolves launches a coordinated assault on Kim Yongjin, who obliterates them all in a single strike. Kim Yongjin's face is absolutely terrifying now. He's completely lost his mind, becoming a true demon. Suho grips his weapon, stance battle-ready, and declares with iron resolve, I will defeat him and get stronger fast. Massive beasts lunge forward, jaws gaping wide. Suho clenches the sharp weapon in his hand and speaks with fierce determination. I will defeat him and get stronger fast. Around him, countless swords are driven into the ground beneath a gloomy atmosphere. Baru hovers in midair. The young monarch, the image of Suho, standing tall and unyielding against the monsters. Up to this point, he has overcome countless unimaginable trials, and the young monarch will never back down. Baru flies behind him, though he is still weak. His silhouette radiates the bearing of a true monarch. Fang Wang grits his teeth and steps forward. Power radiates outward. A voice speaks his true form is a sword. Cut off his hand, it says. He'll lose connection to the host and won't be able to move. If you sever his hand, he'll lose connection to the host and won't be able to move anymore. I understand. He seems to have noticed something. Fang Wang screams and a pack of steel, Fang wolves charges straight at him. One clamps down on the sword with a vicious glare. Suho stares in surprise, pointing ahead. Whoa, I only poured in a little mana, and they actually stood up. Baru flies beside him. These are the basics of shadow soldiers. As long as you have mana, they can revive indefinitely. Sharp slashes carve through the wolves. So how do you find the strength of shadow soldiers? Fang Wang relentlessly attacks the wolves. Suho looks at Baru confused. The shadow soldier's strength. Baru looks awkward. That's probably because the young monarch's mana is still a bit weak. Fang Wang's eyes go wide. How is this possible? The sword in his hand erupts with crimson smoke as he brings it crashing down. How can a lowly creature like you wield the power of the shadow monarch? Suho stares at him. What? It can talk. Baru roars in fury. How dare you call the shadow monarch's bloodline a lowly creature? Fang Wang bares his razor-sharp teeth. The shadow monarch's bloodline. I can't believe we'd meet in a place like this. He screams, the sworn enemy of Wang. Then Fang Wang swings his sword forward. His eyes flash with light and an axe materializes in Suho's hand. He says, let's warm up by testing each other's strength. The two clash sharp slashes tear through the air, sending rocks and debris flying. Suho fixes his sharp gaze ahead. Just as I thought. Red Name, you handled that pretty well. Weapons rise from the ground below. Fang Wang lets out a thunderous roar. Suho swings his hand forward, swords follow his gesture. Let's go with overwhelming numbers. Fang Wang slashes wildly in every direction. Baru watches from behind. Royal authority. He's been using it since he was just a child. The slash cleaves the sword clean in half, but the swords keep getting destroyed one after another. Fang Wang Rorshi's power is immense. Suho flinches. The sword in his hand is instantly shattered to pieces. Fang Wang charges forward. Suho is stunned. Goblin's weapon disintegrates in a single blow. Suho quickly dodges the attacks. If he keeps attacking like this, there's no way to counter. He grows anxious. One clean hit and he's done for. The longer this fight drags on, the lower his chances of winning drop. Fang Wang screams, are you going to keep running like a coward? A pathetic coward like you probably only hides behind the Shadow Monarch and his shadow soldiers. Suho's anger flares. Hey, you shouldn't insult other people's parents like that. He keeps dodging the attacks. Despite the taunts, he still doesn't have the confidence to close the distance. Damn it, if only I had just a little more power, Suho mutters. Baru, I have a question. If my seal was broken, why hasn't my power returned since I climbed the tower? Baru explains, your power was sealed since childhood. In a sense, you're only regaining the strength you had back then. If all your power were fully released, you'd crush them without breaking a sweat. It continues, that place was neither illusion nor reality. It was simply a test to evaluate whether you could fully unleash your potential. Your physical power would vanish whether you passed the test or not. Baru raises a finger. In short, it was nothing more than a game. Your experience in the tower wasn't useless either. Remember your fighting spirit and your emotions. Fang Wang's blade comes crashing down at Suho, leaps back in the nick of time. I still remember those emotions. In the tower, I fought with nothing but my bare hands. If only I still had those gloves from back then. Suho realizes these are the basics of shadow soldiers. As long as I have mana, I can revive them indefinitely. Baru flies closer. Come to think of it, Baru can change shape at will. If that's the case, Steel Fang shadows riser eyes. Fang Wang continues slashing relentlessly. Same old trick again. Can't you tell that move is useless against me? The wolves lunge. He screams, let me send you off first. The wolf's eyes turn, Savage's entire body transforms. Suho flicks his hand. Fang Wang brings his sword crashing down with a satisfied grin, then something confuses him. The sword has been blocked. Steel Fang Wolvestrally living up to the name. System Shadow Soldier Steel Fang Wolf LV. One has morphed into Steel Gauntlet. Notification Shadow Extraction skill has leveled up. Shadow Extraction LV. 2 Shadow Authority, no mana cost required. Shadow Soldier forms can be freely altered at will. Suho says, with this, I can go toe-to-toe with you. Both of them charge forward, attacking each other head-on. Baru hovers high above, trembling. Oh my god, he's using shadow soldiers as weapons. The Shadow Monarch once mastered the darkness itself, controlling shadows at will after surpassing countless levels. But the current young monarch has only just awakened his shadow power. His strength barely matches a freshly hatched ant. Yet without anyone to guide him, he's leveling up the power of darkness on his own. Suho strikes hard, his fighting spirit radiating from the very start of the battle. He possesses the aura of a king. Fang, the devil Rahan, takes the hits and flying, his sword knocked from his grip. Suho even channels shadow power into the attack. The devil Rahan reels in shock at Suho's overwhelming might. Oh, my monarch! Suho's eyes turn razor-sharp. The devil Rahan is struck and hurled backward. A massive boom rocks the air. Debris scatters everywhere. Rahan screams as shards fly upward and the axe on the ground launches into the sky. The young monarch, Suho, snatches the axe and rockets toward the devil Rahan. He cleaves straight into him. Suhu's gaze is ice cold, truly a genius. Suhu speaks, his voice frigid. I'll admit I was concerned about your red name. But I never once worried about whether I could beat you. Baru chimes in from beside him. I never doubted for a second that you would win, my lord. The young monarch hears this and simply replies, that's the most blatant lie I've ever heard. Baru glances down at his newly transformed arm. Suhu grins with satisfaction. Still, I learned a new way to fight, not a bad haul. He raises his arm. A notification window appears with selectable options. System quest completion, reward available. System confirmed to collect reward. Notification quest reward pending. Reward the following items are ready for collection. Reward whirlwind/skill stone received. Notification you have acquired the skill whirlwind/skill whirlwind/LV. 1. Active skill mana cost 50. Description: the power of a swirling vortex is channeled into your blade. Effect/attack capable of striking multiple enemies simultaneously. Suhu plants his feet firmly on the ground. This skilled one reward I wanted most. I already know how to use it. It feels like pure instinct. He glances behind him. System trial duration has ended. His transformed arm dissolves, reverting to its original state. Suhu looks down at the ground. I need a weapon. The sword lying on the ground seems to be thinking. How humiliating. Unbelievable. I lost to a mere descendant of the Shadow Monarch. A surge of dark power envelops the blade. But even so, this isn't over. Human greed is bottomless after all. Suhu crouches down and reaches for the sword. Yes, the moment you touch me, I'll devour your body whole. The sword is slowly lifted. Item acquired: Rahan's fang claws. Suhu hoists the sword skyward with a powerful swing. This definitely looks cooler than Gon Bin's weapon. The soul within the sword is stunned. I inherited the power of Yowangiat. I can't even possess the body of this brat. Suhu smiles. Time to test out my new skill. Notifications continue to flood in. Blessing grace of the Archmage Kandaru. System: the Archmage Kandaru has bestowed a blessing upon you. Effect grants a reinforced body and robust vitality. Passive continuous effect. Immunity grants immunity to all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects. Regeneration: enhanced growth and recovery during sleep. Suhu grips the sword tight, angling the blade behind him, then raises it. Hai's eyes decisive, cold as steel. He launches off the ground. The earth beneath him shatters into pieces. Skill activated: whirlwind slash. The ground cracks and splinters apart. Suhu surveys the destruction with a proud look. The mana drain from a single use is going to be a problem. But damn, I love the destructive power behind it. Biru flies over and speaks up. You reacted very differently from when you first witnessed shadow extraction, my lord. The power of darkness is thousands of times greater than this, you know. A man buried in the wreckage suddenly sits upright. Thud. Suhu flinches in surprise. Teacher, you're awake. The man rubs his head and speaks. Suho, what happened? Suhu jolts and blurts out. I think it's going to take a while to explain everything. Let's head outside and talk while we walk. The streets are bustling with people. Suhu turns around and says, I'll go check if there are any survivors left in the dungeon first. The man behind him nods in agreement. All right. Suhu steps forward and stands before a glowing, swirling vortex. He's only E-rank an awakener with a summoning skill. The man ponders. It's a minor detail. But how did Suho become so powerful? He watches the young men chatting up ahead. Father doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that Suho saved everyone. Their voices rise. Don't worry, he's fine. I can't believe this actually happened. The wolves' howls rip through the air. They lunge, charging straight at Suho. Notifications cascade in rapid succession. System: Steel Fang Wolf defeated. Steel Fang Wolf defeated. Level up. Suho rubs his head. There's still a decent number of beasts around here. Biru flies down and gazes at the wolf carcass on the ground. They're loaded with EXP, my lord. You can't afford to miss these. He shivers. Hey. Suhu looks up at the sword floating in midair. Why did your attack power suddenly drop? The sword seems to respond. HMPH. Do you really think I would serve the descendant of the Shadow Monarch? Rakan's Fang. Type sword. A blade forged from the fangs of the monster king, Rakan. The vengeful spirit of Rahan resides within this blade. If a weakling possesses it, their body can be overtaken. Effect: weakling repulsion. You can inflict fear status on the target for 1 minute. Critical wound effect. You have a 15% chance to deal true damage, doubling the damage output. Biru flies toward the sword. A skill that makes you stronger when facing someone weaker. What a magnificent skill. Pathetic. The sword immediately retorts. Pathetic. Is there any hunter out there who hunts prey stronger than themselves? Biru fires back. The young monarch defeated Yaoso. He must be quite powerful, wouldn't you say? The sword stammers at that. Suho thinks to himself, first a talking ant, now a talking sword, what a headache. He looks at the gem cart before him, each step echoing on the ground. They stand in the main hall of the dungeon surrounded by rubble and earth, corpses littering the floor. Suho watches intently as Baru flies toward them. It seems everyone here is already dead. The sword flies over and speaks up. HMPH, I only kill anyone who sets foot in my territory. Protecting Ya Wang's domain is my duty. Suddenly, it gets snatched midair. Suho drives the sword hard, slamming it into the ground. Shut up for a second. A wave of dark energy radiates around him. The shadow extraction skill can be used on this target. Suho asks, can I perform shadow extraction on humans? Baru replies, as long as they are dead, your grace can turn anyone into one of your soldiers. He raises one hand, then slowly extends the other. With a body in each hand, he turns and walks away. Baru speaks up, surprised. Your grace isn't going to perform shadow extraction. No, Suho replies. Forcing the dead to fight that's nothing short of punishing them. Baru watches him from behind. Young monarch, that cloth is already soaked in blood. Suho turns to look. Baru, you said this is the sacred ground of the monarch, right? Yes, that's correct. Suho continues. And what about the fact that my father and his predecessor killed that monarch? Does this have anything to do with Itarism? Itarism is the monarch's current enemy, Baru says. All you need to know is that the monarchs were your father's enemies in the past. There are 9 monarchs in total, including you and Jinnu. It continues, Your Grace. The great sovereign, your father, was also the shadow monarch, the king of death. The remaining monarchs are the king of beasts Ya Wang, the monarch of plagues the insect, sovereign the monarch of the iron body, the Usura king, the monarch of white flames, demon king the monarch of giants, progenitor king the monarch of frost, ice sovereign the monarch of transfiguration, the phantom king, and the monarch of destruction, the dragon king, the destroyer. Baru continuous every one of those 9 monarchs possessed power so terrifying that no mortal could comprehend it. But when they descended upon earth, 8 of those monarchs fell at the hands of Zhenyu. Suho is stunned. Father did all that. The sword, still embedded in the ground, speaks up. Indeed, the shadow monarch was the eternal nemesis who slew my master Ya Wang. If I had the strength, I would have executed you on the spot. Descendant of the shadow monarch, I'd hack you into pieces and toss you to the wolves. Suho falls silent, then speaks. I understand where you're coming from. He explains, my father defeated the other monarchs to protect the earth, and you protect this place from intruders. You're both just fighting to protect what you hold dear. However, there's still a difference, Suho continues. You attacked me simply because you assumed I was his descendant. He steps forward. If your mission is to protect this place, then wasn't it foolish to oppose my father? Someone even Ya Wang couldn't defeat. Rakan's Fang is stunned. What? Suho says, I want to find my parents' people I still can't reach because of the outer gods. To do that, I'm willing to borrow anyone's power. He says to the sword, if Itarism invades, this place won't be safe either. Help me and I'll help you protect this place. Suho falls silent after speaking. Rakan's Fang thinks, he wants me to join forces with the descendant of the shadow monarch. Suho grips the sword's hilt. What did you just say? He kneels gently and declares, the shadow and the beast king shall stand on the same side. The sky is a clear blue. People bustle through the streets. A man sits beside a girl, laughing and jotting down notes. Can you tell us in detail about yesterday's incident? Where exactly was the D-rank dungeon attack squad wiped out? The man sitting across picks up a hot cup of coffee and smirks. Mr. Amagun, the survivor of yesterday's incident. I'll tell you everything. He thinks if people learn of Suho's heroic actions, Suho will be treated better, Revan, if he's just an E-rank hunter. This would be a good chance to repay him. That night the article was posted online. An E-rank hunter had charged into the dungeon to save the hunters trapped inside. The article included eyewitness accounts of an E-rank hunter sprinting toward the monsters to rescue everyone. There were also testimonies from the people he had saved. A man scratches his head with a pen. Isn't it about time we hired some guards? The Black Turtle Guild, managed by the second branch office. A man in the room speaks. Yes, they've been furious, demanding more manpower to gather intelligence. I think we should recruit more E-rank hunters. Li Yangho, the manager of the second branch, reads the news and says, I'll send you a candidate. What do you think of him? The other man reads through the information, mulling it over. Let's see. An E-rank hunter who operated alongside a D-rank squad evacuated the excavation team and carried the injured out of the dungeon. Hold on, an E-rank hunter pulled all that off. Li Yangho chuckles. If a major guild like ours recruits him, don't you think it'll make waves in the media? He looks at Suho's file on the desk. A hero rises from the E-ranks. I'll try to reach out to him right away. Young-ho sets the phone down and stands, asking his subordinate with confidence. Have you gotten a response from Hunter Cheng Suhu yet? A fresh E-rank rookie like him getting an invitation from the Black Turtle Guild must be thrilled. The employee stares at his computer screen. Looking awkward, well, he declined the offer. Young-ho immediately flares up. What did you just say? He can't believe his ears. His voice rises in disbelief. He rejected us. The Black Turtle Guild, some fresh E-rank rookie hunter, rejected a major guild like ours. How is that even possible? The employee, calmer than his superior, adds cautiously. Apparently, he doesn't want to join any guild at all. Upon hearing this, Young-ho erupts again, visibly irritated. A hunter who doesn't want to join any guild? Does he think he's S-rank or something? The relatively more composed employee says, well, I think he'll reach out soon enough. He'll realize just how hard it is being a hunter, with no guild backing him up. He'll understand eventually how brutal it is to be a hunter without a guild. Meanwhile, Suho receives even more guild invitations. He stares at his phone screen and lets out a sigh. Suho looks at the pile of invitations, completely fed up. I've gotten so many guild invitations ever since I came out of that dungeon. Baru, on the other hand, is rather encouraging. Many covet your grace's talent. The young monarch suhadries his hair, puzzled. But they all just want to hire me as a guard or scout. Why are so many people inviting me, though? Little does he know this is the handiwork of his esteemed mentor. Suho flops down onto the couch and mutters, joining a guild would interfere with the system's leveling progression. I have no reason to join one. After making his stance clear, he glances at the sword beside him. So shall we pick up where we left off? Rakan's fang, a few hours earlier. Suho grips the sword's hilt and speaks. What do you think? He declares firmly, the shadow and the fang were made for each other. The sword hears this and can't help but brood, its heart racing. What the hell is this guy saying? How can he say something so absurd so matter-of-factly? But the sword cannot deny one thing perhaps. The shadow could be an ally instead of an enemy. At that moment, it makes a demand in exchange for cooperation. With one condition, take me to another of Ye Wang's sacred grounds. Back to the present, Suho asks the sword, do you know where that place is? Rakan's fang affirms, I know the location of Ye Wang's sacred ground, no matter how far it may be. It continues to reveal more. I can sense that the gate leading to it has already vanished. What humans call a dungeon break has occurred there. Based on this information, Suho says calmly, then the sacred ground must be a wild dungeon. A wild dungeon forms when a dungeon break occurs at an unguarded gate, and monsters overrun the surrounding land, turning it barren and desolate. Before setting out, he doesn't forget to send a message to his family. Uncle, I'll be stepping out for a bit. Don't worry if you don't see me. He mutters to himself, there, I've texted Uncle. After that, he gears up and slings the sword over his back, shouting for dramatic effect. Time to hit the road. A moment later, Suho arrives at the foot of a mountain range. Suho stands before the iron gate, staring inside for a long while. His face pales as he asks for confirmation. It's really this place? Fang Wang replies, yes. Suho looks at the sign reading, Wanok's Mountain Hina Guild access only, and lets out a groan. This is rough. It's definitely property of a hunter guild. He stands before the towering barbed wire fence and reads the information about the mountain's owner. Trespassing is illegal, and this Hina guild was founded by people who used to run with a gang. They're terrifying. Baru immediately chimes in with his opinion. You should not heed the words of this lowly creature. Young monarch. Instead, I suggest we focus on leveling, but before he finishes, Suho's eyes light up. Confused, he asks, Sire, what are you doing? A faint blue aura wraps around Suho's hand. He smirks, ready to go in. Baru asks again, what about the Hina guild? He crushes a surveillance camera with telekinesis as he replies, I have my own way. Suho clenches his fist tight. The surveillance camera crumples instantly. He watches the camera teetering off the pole and grins. There, no more evidence. Baru, ever the veteran butler, can't help but comment. The way you handle things reminds me so much of Lord Zhenyu. Once the camera is dealt with, Suho vaults straight over the fence. He strolls into the mountain with his sword slung casually over his shoulder. He notices the strange mist surrounding the area and grows curious. Do all field dungeons have this blue haze? Baru answers patiently, this is mana from the outer universe. It breaches the dimensional walls and causes sickness throughout the world. This haze is what allows the sacred ground to breach the dimensional walls and link with Earth. He conveniently adds some more knowledge while he's at it. Entities in the outer universe are trying to tear open a massive hole in three-dimensional space to send their armies through. More mana means greater vulnerability to cross-dimensional displacement, just like us. After hearing how it all works, Suho flashes a grin and concludes, so it'll still be a while before the strongest ones make it here, right? Seeing Baru's silence, he starts cutting loose. Then I need to move fast and level up. In the blink of an eye, several monsters appear before him, the ones hanging from or perched on tree branches, resembling ugly, cold-eyed monkey's dagger claw virga. The ones on the ground, snarling with bared fangs, resembling Black Panther's break shadow Rajan. Fang Wang emerges from its sheath on its own and speaks. Time to show what I can do. Seeing its unexpected eagerness, Suho says with satisfaction, "Huh, you're actually reliable, but I won't be using you as my primary weapon." Fang Wang is stunned. "Huh," Suho cracks his knuckles and charges in with his fists. "I've figured out my attack method." Suho starts with an uppercut to the jaw of a break shadow Rajan. "I'll use guided melee combos as my foundation." Next, he beckons with a finger using the skill ruler's hand, while controlling Fang Wang to slash a distant enemy and kicking one away at close range. He explains the strategy using royal authority to support attacks across mid to long range. After Fang Wang finishes off its target, he recalls it to his hand. Then he mows down the rest with the skill gale slash. The unfortunate monsters stand no chance. I'll use multiple weapons so the enemy can never predict my moves. After wiping out the group, Suho activates 2 streams of Energione Black, 1 pale blue. A pair of dark blue-black gauntlets materialize on his arms. He strikes a pose, and that concludes this one-man presentation. Grab extra gear to perform shadow extraction. This is my new fighting style. Baru, acting like a total fanboy, showers him with praise. That was so cool. Oh, young monarch. Meanwhile, Fang Wang falls into deep thought. So this is the power of the Shadow Monarch's bloodline. Watching Suho fight makes it realize many things, and it sighs in admiration. The more enemies there are, the longer the battle drags on and his power grows by using the Fallen. No wonder we lost the war. Shortly after finishing off the monsters, he performs shadow extraction. In the blink of an eye, Suho has gained 5 new pets. Looking at the adorable shadows standing obediently before him, he says with satisfaction, "Now I can command 5 shadow soldiers, since my intelligence stat has increased." But Baru, having served the old monarch for so long, instinctively criticizes, compared to Lord Zhenyu. This is truly pathetic, only to get flicked hard on the head by his new boss without a shred of mercy. Shut it. After the one-sided slaughter, the group continues deeper into the forest, until Fang Wang stops and says, "Here." It reveals that this was once the location of the gate to the sacred ground. From Suho's vantage point, he can make out what appears to be a warehouse or some kind of secret base. He watches patiently and spots a few people standing guard near a small charcoal fire. "Huh, seriously? There are still people here this late?" Baru remarks, "They sure work hard." Suho observes for a while, then realizes something doesn't add up. But why are they out here this late? Hunting during the day would make more sense. Just as he's wondering, a convoy of vehicles appears. The people at the base open the gate and clear the way for the vehicles to enter. Moments later, an armored vehicle emerged down to the wheel spools to a stop inside the base. The scene below makes Suho's expression darken with fury. Several people, men and women alike, are herded out of the vehicle, each blindfolded with their hands bound. He is speechless. To make matters worse, one of the blindfolded girls catches the attention of a thug who starts toying with her. Suho asks quietly, "Baru, am I witnessing a kidnapping right now?" Baru frowns at the sight. It appears so. He knows the Suho family's temperament all too well. He quickly advises, "Young monarch, we've already trespassed. It would be best not to interfere. If they discover you're trespassing, your hunting rights." But it's already too late. He turns to look but where Suho once stood. Only a thin wisp of smoke remains. Baru startles and whips his gaze toward the base, only to find his young monarch already gone. He's gone. A father who's a police officer specializing in violent criminals, and a grandfather who's a legendary firefighter. Cheng Suho, age 20, owner raised under the guidance of those 2 men. Right now, the girl trembles in fear as a corrupt hunter strokes her cheek, tears streaming down her face. The hunter senses Suho's killing intent and whips around with a cold glare, but Suho's foot is already descending toward the crown of his skull. He has long since formed the habit of acting before thinking when it comes to protecting the innocent. Suho descends upon the hunter like a wrathful god. His boot stamps down, caving in the hunter's face. At this sight, every single pet felt a pang of dread for their own futures. Baru pressed a hand to his forehead, powerless to intervene. The other hunters saw their comrade ambushed and froze up in shock. He planted a kick and landed as fast as a bolt of lightning. The hunter hit the ground, flat on his back. One downed, he shifted his gaze to the rest of them. The other hunters only just managed to react. The one with the buzz cut roared furiously. "Why you?" Meanwhile, another one helped the ponytail guy back to his feet. That was when Suho's rationality finally kicked back in. Panic surged through him. Oh no, he'd already made the first move. Only now did Suho feel the headache hit. Trespassing on another guild's territory was illegal. What now? Then his brain fired up and spat out a solution. Suho grabbed a shadow at random and summoned it. The shadow compressed itself into a mask and covered his face. He straightened up, regained his composure, and launched into a full-blown interrogation. "Given that you've been kidnapping people and putting everyone in danger, what the hell does the Hina Guild think it's doing?" The kidnappers heard that and fired right back, raising their voices in defiance. "That's what we should be asking you. You didn't just trespass on our territory, you even attacked us. Do you have a death wish?" Words exhausted, the buzz-cut leader snarled an order to kill him. The hunters heard the command and charged in without hesitation. The one in front thrust his spear relentlessly. Suho weaved left and right, dodging effortlessly. He evaded on one hand and assessed the overall strength of his opponents on the other. He'd already scanned them. The average level of Hina's members was D rank should hold back, just to be safe. Battle plan locked in. Suho threw a savage uppercut. The unlucky bastard who caught it flew backward like he'd been shot out of a cannon. The guy crashed into another one on the way, and both of them smashed into the wall. The others felt the raw force behind that punch and froze mid-step-only to see Suho already airborne. He split his legs midair, each foot caving in a different enemy's face. Baru watched the scene and felt his heart swell with emotion. The young monarch had served him since he was still in diapers, and he couldn't help but feel proud. He had grown so powerful that what humans called D-rank awakeners were no longer a match for him. Baru was deeply moved. Suho, on the other hand, hadn't expected them to be this weak. He scratched his cheek and muttered, "Too easy." System status window updated name Suho level 16 class tireless title none HP 2. 350 MP 235 SDR 33 VIT 25 AGI 25 INT 25 WIS 25 available points 0. A few minutes later, Suho had the rogue hunters hogtied into one big bundle. Every single one of them was beaten so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. He dusted off his hands, shaking loose the grime. When Baru's voice chimed in, "You handled them cleanly, young monarch." Young monarch, the people he'd saved finally gathered enough courage to approach. A girl spoke on their behalf. "Thank you for saving us. Are you from the Hunter Association?" Suho flinched and gave a hasty reply. Sure, something like that." He told them, "I'll handle things here. Get somewhere safe." The civilians, still reeling from the shock of the kidnapping, couldn't stop trembling. Fortunately, they still had enough composure left to drive away from this nightmare. Watching the car disappear into the distance, a question nagged at him. But why was the Hina Guild kidnapping people in the first place? The Fang of Rahan cut through Suho's curiosity. Its voice was grave. "I can sense it," Suho frowned. "Sense what?" The Fang of Rahan's gaze drifted toward a building across the way. "The reason I told us to come here, it's over there." Following the Fang's guidance, Suho rolled up a shutter door and peered into the pitch-black room. What he saw inside made his blood run cold. Inside the room were massive iron cages. Scattered around the room were syringes, medicine vials, and traces of habitation inside the cages. He hazarded a guess. They were keeping people locked up in here. Baru sensed a faint, familiar energy and couldn't help but furrow his brow. This energy signature impossible. They looked into one of the cages. Inside was a living creature. Suho squinted at the chained creature in the cage, even more confused now. "They're keeping dogs in here too. What the hell is the Hina Guild trying to pull?" The moment the question left his lips, the cold voice of the blade rang out. "That's not a dog, it's a wolf pup." If you listened closely, there was a tremor in that voice. A descendant of the monarch of Beastia Wang. Suho blurted out in shock. "What?" The Fang of Rahan fell into a memory upon seeing the scene. After Ye Wang was defeated by the Shadow Monarch in battle, he sent a guardian to escort his remaining descendants to the Holy Land. He believed that one day, another Ye Wang could be born as long as his bloodline endured. Then it spoke slowly, honestly. "I didn't even hope for the birth of another Ye Wang." Suho shattered the cage and freed the wolf pup. He gently cradled the pup, while listening to the Fang of Rahan open its heart. He gently held the wolf pup, as the Fang of Rahan confided in him. "I only prayed that his descendants survived." Baru drew close, looked at the pup in Suho's arms, and gave his assessment. I can confirm I've faintly sensed Yo Wang's energy signature in it. Its life force is extremely fragile right now. If left untreated, there's a very real chance it will die. It posed the question, "Young monarch, what will you do?" Seeing the dire state of the small wolf, a pang of pity hit him. Before Suho could answer, a different voice suddenly cut in. Huh. The voice was dripping with arrogance. I cleaned out all the cannon fodder outside, and I thought for sure a few intruders would have made it in here, but there's only one. The shadow mask instantly spread over half his face. Suho's guard shot up. Damn it, there's still one more. When he laid eyes on the owner of that voice, he couldn't hide his surprise. A monster. The speaker was a towering creature with fangs, claws, and thick fur. It didn't bother hiding its contempt. The hyena gildedly useless. They had all those people and still couldn't get the job done. Humans really can't be trusted anymore. The fang of Rahan on Suho's side went rigid the moment it saw the creature. It called out, voice shaking, "Rocky, you're still alive." Suho glanced over, puzzled. "You know him." The fang of Rahan gave a slight nod. He was the guardian assigned to protect Yo Wang's descendants. The creature that looked like it crawled straight out of hell recognized the voice and said, "It really has been a long time, Fang of Rahan. So you're still alive too." The Fang of Rahan saw that indifferent expression and erupted in fury. "Rocky, have you forgotten your duty to protect his descendants?" It couldn't hold back its outrage. "What have you done to let them end up like this?" Rocky narrowed his eyes at the Fang of Rahan with a look of utter disdain. "What did you just say?" In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Suho, demanding, "Human, did you dare lay your hands on what belongs to me?" Rocky snatched the wolf pup back. Suho could barely track Rocky's movement. Too fast, he thought. Before he could even speak, Rocky moved Agin on hand, clutching the wolf pup behind his head, the other swinging at Suho. Suho raised both arms to block on reflex, but this opponent's raw power was on another level entirely. Suho couldn't hold his ground. The force of the blow sent him crashing through the wall, and he still couldn't stop. Baru saw his master getting wrecked and panicked. He shot after him, shouting, "Young monarch!" Suho slammed into a row of shipping containers before finally coming to a halt. Baru was frantic. Seeing his master sitting there dazed, he rushed over. "Young monarch, are you all right?" Suho stared at his own hands and muttered, "Hardest hit I've taken in a while." Seeing Suho's battered state, Baru cried out, "Your head is bleeding." Suho could no longer maintain the shadow mask. He rubbed the back of his neck and groaned, "My head's ringing like a bell, so stop shouting already." System skill endurance has leveled up. Physical resistance increased from 20% to 40%. Seeing that he still seems fine, Baru finally begins his report. "Young monarch, when you arrived here, I faintly sensed the residual trace of a certain type of energy. I just realized what it is. Itarim, I can sense the energy of Itarim coming from him." Hearing those keywords, Cheng Suhu suddenly freezes, his eyes widening with deadly seriousness. Inside the warehouse, Rahan's fang trembles with agitation, screaming its accusation. "Brokey, what do you think you just did to the descendant of Yo Wang?" Brokey suddenly speaks to the sword. "How do you think I managed to maintain this power after losing my sacred ground?" He doesn't wait for an answer and replies himself, "Simple survival of the strongest. The fate of the weak depends on the will of the strong. That the weak be devoured by the strong is only natural." Brokey gazes at the wolf pup in its palm with manic eyes, its maw splitting wide open as it speaks. "This little runt may be weak, but it's a descendant of Yo Wang. You could say it's the finest source of nourishment around." As it speaks, drool streams endlessly from its mouth, sounding rather pleased with itself. "That's why I ate its flesh." Brokey recounts what it did with a tone of sheer glee. The more Rahan's fang listens, the more violently the aura around it flares. "I used to drink its blood regularly. The bloodline of Yo Wang." The sword growls through gritted teeth. Brokey grows more and more fired up as it talks, more excited, its expression increasingly manic as it screams its challenge. "The last thing I'll do is kill every last one of you. What can a cripple like you possibly do on your own?" It's too busy reveling in its insults to notice another enemy silently making its move. The reason he died is simply because he was too weak. Brokey is still fired up. "I've survived this long. I'm strong enough to keep growing stronger." Cheng Suhu flicks his wrist lightly, his hand curling into a two-finger stance. Just as it's about to declare its dominance, a slash cuts across its wristband. The wolf pup tumbles free. "I am the one most fit to succeed the throne of Yo Wang." A second later, Brokey drops its mocking demeanor and stares at its wounded wrist with a grim expression. Baru catches the wolf pup just in time, letting out a contemptuous snort of derision. The sword, Rahan's fang, also responds to his call. It zigzags through the air, dodging Brokey's claws, and lands squarely in his hand. The sword is still bewildered and sorrowful. Cheng Suhu, he grips the sword and speaks gently. I know, you seem quite angry at him, but that works in my favor. I have my own important business with him too. You'll see. At this moment, Cheng Suhu is burning with fury so intense he could lose his mind. A blue aura engulfs him, flickering like raging flames. He declares in an icy voice that this will be the first alliance between Shadow and Fang. Yet deep in his heart, excitement surges. Idarim, he's finally found a lead connected to his father. Brokey, its declaration interrupted, erupts in fury as a blazing red aura bursts forth. It mutters in a deep voice, how infuriating, a mere insect like you dares. A seal suddenly flashes in its eyes. Brokey growls darkly, I will kill you. The system times its notification perfectly. A new quest appears. System Urgent Quest HINA Hunt. Defeat Hina Brokey and ensure your own survival. Quest Objective Defeat Brokey 1. Biru cradles the wolf pup, standing outside the battlefield with a mournful groan, unable to do anything but watch. The wolf pup regains a sliver of strength, trembling as it forces its eyes open. Before it looms the imposing back of Cheng Suhu. At this moment, the tension between the two sides is taut as a bowstring neither dares blink. The system once again announces a new quest. Quest Guidance, System Urgent Quest HINA Hunt. Defeat Hina Brokey and ensure your own survival. Quest Progress Defeat Brokey 1. He immediately zeroes in on the key terms. Hina Brokey. He studies the wolf before Hima. Few things click into place. Now he's curious. Where exactly did they get their guild name? How can a monster both run a guild and hunt people at the same time? Don't tell me this has something to do with the Idarim. Just as the two sides are about to clash, members of the Hina Guild speak up. Lord Brokey, please release us. The hunters facing the battlefield plead earnestly. That one's no ordinary opponent. We'll help you take him down. For Cheng Suhu right now, Brokey alone is already a handful. He certainly won't allow it to gain reinforcements. He swings his sword with determination and declares, I won't let that happen. But before he can do anything, he sees Brokey open its maw wide toward the Hina Guild members. Before the horrified group can even scream, Brokey snaps its jaws shut and swallows their heads whole in one bite. It moves too fast, too brutal. Cheng Suhu watches in stunned disbelief. What? After swallowing, it wipes its muzzle and turns toward Cheng Suhu, mumbling as if answering the dead men's pleas. You think I'd need help fighting someone like him? Those who don't know their place deserve to be torn apart on the spot. No one knows when. Cheng Suhu has already closed the distance between them. He shouts coldly, Brokey. A powerful sword strike swings down. Brokey raises its claws to block. In this very instant, his fury reaches its peak. He is enraged. Despite having just wrecked them all minutes ago, his anger only intensifies as he demands furiously. How dare you kill people for a reason like that? In Brokey's eyes, the weak are nothing but insects. It sneers with contempt. Deciding whether the weak live or die is the privilege of the strong. It swings its arm and slams him into the wall, continuing, those who hold power don't need a reason to take whatever they want. Though sent flying, this time he doesn't lose control like before, skillfully activates a skill to land feet first against the wall. But the danger is far from over. Acting on instinct, he lifts his head to see Brokey lunging at the wall. Cheng Suhu once again activates the ruler's hand to dodge, relying on the massive power gap between them. It keeps attacking wherever he lands, but Cheng Suhu deftly evades every strike. Every time its claws or feet make contact, another crater forms. Brokey attacks without restraint, growing more aggressive and bloodthirsty with each blow. After several misses, it rakes its claws in a vicious swipe, razor-sharp talons shredding straight through the wall. Only after its wild assault does Brokey sense the danger closing in. It looks up just in time to see Cheng Suhu descending from above. The surrounding space walls reduced to rubble. He swings the sword in his hand, his arm fast as the wind slashes in a single second. In his mind, he whispers storm slash. However, the seemingly impressive barrage barely scratches it. Brokey burst into a despicable, mocking grin. That's all you've got. You're going to disappoint the Fang King's heir. But the moment it finished mocking him, Rahan's fang plunged straight into its chest. That wasn't all. Suho kept flicking his fingers, commanding the blade with cold precision. I'm not done yet. Vortex, he called out. The sword immediately spiraled into a helix, threatening to bore a hole clean through its chest. Rahan's fang continued to spin like a drill bit on one side, relentless in its assault, while on the other it wept for its former comrade. Brokey, how did you end up like this? It couldn't hold back its emotions, desperate to know the reason. You once revered Lord Rahan, and swore your undying loyalty to him. What could have changed you so? These words of reproach made Brokey freeze. For a fleeting moment, the image of a tall, imposing silhouette surfaced in its mind questioning itself. Did I truly revere Rahan? But the instant it recalled that familiar back, golden sigils erupted and overwrote the memory. The sigils blazed in Brokey's eyes, their radiance exploding outward. Brokey became agitated, seizing the sword. No, it viciously raked a claw across it, shattering the blade into pieces, and screamed. No, it howled like a maniac, as if brainwashing itself. The sliver of clarity that had just surfaced vanished without a trace. I never respected him. Back then I had no choice but to submit to his power. That scream sounded wretched. I will never go back to that cowardly life. Seeing Brokey suddenly go berserk, he worried for his ally and shouted urgently. Yes, the moment Brokey finished off the sword, it immediately lunged at Suho. With a mocking sneer, "You're so worried about others, aren't you? You worm!" He couldn't dodge. His body exploded with pain, eyes widening as a thought flashed through his mind. The agony it felt like his bones were about to shatter. Even so, Suho hadn't given up. The image of Zhenyu flashed through his mind. But when he thought of his father fighting somewhere out there, he dropped to one knee, lowering his center of gravity to keep from falling. At the same time, dark shadows converged toward both his hands. In an instant, gauntlets forged from shadow took shape. Suho didn't hesitate. He charged forward and threw a full-power punch, his heart burning with a single resolve: I cannot fall here. What followed was an explosive exchange of fists and kicks. Biru watched, trembling with excitement. My young lord! Rahan's fang sword shattered completely. Even the gemstone embedded in the blade had cracked. The fractures let the enchanting power within leak out continuously. Rahan's fang despaired, yearning, lost in endless thought, until it heard a young, feral growl. The shattered sword, the fading power falling into slumber. Is this the end? The survival of the Fang King's heir? The future of the Fang tribe? Every burden rested on a single pair of shoulders. The wolf called out, I still want to fight, I want to fight. That was the sound coming from the young wolf, battered and broken, yet still struggling to stand. Seeing the fierce determination in the young wolf's eyes, the sword spirit was stunned, then quickly realized this was Rahan's descendant. I understand now. Its gaze shifted to the battlefield beside them, catching the exact moment Suho and Brokey were trading blow for blow. At that moment, golden light engulfed the young wolf's body, and its eyes blazed with the same radiance. The sword spirit thought to itself, have I been moved by the fighting spirit of Cheng Suhu? At last, the sword spirit found its own path. The aura engulfing it erupted like wildfire. I remember now. The one thing I can still do is pass all my remaining power to the Fang King's heir. By its will, the entirety of Rahan's fang sword transformed into a blaze of radiant, fire-like light. That fire poured entirely into the young wolf's body. Its wounds vanished in an instant, and the wolf grew rapidly in size. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Brokey pressed the attack. Suho raised both arms in an M-shaped guard, but was sent flying. This time, he slammed straight into an armored vehicle. The entire front end and chassis crumpled on impact. He slid down from the dent and collapsed to the ground. Suho gasped for air, completely spent. He couldn't get back up to fight. System HP, updated, remaining 212,350. Though cornered with his back to the wall, he still refused to give up. His fists clenched tight, and he thought firmly, I believed I had grown stronger. Brokey, holding the dominant advantage, strolled over like a reigning champion. A feral aura exploded around him like a storm as he remarked with contempt, a worm like you lasted longer than I expected. Yet in that very moment, Suho couldn't help but doubt himself, am I going to lose? Brokey opened its maw wide and lunged, claws slashing like a hyena's roaring die. Suho could no longer move. He could only watch helplessly as those claws reached for him. Damn it! At that critical moment, salvation came from an unexpected player. A wolf with eyes blazing golden radiance leaped in, clamping its jaws onto Brokey's arm and blocking the killing blow just in time. Suho stared at the sudden rescuer before him, unable to hide his shock. Brokey yelped in pain from the bite. You! On his solid muscle, fresh tooth marks and several shallow puncture wounds now appeared. The wolf bit down once more, then landed, positioning itself in front of Suho as if to shield him. It bared its fangs and growled fiercely at Brokey, its presence overwhelming and impossible to underestimate. System, the heir of the Fang King, is deeply moved by your fighting spirit. System, do you wish to recruit the heir of the Fang King as an ally? He stared at the majestic wolf before him in disbelief. The heir of the Fang King, that young wolf. Suho blurted out in astonishment. It wants to become my ally. The wolf maintained its stance, eyes locked on the enemy ahead. Brokey also quickly recognized the identity of this new arrival. A descendant of the Fang King. Did you absorb some mana from Rahan's Fang? Upon hearing that, Suho understood the wolf's source of power. It absorbed mana from Rahan's Fang. They sacrificed themselves to protect their heir. System, do you wish to form an alliance with the heir of the Fang tribe? The wolf looked at him at the same time, as if awaiting his answer. He had already made up his mind. His intention had always been to ally with the Fang tribe. He would accept. He raised his finger and selected yes. System alliance formed with the heir of the Fang tribe. The moment the alliance was established, both Suho and the wolf shuddered simultaneously. He faintly sensed something flowing into his mind. Memories flooded in. He saw one large and one small figure sitting together. The larger one spoke, "So you'll be succeeding the Fang King. We've already lost to the Shadow Monarch in this war." That was Brocka from the days when he still served the Fang King. Back then its eyes were a clear, almost innocent shade of brown. It laughed gently, softly stroking the wolf pup's head. After all, only the strong surviving the defeated lose everything. Its eyes burned with fierce conviction as it spoke to the wolf pup. For the future prosperity of the Fang tribe, you must become stronger. The wolf pup savors every gentle stroke, even tilting its head back so Brokey can pet it more easily. But happiness never lasts. One day the wolf pup's face contorts with terror, its body trembling uncontrollably, whimpering as tears stream down. Brokey kneels before a group of strange figures, bizarre sigils floating above their heads. Brokey pants heavily, its expression twisted with defiance. Why didn't you just kill me?" Among them is a woman cradling a baby. The infant, swaddled in cloth, opens its mouth and speaks. "This little monster seems useful enough. That's good enough for me. I'll be taking it." One of them pins Brokey down, while another brings a stone radiating golden light before its eyes. As the stone draws closer, Brokey's pupils quiver violently. Seconds later, Brokey lets out an agonized, blood-curdling scream. The wolf pup watches the scene unfold, crying without a sound. After what feels like an eternity of screaming, Brokey finally falls silent. The one who appears to be their leader speaks with cold arrogance. "Hyena Brocka, from this moment on, your mission is to capture humans alive and bring them to us." With those words, the group departs. The teary-eyed wolf pup rushes to Brokey's side. "What I implanted into your consciousness will amplify your strength and save you in your darkest moments. But its power depends on the one who wields it." But as the wolf pup draws near, it notices Brokey has changed in some terrifying way. It trembles on pure instinct. What happens next becomes a memory that haunts the wolf pup forever. Its heart nearly stops, because Brokey has gone completely berserk. A crimson aura erupts around its body exactly like the one known, and its eyes shift to a blazing gold, matching the final words of the one who caused this tragedy. It can twist and amplify whatever desires lurk within you. Back in the present, Suho reels after witnessing those memories. These are the memories of the Fang descendant. He immediately connects the dots with the intel he already has. Those bastards implanted something in Brokey's eyes. Could they be the super psychics colluding with Lidarim? He also realizes what the wolf before him is truly after. The Fang descendant has no intention of seeking revenge against Brokey. Instead, it seems to be protecting the mindless beast. Now that he knows the truth, Suho's hatred for the ones responsible only burns deeper. If this is really connected to those bastards, then he has no choice and must take Brokey down right here, right now. He sets the goal, but he stays realistic. He knows he isn't strong enough to pull it off alone. Just as despair starts to creep in, another notification arrives. A quest and a newly recruited ally land on him at the same time. It all comes so suddenly his head spins. System: new quest, heirs of the monarch. Quest objective: seek out the monarch's descendants and forge alliances with them. Progress: monarch's descendant allies 18. Reward: bond skill forged through the link between you and the Fang tribe's heir. The notification barely ends before a blazing aura erupts around the wolf's body. At the same time, Suho's own aura detonates outward. He can barely believe the power coursing through him. The two auras resonate, then violently collide and explode. Their combined light fuses into a blinding radiance that nearly sears Brokey's eyes blind. Even Baru is forced to shield his eyes from the glare. He is utterly astonished. The young monarch is accepting a power source entirely different from Lord Geniu's. But the aura is violent, and Brokey is not the type to just stand there and die. It charges at both of them. Suho doesn't even understand what's happening, but Brokey instinctively targets Suho first, lunging with a savage roar. "You think I'll just let you do that?" This time he doesn't dodge. He meets the blow head-on. It's a devastating punch enough to obliterate anything in its path. After the impact, dust and debris billow like a bomb just went off. But Brokey's attack is futile. System bond skill with the monarch's descendant has been successfully established. As the smoke clears, a hand with razor-sharp claws comes into view. A figure emerges from the haze. Black hair has turned silver-white, and a cross-shaped scar now marks his forehead. Suho and the wolf have fused into one. In this form, he possesses the raw strength of the Fang tribe, so that last attack doesn't faze him at all. Suho hasn't even had time to process what just happened. He stares, dumbfounded. System Pet Fusion Level 1 activated. MP consumption 1 per second. Skill info: you may fuse with the Fang tribe's air to amplify your strength. Your senses become beast-like. Now it's Brokey's turn to be shaken. It retracts its claw, its face twisted with shock. What? The Yo-Wang air absorbed by him. Suho sidesteps it with absurd ease. He looks calm on the outside, but inside he's absolutely floored. His body feels light as a feather. Every sense is razor-sharp. The slightest movement lets him weave clear of danger. Brokey swings its claws in a frenzy, but not a single strike lands. He keeps dodging, getting used to this new power until he's ready. Then it's time to counterattack. He snaps a vertical kick that catches Brokey square under the jaw. The terrifying force sends it flying. Brokey howls in agony, blood-like liquid pouring from its maw. What the hell is happening? The sudden power spike from his enemy leaves Brokey reeling. Where did that brat go? Brokey barely regains enough reason to assess the situation when the seal activates again. The sigil swells in size, then rises above its head. No, I can't lose. Unable to resist the seal's compulsion, it charges forward with everything it has. If I lose everything. Biru watches from the sidelines, startled to realize Brokey's mana has spiked. Brokey descends into madness once more, throwing its head back in a deafening roar. I don't care what scheme you're plotting, I will never lose to a mere human. It slashes furiously with its claws. Crimson claw marks streak out like a relentless storm, never ceasing. In the end, the difference in species still translates to a gap in raw power. Brokey alternates between clawing and throwing fists. Suho answers every blow with his own fists. It fights while spouting its racial supremacist tirade, perish with your feeble body. Fist against fist, it creates a scene both spectacular and savage. Suho wins this clash. Brokey's arm gets snapped backward, its wrist twisting like a drill bit. Feeling its arm bones grind and shatter, Brokey's eyes go wide with shock. Notification: you have acquired Skill Martial Arts Level 1. Skill Info: Martial Arts LV 1 passive. No MP consumption. Effect: you gain proficiency in martial arts. Unarmed strike damage increases by 33%. As a loyal vassal to the Shadow Monarch, Biru hears those arrogant, ignorant remarks. He loses his temper instantly. Who gave you the audacity to speak of species superiority in front of the young monarch? He declares in a low, cold voice, no species is more powerful than the great Shadow Monarch. These words make Brokey realize what this brat truly represents. Suho leaps into the air, raises his leg, and gathers brilliant golden power. He swings it down with precision, the concentrated energy crashing straight onto Brokey's head. Strangely, Brokey does not attempt to dodge, standing perfectly still to accept the blow. Deep within the Wanok Mountains, a thunderous boom echoes alongside rolling black smoke. After the strike, Suho releases the Unity state. His silver hair gradually fades. Shortly after, his jet-black hair is restored. The descendant of the Fang King emerges from his body, appearing like a soul separating from its host. Until now, Brokey has been controlled by that stone, obsessively muttering to himself, "Stronger, I must become stronger." The descendant of the Fang King approaches him, licking his wounds as if to soothe the pain in Brokey's mind. Finally, the prismatic shard obscuring Brokey's vision shatters. In the final seconds of his life, he regains consciousness and cries out, "I remember now." With tears in his eyes, Brokey uses his final breath to speak. "The reason I wanted to become stronger. It was a desire from the bottom of my heart. Lord Rakan, I was so angry because I was not strong enough to protect you." After Brokey passes, the wolf's howl sounds truly mournful, like a sob of grief and a final farewell. System Hyena: Brokey has been defeated. You have leveled up. The descendant of the Fang, a small wolf, slowly approaches Brokey. Suho and Biru watch the scene before them, while Biru happily remarks, "Young monarch, you have done well." Suho's expression turns serious as he calls out to Biru. He asks with deep curiosity, "You said you felt the aura of the Itarim coming from Brokey, right?" I just took a quick look at the successor's memories. Recalling the images from Brokey's memories, Suho is suspicious. The hunters who entered the dungeon, where Brokey lived, put something into his eyes. Could they be Itarim? What was their objective in attacking Brokey? Biru begins to speculate. It is unlikely they are Itarim directly. The outer gods never act themselves. Instead, They manipulate star clusters to interfere with causality. However, the actions of those hunters are likely linked to the invasion of this planet. Hearing this, Suho continues, "Then that means the apostles of the Itarim have set foot on Earth." His expression darkens as he hesitates. If only I could obtain more information. If I lose the trail of the Itarim again. Baru speaks up immediately. "There is a way to find out, my lord." Suho replies in surprise. "Really?" An idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Braki definitely has memories regarding the Itarim. If I consume his remains, I can see everything he has experienced. Furthermore, I can restore my mana through that process. A real case of killing two birds with one stone. Standing nearby, Suho looks at Baru with an incredulous gaze and asks, "You even have an ability like that?" Suho then looks toward the small wolf, who is staring fixedly at Braki's corpse. Suho kneels on one knee, reaches out toward the wolf and asks, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place I want to show you." The small wolf watches him silently. Suho waits patiently. Soon after, the small wolf approaches and licks Suho's face. The gesture makes him ticklish, and he breaks into a smile. He takes out a key. Suho turns the key into the purple-black magic circle. Suho and the small wolf start stepping toward the portal. Before crossing, he turns around slightly. "I leave everything to you." "Baru." Hearing his words, Baru panics. "Young monarch, you are too kind." Scene transition to the dungeon. At the same time in the forest, Suho, Baru, and the small wolf are present. While walking, Baru asks, "Young monarch, why are you coming to the dungeon instead of going home?" Suho looks at Baru and replies, "I want to find a new home for this descendant of the Fang." This makes Baru even more confused. Right here in the Shadow Dungeon, Suho looks at the small wolf walking ahead. "I have formed an alliance with the Fang tribe, and he has no guards or a place to live. It's truly pitiful." Suddenly, the system displays an information panel. Notification: your companion, the descendant of the Fang, wants you to name it. Notification: please name the successor of the Fang tribe, descendant of the Fang. After the panel appears, the small wolf lets out a sound. Suho is slightly conflicted, pointing at himself. "You want me to name you?" He then looks at the small wolf, hesitating. Since you have gray fur, let's call you Gray." Baru thinks to himself. His naming sense is no different from Lord Jinwoo's. The small wolf finally has a name: Gray. Ally relationship established, trust and respect level increased. Gray seems very happy. Suho says, "Gray, I designate this forest as the territory of the Fang tribe. Make the most of its advantages." A bark from Gray responds to him. Another notification appears. Notification: a portion of the Shadow Dungeon has been designated as Fang tribe territory. Notification: Gray has been appointed as the Lord of the Fang tribe territory. Suddenly, Suho remembers something and asks, "Baru, what does Gray eat?" Baru answers quickly, "Since he carries the blood of the Fang tribe, I believe he can eat living creatures or monster meat." Hearing Baru's answer, Suho replies with a mocking grin, "Ah, that's perfect." He glances behind him. Suho's eyes lock onto a tree base as he adds, "There are still monsters hiding around here that I haven't wiped out yet. I guess I'll have to have Gray clean them up for me." Indeed, a monster is hiding behind the tree. Moments later, Gray growls and lunges forward. Gray is busy biting the monsters. While Gray fights, Suho sits on a tree branch, smiling with satisfaction and moving with agility. "Gray, I'll handle the looting while you take care of the rest." The status panels appear. Quest reward rewards have been prepared below. Reward 1 5 potential points. Reward 2 title Wolf Slayer. Suho accepts the rewards quickly. The information panel pops up again. Notification: you have obtained the title Wolf Slayer. Title Wolf Slayer, a title awarded to elite hunters who have achieved the feat of exterminating wolf kind. System: when engaging beasts, your stats operate at 40% capacity. Suho asks back, slightly confused, "Wolf Slayer, but Braki is a hyena." Baru hesitates before responding. "Should I just skip the minor details?" Suho reopens the info panel and continues speaking. "More importantly, this quest involves finding successor monarchs and turning them into allies." Baru can't answer either. Lord Zhenyu never had a system like this. Baru continues speaking. "I've heard the leveling system created specifically for you was modified to a certain degree, stripping away the system's malicious intent." He repeats in confusion, "Malicious intent." Baru then recounts the old story to him. In the past, the system's purpose was to push the human named Cheng Zhenyu to grow stronger. The developer's scheme was to turn him into a vessel for the Shadow Monarch. The moment that purpose was fulfilled, his father's soul would have to dissipate. However, his father overturned the system's entire scheme. An image surfaced: a man bearing two masks. In the end, he became the Shadow Monarch by his own hand. Back in the present, Baru continues. He ascended to become the Supreme Being, There's no need for him to level up anymore. Suho asks doubtfully, so is the system trying to make me the next Shadow Monarch? It quickly denies, no. In this world, there can only be one Shadow Monarch. Biru speculates, I believe the system will prioritize a development path tailored for you. It will serve as nothing more than a guide. If any new functions appear, they are designed solely to serve your interests. His eyes glaze over as he murmurs, the purpose of my system. Immediately after, he calls out, open status window. Status window, Changsuhu level 16. Level 16. Classification, none fatigue none. Title Wolf Slayer HP, 2550 MP, 270 SDR 35 VIT 27 Precision 27, INT 27. Perception 27, available points 5. Passive skills none. Active skills Monarch's Authority LV, 1 Shadow Summon LV, 2 Endurance LV, 2 Storm/LV, 1. He stares at his own status window and speaks with bitter self-deprecation. After hearing what you said, I think I roughly understand why my classification is still none. His stats have climbed considerably since the Mist Burners chased him back when his SDR was only at level 1. Thinking about it, he has also acquired quite a few useful skills along the way. But he's still pathetically weak. During the recent incident, if it weren't for Gray and the Link's skills showing up, he would have lost to Brocky long ago. If every quest the system gives me serves what I want, then I will clear every single quest from here on out. After completing all the quests, there's a chance he might meet Father. Suho immediately leaps down from the tree branch. He suddenly asks, oh right, earlier, did you find any trace of Larim in Brocky's memories? Biru answers with difficulty. I tried sifting through his memories, but the apostles who supposedly brainwashed Brocky didn't show up. Suho says with disappointment, so there are no clues at all. Biru speaks up right after. There's one thing he quickly recounts. Humans appeared in his Memoirist ones who helped Brocky establish the Hyena Guild and carried out the kidnappings. Biru says hesitantly, the name of that guild is before he can finish. Suho cuts in startled. A guild, Biru emphasizes. The Reaper Guild. If we dig deeper into that guild, I believe we can learn more about Itarim. At the Reaper Guild headquarters inside, the Vice Director's office, a phone won't stop ringing. A finger pokes at the phone screen. The mysterious Vice Director speaks. What is it? Intig, weren't you supposed to be in Southeast Asia supporting a raid? Intig on the other end says frantically, that's no longer important right now. Have you read the latest news report? You're the one behind the hyena incident, aren't you? The Vice Director responds with perfect calm, playing dumb. Which incident? I don't visit the zoo, so how would I have seen any hyenas? Intig shouts urgently. Li Mingsheng, stop dodging the question. He responds casually. You sound rather unhappy, don't you? Intig says angrily. I've uncovered evidence of your interference with the Hyena Guild. The association will catch on to this soon enough. Mingsheng responds with the same indifferent attitude. What if they question me about it? I'll just say I did nothing. The moment I bring in lawyers, even the association has to shut up. Intig says with irritation from the other end. Even so, don't get too cocky. The law alone might not be strong enough, and the association chairman isn't someone you can mess with easily. He speaks in a commanding tone. You'd better clean this up before I get back. Mingsheng's eyes turn blood red as he lets out a mocking laugh, says everything he wants, and then hangs up on me just like that. That man used to be nothing but Mingsheng's lowly driver. But now that he's reached S-rank, he's become insufferably arrogant. Right after, Mingsheng slams his fist down and smashes the table to pieces. Mingsheng murmurs to himself, baffled. Who the hell defeated Brocky and destroyed the Hyena Guild, even though surviving witnesses provided information? All they could say was that he was a young hunter wearing a black mask. He reaches into his jacket and mutters, well, I don't have time for people I have zero information on. A translucent orb appears in his hand as he continues. There are more important things to attend to. And he is Li Mingsheng, Reaper Guild, A-rank hunter, executive vice director. The orb in his hand reflects his image back at him. With utterly crazed eyes, Mingsheng murmurs, an awakening stimulant for Stardust hunters. If this goes smoothly, no one will dare look down on me ever again. After roaming freely through his new territory for a while, Gray plants its foot on its freshly caught prey. Biru is thoroughly impressed with the new recruit and praises him. You fought well. If you want to protect the young monarch, keep it up. He says cheerfully, Gray, go ahead, eat to your heart's content. Gray happily obliges, snapping up a big celebratory bite. Suho wonders, why did Gray suddenly become Grow? He's glad it adapts faster than expected. He's savoring a rare moment of peace when a notification suddenly pops up. Notification: party member Gray has accumulated sufficient EXP from hunting monsters and has reached its objective. Notification EXP will now be shared with the host. Notification shared EXP 50%. He immediately takes notice of this new effect. Suho has never heard of anything like this. Bewildered, he frantically asks Baru, "I'm getting EXP from Gray's hunting. Was there ever a system like this before?" Baru is equally astonished. "You're serious?" It flies over to check and says, "I'm not certain, but I think it's similar to how the Shadow Soldier's hunting EXP was funneled to the Shadow Monarch." Suho shifts into gamer mode. This EXP sharing feels just like a party system in games. He marvels, "Even though I only get 50%, having it accumulate automatically like this is already fantastic." Baru chimes in with a suggestion. "In that case, just let Gray hunt freely around here." The suggestion startles him. Right after, yet another notification appears. He murmurs with a hint of excitement, "Another status window. Notification. A series of alerts have triggered for eliminating a certain number of monsters within the Shadow Dungeon." Notification. A quest requirement has been completed. Notification. Daily quest. Clear the Shadow Dungeon. System daily quest. Cleanse the Shadow Dungeon. Kill 100 goblins. Progress 100. System kill 10 goblin commanders. Progress 10. System kill 1 goblin centurion. Progress 1. Looking at the flood of tasks that suddenly appeared, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, "The daily quest wants me to go kill goblins." Though he didn't understand the purpose of these new quests, Suho still decided to carry them out. If it's a quest, there have to be rewards attached. So if it's a daily quest, that means I get rewards every single day, right? Baru, the more experienced of the two, offered his judgment. "It appears the system's intention is to turn this place into your domain. Your eternal domain, my liege." Though he had accepted the quest, the sight of the vast forest and the sheer number of prey made him groan with exasperation. "I have to find 100 goblins in a place this massive." As he grumbled, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. "Inventory," Suho called out, and a window materialized instantly. Among the items in storage, he pulled out a war horn. Accompanying its appearance was an item description: window war horn grade, E-category musical instrument. The war horn was used by the goblin centurion to rally its subordinates. Seeing the horn in his hand, he smiled with a hint of nostalgia. "I took this after killing those goblins." Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and blew a long, resonant blast. The sound wave rippled across the entire forest. System item: war horn used. Rallying goblins in the surrounding area. Suho blew once, then stopped and waited. Before long, the first goblins appeared. They shrieked with excitement, charging straight towards Suho's group, completely unaware they were rushing headlong into the jaws of death. Seeing prey deliver itself right to his doorstep, his spirit soared. His fingers curled as he readied himself. Just as I expected, Baru of course became an enthusiastic cheerleader, singing his master's praises. "Oh, luring the goblins here with the horn, how brilliantly clever of you, my liege." Suho's hand clenched into a fist, his arm drawing back behind him, his sharp eyes locked dead onto the target ahead. He settled into his stanza, then launched his fist with devastating force. Thud, the punch blew clean through a chunk of the nearest goblin's body. Suho was in the zone now. A second fist followed. Crack, this one landed dead center on its face, caving in its skull. Eyes, nose, mouth all crushed inward. Then fist after fist rained down like a tempest. The first wave of goblins was reduced to paste, their corpses torn into dozens of pieces and flung in every direction. But after beating them down for a while, Suho started to get bored. He paused to wave his hand, flicking off the slime. "Fighting goblins is mind-numbingly dull," he thought, but the quest demanded sheer volume. So the war horn's echo continued to linger, and with it came the familiar notification. System item: war horn used. Rallying goblins in the surrounding area. Goblins poured in masse, swarming like the Mongol horde. The horn's blast carried deeper and deeper into the forest, dragging even the ones buried far within toward his location. The system dutifully repeated its notification item: war horn used. Rallying goblins in the surrounding area. Moments later, an army of goblins in all shapes and varieties materialized, outnumbering even a zombie tide. Seeing those numbers, Suho finally felt satisfied. At least this many, now we're talking. Of course, Suho wasn't about to waste time solo grinding this batch. He extended his hand and chanted, "Arise." The goblins that had just met their end twitched back to life, cackling. The instant the words left his mouth, Greyborn for battle lunged forward and pounced on a goblin. The remaining goblins charged in all at once. It was immediately clear this was a one-sided slaughter. Suho drove a knee into one's face, while Baru caved in another's skull with his staff. Grey refused to be outdone, already tearing into yet another goblin's head. Notifications blared, signaling the end of the carnage. System daily quest, cleanse the shadow dungeon, kill 100 goblins. Quest progress 107,100, kill 10 goblin commanders. Progress 1010, kill 1 goblin centurion. Progress 11, after 3 hours of continuous combat, the fledgling warrior Gray was on the verge of collapse. His face pale and body sprawled flat on the ground. The system cheerfully announced daily quest, cleanse the shadow dungeon, completed. Notification, quest completion, rewards have arrived. Would you like to review the rewards? Seeing Suho staring at the quest window with a contemplative expression, Baru approached and asked, "Is there a problem?" Suho calmly voiced the suspicion in his heart. The numbers displayed in the quest looked strange. The quest was already marked complete, but the total count kept climbing. After a few seconds of thought, Suho's lips curled into a smirk. Could it be? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became about his theory. Unable to contain his delight, he turned to his 2 companions. If the numbers keep going up, there's definitely something hidden here. I'm going to push this and see when the system stops counting. Gray's jaw dropped in sheer horror. Suho hunted like a madman until the quest counter finally stopped ticking. Daily quest, cleanse the shadow dungeon, kill 100 goblins, progress 200,100, kill 10 goblin commanders, progress 2010. Kill 1 goblin centurion, progress 21. Gray was practically ascending to nirvana by now. His shadow dog's life squeezed dry of all color. Another string of notifications appeared, declaring the daily quest, cleanse the shadow dungeon, completed once more. Notification, quest completion, rewards have arrived. Would you like to review the rewards? Baru, seeing Gray lying stiff as a board with his soul practically leaving his body, couldn't help but be alarmed. But the ruthless capitalist Suho was grinning ear to ear at the quest board. There's definitely a hidden mechanic here. He could barely contain himself. Review rewards. The system updated the window, displaying the quest rewards with the prepared content listed below. Reward 1, full status recovery. Reward 2, 3 potential points. Reward 3, random fortune box. Reward 4, random destiny box. Would you like to claim all? Suho exclaimed with excitement. Claim Reward 1. Reward 1, full status recovery activated. Immediately after using it, he realized the best way to utilize this reward going forward. My condition has been restored completely, just like leveling up. If I save this reward for emergencies, I'll never need to worry about recovery mid-battle again. After evaluating the first reward, he immediately moved on to claim the second. His status window materialized, displaying his updated information. Title, Wolf Slayer, HP 2, 550 MP, 270, Stamina 35, Endurance 27, Agility 27, Intelligence 27, Perception 27, Available points 8, Passive skills, none active skills, Authority LV 1, Tenacity LV 2. Suho instantly recognized the value of this reward. The higher the level, the harder it is to earn points. I can exploit the daily quest rewards to get stronger every single day. After sorting out the first 2, he turned his gaze to the last pair of rewards. System, you must choose one of the 2 random boxes. Which box do you choose? Random fortune box provides an item the player wishes for. Random destiny box provides an item the player needs. This time, he actually paused to deliberate. If I choose what I want, it could end up being something completely useless. But if I choose what I need, it might be something I don't even like. Suho bit his lip, mulling it over, then made what he believed to be the most rational choice. What I want? That's way too vague. Right now, I need a ton of things. I'll go with the random destiny box. System selection received. Item granted, Vakan's horn. A chest materialized out of thin air and popped open, and out leapt a pair of ridiculously badass-looking gloves. Suho is stunned. A pair of gloves. Following the gloves is an item description, window, revealing the name of the horn used to categorize them. Stat attack 40, a pair of gloves crafted from the horn of the greedy demon, Vulcan. It holds Vulcan's authority, and has the ability to deal massive additional damage. Effect, lust for destruction, physical damage increased by 30%. Effect, demon gluttony, the more demon souls consumed, the more powerful Vulcan's authority becomes. Consume the demon souls. He reads the instructions, then gazes at his hands, murmuring, I can't always rely on the Shadow Army as my only weapon. I need a weapon of my own. This reward is truly useful. With that, he equips the blood-red gloves immediately. As soon as they're on, Suho throws a few light punches to test them. Each strike carries a menacing whistle. He says with satisfaction, and the 30% physical damage increase means the more monsters I hunt, the higher that percentage goes, right? They're a bit heavy, so I should dump all my potential points into Vitality. System Vitality increased from 35 to 43. Having received new gear, his fighting spirit is ignited, and he chirps happily. Now my only job is to hunt monsters and power up this weapon. No sooner does he finish speaking than a notification pops up. Alert: a change has occurred in your ally's status. A somewhat ominous notification. Gray's trust level has shifted from respect to fear. The wolf pup is so terrified it's whimpering like a stray dog. Its furry frame is trembling uncontrollably, silent tears flowing. Beru can't help but chime in with a reminder. My liege, Gray is not a shadow soldier with infinite stamina. Only then does Suho realize, his voice filled with apology. Oh, I'm sorry. Get some good rest for today. I have things to find out there as well. System, you have exited the shadow dungeon. Suho steps out from the portal that looks like a black hole and asks in a low voice. They said the guild involved with the spirit orbs is called the Reapers, right? Beru confirms. That is correct. By the time he leaves the shadow dungeon, it is already broad daylight. Just as he feels lost, his phone rings incessantly. Where should I even start investigating? He unlocks his phone to see a message from Doyon. He looks suspiciously at the screen. Suho, please help me. Half an hour later, at a ruinous construction site at Seun Station, classified as a danger zone. Doyon is overjoyed to see him and waves enthusiastically. Suho, over here, thank you so much for coming. He complains dramatically. I had a dungeon expedition scheduled today, but none of the support staff showed up. Suho scratches his head and asks, no one showed up for work. Doyon becomes even more agitated hearing the question. That's right, not a single one. He clenches his fists as if wanting to beat someone, gritting his teeth while accusing them. Those bastards, I'm sure they just wandered off somewhere to get drunk. Seeing his usually gentle mentor so enraged, Suho smiles to calm him down. I'll help you, please stay calm. Hearing that, Doyon's expression shifts immediately to a grin as he pulls out a protective suit and says, only you are the best, Suho. Take this. Suho looks at it puzzled. Protective gear. Seeing him confused, Doyon explains, being in the support team is much more dangerous than mining. You have to wear protective gear. The mining team only enters to excavate after the hunt is complete. Conversely, the support team's mission is to harvest materials from monsters killed by the attack team. So we have to tail them closely. This is to prevent ambushes by any leftover monsters, and also to keep us from getting injured by the spikes or scales on the monster carcasses. While listening to the explanation, Suho finishes putting on the gear. He admires it for a moment, sighing. So that's why protective gear is necessary. Just as he finishes dressing, a group of people approaches from a distance. The leader, seeing there are only two of them, complains with dissatisfaction. What is this? Why is the support team so small? Doyon has no choice but to obediently apologize. I'm sorry, the support team that was supposed to appear today is nowhere to be found. The man who appears to be the team captain points at him, accusingly. We have a contract. What kind of irresponsible behavior is this? Do you have any idea how much we paid the Reapers Guild to get a pass for this dungeon? To get into this dungeon, he threatens with dissatisfaction. If you guys keep dragging your feet, I'll file an official complaint with the association. I'm sure you won't ever be allowed on a support team again. Doyon cannot even defend himself despite being berated like that. He bows his head in a panic, assuring them, yes, we will work hard to make up for it. Please trust us. Hearing that, the man finally relents, muttering as he walks away. What an irresponsible bunch. Once he is out of earshot, Doyon slumps his shoulders as if drained of all strength, sighing, I'm not even their captain, Suho. What do I do? Suho, what should we summon? Help us out. Although the man acted quite arrogantly, Suho remains silent, merely observing quietly. He stares at each member of the party, evaluating their combat strength: 4 D-rank magic-type hunters, 5 D-rank tank-type hunters, and 1 C-rank healer. The loudmouth from earlier looks like the assistant to the attack team's leader. Then he thinks about it, his brand new gear, as he starts to follow them. The random cursed box that was said to give him exactly what he needed. The weapon that can even absorb demons. Vulcan's horn. Doyon sees him stepping forward and hurriedly cautions him. Suho, be careful, it's very slippery. He doesn't forget to note the timely coincidence of Master IM's arrival. Suho stands still, looking at the dungeon ahead, unable to hide his skepticism. Could this dungeon, which simulates a battlefield and is owned by the Reapers Guild, simply be a random coincidence? At that same moment, deep within this dungeon, accidentally or intentionally, someone is suffering, being burned alive, screaming in agony. Eerie blue flames. Surrounding this human torch are 3 monsters. They stand silently, watching as if they were making a sacrifice. The largest one looks like a person wearing a reptile costume. The tall one has a sharp snout protruding like a witch's nose. The shortest one has a muzzle resembling a dog with its head partially bandaged. Suho's sixth sense is working at full capacity. I get the feeling that something dangerous is very close. The party enters the dungeon with high spirits. The member with fire abilities actively lights the way. Someone shouts, "Now we can see clearly." The captain at the rear commands them to get into battle positions, and the other members expertly move into place according to orders. In this dungeon, they face monsters that look like salamanders scaled up 10,000 times. After directing the team, the captain turns and warns, "Support team, since there are only 2 of you. I want you to follow us closely to collect materials quickly." Dagon can't help but feel anxious upon hearing the order. He can't believe they want us to stick with the attack squad. Yet Suho remains calm and collected as always. He has faced far more dangerous situations than this. Ever since the random cursed box bestowed upon him the unicorn's horn, he had been itching to face off against some real demonic monsters. Though slightly disappointed with the monsters from this wave, he quickly consoles himself. Meanwhile, the attack squad fights tooth and nail, but this is also a golden chance to observe how a real hunter squad operates. He can learn how hunters coordinate in combat. After observing for a while, Suho pulls out the Shadow Dungeon key. Since he is still working on his daily quest, there are plenty of corpses from Goblin commanders and Goblin Centurion captains lying around. He kneels and presses the key against the ground, whispering the incantation, "Arise." Black-violet mana surges along the walls and races down the path before him. In an instant, several battle-hungry goblins armed with weapons materialize. He silently counts his new minions. Based on his increased intelligence stat, the maximum number of shadow soldiers he can command is now 7. Over on their end, the combat squad has already finished clearing the first monster wave of the day. Slain beasts lie strewn across the ground. The squad leader wipes the sweat from his cheek and barks orders to his members. "That wraps things up here. Everyone take 5. The other members blurt out in surprise, "Rest." Seriously, facing his confused squad, the leader glances at a message and mutters, "Even if we wanted to keep hunting, the collection squad only has 2 people. It's pointless. Funny how the collection squad meant to support us is the one holding us back," he says, then glances over his shoulder and freezes. Seeing Suho's minions working like clockwork, the leader gasps, "What the hell are those things?" Dagon stares at the goblins, green with envy. He can't help but sing their praises. With Suho around, everything becomes so much easier. Suho casually raises a finger to praise the goblin in front of him while rambling on. "The attack squad is slower than I expected," Suho remarks. The leader is more stunned than a snail hit by lightning. They've already finished the collection. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushes over to Suho and asks, "You're the one who summoned these things?" Suho answers without hesitation. "Yeah, why do you ask?" Dagon, being low rank and insignificant, watches the leader's jaw drop and silently sighs. There he goes about to stir up trouble again, but no one expects what happens next. The leader suddenly grabs Suho's hand. With a sincere, earnest tone, he makes his offer, "Please become the exclusive collection member of our attack squad." Suho looks at him and gracefully declines. "I have no intention of doing collection work long-term." The leader assumes Suho is unhappy with the current terms, terrified another squad might poach him. He doubles down. "We'll pay you the highest rate on the market." Just as he is negotiating, a member of the combat squad comes sprinting in with an urgent report. "Leader, we've got a problem." The man shouts in a rush, "We just found a human corpse." The leader freezes. "A corpse?" Minutes later, the member leads them to the site where the body was discovered. The corpse is charred black, with faint white light flickering from certain parts of the body. The leader moves closer to inspect it and exclaims, "This is a real human body." The team's mage conjures a light and examines the remains. Judging by the accessories this person was wearing, they were most likely just an ordinary civilian. Another member, seemingly a local, adds, "But I've never heard of any fire-using monsters in gun." Dagon stares at the vaguely familiar corpse and can't help but speculate. "Suho, could this be? Or when did this happen to them?" Before he can finish, Suho cuts in, "Yeah, I think the same thing, teacher." His expression behind the mask turns grim, based on past experience. Suho is almost certain, "I think this is a mist burner's work." The leader overhears the term and approaches. "Mist burners? Those newly discovered monsters that engulf people in blue flames." Dagon answers honestly, "That's right. There was a mist burner incident at my university." While they talk, other combat squad members who had been searching around report back one after another. "Leader, we found another corpse over here." "Here too." Sensing the situation growing increasingly strange and dangerous, A member of the combat squad can't help but voice his concern. Attack squad leader, shouldn't we call off this hunt and report the situation to the association? This unexpected situation forces the leader to waver between the squad's best interests and following protocol. This is certainly an abnormal phenomenon, but judging by what they're wearing, they look more like ordinary civilians than hunters. Our squad is entirely composed of C-rank and D-rank awakeners. We can handle this situation without any trouble. After a few seconds of deliberation, he finally reaches a decision. We push forward. One member of the attack squad lights up with excitement. Yes, I was waiting for you to say that. But for Suho, this decision is hard to believe. We're just going to ignore all of this and keep going. He steps forward to warn them. Mist burners are far more dangerous than you think. But the leader doesn't listen. Instead, he snaps back fiercely. I'm the attack squad leader. What I say goes. The collection squad's only job is to clean up and follow our lead. Facing this dangerous turn of events, Dagon lets out a weary sigh. Are we really going to run into mist burners again? Suho hears this and asks, Teacher, you have a speed ability, right? Dagon answers, bewildered. Yeah, why do you ask? Suho doesn't explain directly. He just gives a vague warning: if anything happens, run immediately. He adds solemnly, we can never know what dangers are lurking ahead. Led by the squad leader, the attack squad pushes deeper into the dungeon. This time, they are clearing out an underground railway tunnel. Meanwhile, somewhere in the deepest depths of the dungeon, blue flames blaze as piercing screams echo through the darkness. Several people hang suspended, burning like living torches, their eyes rolled white in agony. They are strung up in a circle, roasted like pigs on a spit. 3 monsters stand at a distance, overseeing the spectacle. The one wearing a reptilian mask senses the ambient heat in the room and opens its mouth to criticize. The flames aren't strong enough. What's the status on our fuel supply? The witch-costumed demon speaks up in answer. We've been notified of an incident along the supply line. If new sources aren't delivered on schedule, we may need to have the big guy figure out a new route. The demon, resembling a wounded soldier, quietly mutters, emergency replenishment needed. On that note, the witch-costumed one continues to grumble. I can't believe our fuel supplier's spirit ball syndicate actually ran into trouble. At this rate, our finished product will be less potent than what the other facilities produce. The largest of the 3 suddenly senses something and looks up at the ceiling. The wounded demon's eyes flash bright as headlights as it reports simultaneously. There are people above, I can sense them. The witch-costumed demon chirps excitedly. Hunters, perfect Timingwe, are in desperate need of fuel. The wounded demon stirs. I'll go, it volunteers. You 2 prepare the sacrificial materials for the summoning ritual. The sharp-beaked one adds a reminder. You remember they need to be taken alive, right? The wounded demon drags along its ridiculously oversized cleaver to hunt, leaving behind one sentence. Naturally, at that very moment, the attack squad has just finished clearing the underground railway level. The healer finishes treating a member and smiles. Looks like we hit the jackpot today. Another member chimes in happily. Continuing the hunt was the right call after all. Seeing the hunt going smoothly, the leader announces, Today we've got such a wonderful collection squad, too. I've been saving this for just the right moment, might as well use it now. He pulls out a small orb filled with blue powder. This is Stardust. Have you guys heard of it? The burliest member of the group spots it and immediately perks up. He exclaims, Whoa, that's the mana-amplifying stimulant every hunter's been scrambling for lately. The dual sword wielder is equally stunned. I heard it's nearly impossible to get. I can't believe you've been hoarding this stuff. The leader continues, grinning. It only lasts a week, but they say it can gradually push low-rank awakeners up an entire grade. He giggles to himself, lost in fantasy, completely oblivious to the danger closing in. If I take this, my mana will match a C-ranker, maybe even higher. The wounded demon moves through the dungeon until it spots the attack squad. In one explosive leap, it lands right behind the squad leader flash fast. By the time he senses the danger, it's already too late. It lets out a grunt, as if suddenly remembering something. The greatsword in its hand swings around and slams into the leader's back so hard, he vomits blood on the spot. It mutters a few words to itself, needs to be alive. The small orb containing Stardust slips from his grasp, hits the ground, and shatters into pieces. The dust particles scatter in the wind. Just one hit, and the team leader drops. The closest squad member freezes in terror, legs buckling, voice cracking as he screams the captain's done for. The wounded demon soldier immediately shifts its focus to the next target, its mouth repeating non-stop, Don't let them die. Seeing it turn their way, the remaining members force themselves back on guard and shout, Is that a monster? Did it just speak? One of the squad members shouts in alarm. Whatever it is, it's an enemy. Stay alert. The words barely leave his mouth before another member crumples to the ground. The wounded demon soldier pauses, sword leveled forward, and begins a head count. 1, 2, 3. By the time it finishes counting, the entire squad has huddled together. The wounded demon soldier speaks again, assessing the situation. 10 strong opponents in total. Then it pulls a stardust orb from its sleeve. It instantly changes its plan of need for all 10. Kill the strong ones. The orb looks identical to the one the captain pulled out earlier. Seeing the object on the wounded demon soldier's claw, the hunters gape in shock. Stardust, monsters can consume stardust too. The wounded demon soldier shoves its hand deep into its own throat, its gaping maw wide as a hippo's. That's right. Seeing this, the group wastes no time charging in. Everyone shouting, "We have to kill it before the stardust takes effective. Rion, rush it." The wounded demon soldier doesn't flinch. No panic, no rush. Its sword cleaves through the air at the speed of sound. The first strike splits an attacker clean in two, making even the mage standing right behind freeze in his tracks. The mage was mid-incantation for a fire spell when the killing blade swung toward him. He panics, too slow to react. In the span of a heartbeat, he's returned to the earth. The guiding flame extinguishes along with him, plunging everything into darkness. The remaining squad members spiral into confusion and terror. What the hell was that? It's too dark, I can't see a thing. But very quickly, those confused murmurs dissolve into desperate screams. Help me, the monster. Roughly 1 minute later, the wounded demon soldier has wiped out the entire squad. Not a single survivor. It begins picking out the ones who aren't dead yet, dragging them away, leaving the unfortunate remains scattered on the ground. Forward collection complete. Suho is hard at work when an unexpected notification appears. A new quest has been issued. The status window updates its contents, indicating the quest Rescue the Survivors. Nearby, captured survivors are being held by monsters. Rescue as many as possible. Rewards are granted based on the number of survivors rescued. Current survivors 7, survivors rescued 0. He gazes toward the direction the attack squad headed. Monsters, he murmurs, voice tight with worry. Noticing his unusually tense demeanor, Baru asks with concern, "Is something wrong, Lieutenant?" Suho doesn't hide a thing. A new quest just popped up. Chances are there's a pack of demons nearby that specializes in abducting humans. He reads further into the quest details and deduces, the more people I save, the more rewards I receive. Soon enough, everyone here will be in serious danger. Having assessed the threat, Suho immediately turns to Dogun. "Teacher, I think something's happened to the attack squad. You need to get out of this dungeon right now." Dogun, who had been working, hears the grim news and freezes. "What? How do you know?" Suho gives a hasty reply, "Just a gut feeling." With no time to waste, Suho urgently orders the shadow bears to escort his teacher to the gate. The moment he finishes, the two bears cooperate and push Dogun forward. Dogun barely manages to steady himself and blurts out, "Wait, hold on, Suho. What about you?" Suho answers without a shred of hesitation, "I'm going after the attack squad." The instant Dogun hears that, he grasps the severity of the situation. He lowers his head, thinking it over, then concedes, "Fine. I'd just be in the way. If I stay, I'm dead weight. The moment I'm out, I'll call for reinforcements from the Hunter Association." Hearing those words, Suho clenches his fist in relief. "Thank you, teacher." Then, in a quiet voice, he calls out, "Gray." The wolf responds to the summon with a howl. In the blink of an eye, man and wolf merge into one. He doesn't forget to strap on the Vanquo gauntlets he just received, either. Fully equipped, Suho declares, "We need to move, now." He slams his foot down and rockets forward like a gale-force wind. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, a stretch of abandoned railway tunnel and ethereal purple-blue mist drifts through the air. Only upon close inspection does one notice fresh blood smeared across the door handle. Beyond the door, blood trails stretch intermittently down the corridor. Further inside, members of the attack squad are tossed onto the ground like sacks of meat. The wounded demon soldier returns with its catch and reports, "Firewood acquired." The sharp-snout demon turns at the sound of its voice, "You're back fast." By now, a mysterious vortex has appeared in the room. The sharp-snout demon says calmly, "The gate will open soon, and the demons will be summoned forth." The wounded demon soldier chimes in, eager to claim credit. "I won, instant kill," knowing exactly what it wants. The sharp-snout demon softens its tone, coaxing it like a child. "Fine, to acknowledge that blitz victory of Yorsko stacked the firewood." The wounded demon soldier complies despite its reluctance, grumbling under its breath, "Not fair." While waiting, the sharp-snout demon turns to chat with the reptile mask demon. "I'm pleased we've secured more firewood. With this amount, We can produce an entire fleet of stardust without any trouble, can't we? It pulls out a stardust orb, golden sigils flickering in its eyes as it speaks excitedly. The poison we've been instructed to create requires a demonic forbidden technique, combined with an awakening stimulant made from the berserker's draft and stardust. The sharp-snout demon, bored enough to start rambling, begins reciting the stardust manufacturing process. The berserker's draft currently enhances the user's mana, but it has a side effect: it drains their life force. However, the side effects of the flame ignited by burning crystals can be mitigated simply by switching to the flames of the mist burners from hell. The reptile masked demon also joins in, chiming all thanks to the apostle's guidance. It glances at the pile of firewood being burned and continues unloading everything. Even the monsters born from corrupting a human soul into an abomination, apostles brought those into this world. It concludes in a tone of gratitude. Because of them, low-level monsters like us finally have a chance to grow stronger. The wounded demon soldier, busy grinding its KPI, speaks up, "I concur." While the group is chatting away, the reptile-masked demon picks up the sound of Suho's approaching footsteps. It immediately alerts its companions. A presence is approaching at high speed. The sharp-snout demon questions, a surviving hunter. The wounded demon soldier blurts out in a flash, "Comrade. High probability a new hunter." They all turn to stare at the sealed door ahead. A few seconds later, Suho kicks it clean off its hinges. The wounded demon soldier seizes the moment, swinging its sword in a surprise ambush. Suho holds his kicking stance and asks casually, "Is this the place?" His eyes gleam with a bluish glow, beast-like pupils, scanning every inch of the interior. His gaze locks onto the three monsters inside the room in an instant. He wonders, are these demons? Suho notices the rack of firewood behind them and can't help but ask. And those things behind them have tied up some mist burners and are burning them alive. Is this some kind of ritual? Right at that moment, an urgent notification blares, snapping his attention back to what matters. Quest update: survivors remaining 7. Survivors rescued 0. Seeing the update, Suho breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God the survivors are still alive. But just as the thought crosses his mind, a sword comes slashing toward him. With razor-sharp reflexes, he twists his torso back just in time to dodge. The wounded demon soldier can't believe someone actually evaded. Thatit's eyes go wide. Suho straightens up, pulling his arm back into a fighting stance, and asks, "You're the ones who killed those hunters I found on the way here, aren't you?" He doesn't bother waiting for an answer. One punch, the wounded demon soldier raises its sword in a desperate guard, but still gets shoved back several meters. Seeing their comrade pushed back so easily, the sharp-snout demon drops its arrogance. Along with the reptile-masked demon, each one clutches a stardust orb. He dodged the attack even after the kid used stardust to power up. Looks like we'll have to step in. They pop the pills. The wounded demon soldier, knocked back once more, charges in again. It unleashes a flurry of slashes. He sees the opening and launches several counterattacks. While the two are still fired up, they hear the sharp-beaked demon's voice. "Stand aside." The youngest one senses trouble brewing. His expression shifts, realizes the wounded soldier demon has slipped away, leaving him alone with the two monsters. First to strike is the reptile-masked demon, its frame enormous. A single punch from it easily tears a crater in the ground. Fortunately, his speed lets him dodge just in time. But that's not the end of it. The instant he dodges one side, the sharp-beaked demon is already behind him, claws charged with a spine-chilling burst of energy. Two hands face each other, each finger connected by a thread of purple energy. The moment it closes in, it drives its claws straight into his back. Suho's entire body turns purple from the electric shock. At this point, he looks like he's made entirely of lightning. Seeing the shock wasn't enough, the wounded soldier demon leaps in to land another hit. Suho is in so much pain he feels like he's dying and coming back to life. Even gritting his teeth, can't suppress the groans. It hurts that badly. In this critical moment, he shouts the incantation at the top of his lungs, "Arise." Shadows immediately materialize and shield him. The shadows, barely formed, charge at the wounded soldier demon with fierce aggression. The sharp-beaked demon freezes at this familiar sight, stiff as a board. Suho seizes the moment while it's stunned, bends down, grabs his ally and bolts. The sharp-beaked demon backflips to regain its balance. Hesitantly turning to its boss, but the reptile-masked demon cuts it off and confirms. That's right, memories long buried deep in its consciousness are revived by this scene. The reptile-masked demon speaks in a grave voice. It's what we saw on the day all the demons were annihilated. The exact same authority as the Shadow Monarch. However, while those two are debating strategy, the wounded soldier demon keeps slashing relentlessly. The reptile mask demon assesses confidently he's far weaker than the shadow monarch. By the time it finishes speaking, the wounded soldier demon has already torn through several shadow soldiers. Even though the goblins have reverted to shadows, Suho stands perfectly still, not moving a muscle. After those reliable assessments, it evaluates coldly. So if he's not the shadow monarch, there's no reason to fear him. For that reason, the trio of monsters gather together, united in their resolve to confront him. Looking at the enemies lined up opposite him, he can't help but exhale at how difficult they are. One-on-one, each of them is far weaker than Rocky, but all three are coordinating their attacks, making them incredibly hard to beat. Even if he keeps reviving the goblins, he'd just be wasting mana for nothing. Should he resort to that method? While hesitating, he unconsciously recalls the moment he defeated Rocky not long ago. Back then, Baru had asked, "My liege, you should know that I only ate enough of this corpse to read its memories. The rest of the body I didn't touch. The longer the time since death, the weaker the shadow soldier becomes. Then why did you choose to preserve this corpse?" Suho looks at the hyena and speaks gently. "I just thought of something when I recalled Rocky's final moments." He calmly analyzes. Suppose his final battle was filled with rage and resentment at being controlled. Perhaps he'll be useful to me. If I impose the shadow authority over him, he'll become as fierce as a berserker warrior. He then looks toward his newly sprouted ally at his feet. But if I'm going to do that, I need Gray's permission. He asks sincerely, "Gray, do you approve?" The wolf grins like an idiot and nods in agreement. The key unlocks, and the shadow dungeon quietly materializes in his hand. He drops to both knees, presses the key to the ground, and calls upon a new soldier to arise unlike any previous extraction. This time, his heart carries many words he wants to say. "Rocky, if you still harbor hatred toward them, I will give you a chance for revenge. If you want the same, answer my call." Several seconds pass. Rocky's corpse lies completely still, not moving an inch. Just when it seems the extraction has failed, a torrent of shadow surges out like a geyser. Moments later, the shadows coalesce into a new monster razor-sharp claws, powerful legs that crack the floor beneath with ease. A new shadow soldier in the form of a hyena appears. The freshly minted beast phantom lets out an excited roar, celebrating its own birth. Its razor-sharp fangs are bared through a grotesque grin. It's ready to fight at any moment. Sensing its presence, the system immediately updates. System New Shadow Soldier. Acquired Rocky Level 1 rank normal. Seeing the shadow soldier's shape clearly, the sharp-beaked demon roars in fury. "Rocky the hyena, he's the one who defeated Rocky." Suho says casually, "This way, it's me, Gray, and Rocky who have evened out the numbers." Baru hears this, deeply wounded, tears streaming. "Wronged beyond words. My liege, what about me?" At this moment, Suho's eyes flash. He shouts with steel resolve, "Then let's fight." Those words are the starting gun. Both sides charge at each other. At the same time, the summoning gate undergoes a transformation. Its blue aura suddenly shifts to blazing red. The gate grows fiercer. Blood-red lightning crackles and lashes around its vicinity. Moments later, someone steps out of the gate. A slender figure with pointed ears like an elf. She carries a weapon, staring blankly at the chaotic brawl before her. The more she watches, the more bewildered she becomes. "Who summoned me? Could it be some demon trying to hunt me down?" Her eyes lock onto the battlefield, stunned for a long while. The first thing that catches her eye is a shadow soldier, both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. She wonders, why is there a shadow soldier here? On Suho's end, he's locked in fierce combat with the wounded soldier demon, evenly matched. The blade swings again, his gloves thrust toward the enemy. Their clash sends sparks flying. Just as they're at a standstill, Suho suddenly leans back and drives a kick straight into his opponent's gut. The wounded soldier demon takes the hit and roars furiously, mouth gaping wide. Seeing it's lost the ability to counter, he seizes the moment, fist raised. He lunges forward with burning determination. This blow will be the finishing one, but before he can carry out his plan, purple lightning crackles and snaps right by his ear. Multiple bolts of lightning strike down where he stands. Fortunately, he senses it in time and leaps back to dodge. The culprit is the sharp-beaked demon. Lightning flickers between its fingertip must have stung him badly. It stares at him with a haughty face, brimming with vigilance. Seeing the sharp-beaked demon, Suho squints in irritation. Another pain in the neck. He feels uneasy. If those two coordinate their attacks, things will get ugly fast. The sharp-beaked demon tersely orders its junior to stand guard. The wounded soldier demon stands up, thanks. Seeing his opponent get back up to continue fighting, he can't help but worry if this drags on. Sustaining Gray will drain his mana dry. Suho recalculates the power balance once more. The more he calculates, the worse it gets, even though Rocky has become a shadow soldier. He's currently weaker than his original form blocking, just one of them already pushes him to his limit. Seeing Rocky's side also locked in heated combat, he's at a dead end. How does he separate these two to pick them off one by one? Right in the thick of it, fully armored, she barges in out of nowhere. The moment she speaks, both the monsters and Suho freeze to listen. Amid the smoke and chaos, she grips her sword hilt tight and demands, "Where is Lord Cheng Zhenyu?" The chain of events leaves Suho bewildered at an injured female knight. Where did she come from? What's more, she's looking for his father. Baru recognizes her at a single glance and glides over, calling out, "What are you doing here?" That arrogant voice she could never forget. Even in death, the moment she hears that voice, her first instinct is a chill down her spine. Then comes the realization and she rushes over to Baru with glee, practically cooing over him. "Baru, is that you? It really is Baru. Where is your body? I'm so glad to see you." Essel's joyous short-lived memories of her family's plight flood back, and urgency takes over. She blurts out, "Master, where is Lord Zhenyu? And who is this human beside you?" Baru, thoroughly annoyed by her pestering, lets out an irritated hiss. It's a long story. The wounded demon stares blankly as something crawls out of its own summoning gate and runs straight to the enemy side. The beaked demon speaks up, relatively calm. "That's correct. But for some reason, she's acquainted with our enemy, if she chooses to side with them. We have a problem." Essel, already imagining victory, breaks into a radiant smile. "To think we'd meet here actually did it. Now I can finally rest easy." But before she can even fantasize about retirement, reality slaps her in the face. Baru commands her with zero warmth. "Perfect timing, Essel. We'll catch up later. Since you're here, go deal with those demons." She hears the order and her soul nearly leaves her body. "What?" The monster side wastes no time reaching a decision. "Take out the wounded demon first. We only need her blood to manufacture stardust, don't we?" Suho stares at the girl, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at him. He's seen her somewhere before. Seeing her battered and broken, worry creeps in. She looks badly hurt. Can she even fight on her own? Baru, blunt as ever, still has absolute faith in her strength. "Low-rank demons are nothing to her," he declares with full confidence. He takes the initiative to introduce her background to Suho. Her name is Essel. When the monarch conquered the demon realm, her family was the only noble house granted clemency. She is the heiress of the Laudia clan. In human terms, her combat ability is equivalent to an S-rank hunter. After Baru's lengthy introduction, the only thing that sticks in Suho's head are those last two words, S-rank. His heart pounds thighs means he gets to witness how an S-rank fights. Then bang, Essel gets swatted backward, looking weaker than a wet noodle. Baru freezes. In this exact moment, both Suho and Baru share the exact same thought. Watching Essel slide back to his side, Baru is beyond mortified. He demands answers. "Since when did you become this pathetically weak?" He's panicking. Even the mana signature he senses from her is drastically lower than before. Essel hugs the ground with a face full of death-wish despair and wails her tragic tale. Some things have happened. She recalls the harrowing months of being hunted worse than a stray dog. About half a year ago, most of the demons in the demon realm began to revolt. We fought with everything we had, but our clan couldn't suppress the rebellion on its own. I only survived because the remaining members of my family sacrificed themselves. But during the escape, I lost too much blood, and with it, my power. She finishes her account and breaks into sobs. "Baru, could you lend me a little of your strength?" Seeing how utterly useless she is, Baru flips on her instant-lickled and ruthless. "You'd just be a waste of my mana." He turns away in disdain. Essel clutches her chest in agony. "You're so selfish." Suho listens to the two of them bicker, and he reaches a quick conclusion, sighing inwardly with resignation. Great. Now his side has two members who have lost their power. That brief exchange is all the other side needs to get fired up. The reptile-masked demon lets out a raspy laugh. "Did you boys hear that?" The beaked demon nods in confirmation. "So that's why I couldn't sense Hirsch is weakened. But the fact that a survivor of the Laudia clan still lives. This is our chance. We can grow stronger by absorbing the blood of a demon noble." On Suho's side, things are looking grim. He curses under his breath. If he could fight them one-on-one, he could at least take one down easily. Baru suddenly gets an idea. "Oh, I've got a brilliant plan." A crimson aura blazes across his hand. He grins mysteriously. "Time to use the ability I just recovered now that my mana's back." He raises his hand toward Esselind. She is instantly engulfed in a deep, blood-red glow. The system chimes in immediately. System Baru has activated skill feral will manipulation. Baru's eyes burn crimson. He snorts like a raging bull ready to gore anyone in his path. Notification feral. Will manipulation has boosted Essel's stats by 50%. Notification feral. Will manipulation has inflicted the berserk curse on Essel as a side effect. Deeming it good enough, Baru points toward the enemy and orders, "Charge, useless demon." Stripped of her consciousness, Essel grabs her spear and hurls herself forward. Watching her rush in like a moth to a flame, Suho feels a pang of pity, but they're short on manpower. He lets it go. She does look rather pitiful. Still, if they can shift the battlefield into a one-on-one format. Right beside them, Rocky also takes the stage, howling with fighting spirit, ready to lunge at his opponent at any moment. Rocky's designated target is the witch-like demon, who has already prepared a magic shield in front of her. The wounded demon seizes the chaos of the beaked demon's attack to swing its blade, aiming to harvest the noble demon's blood. But with Suho standing right there, there's no way it succeeds. He leaps in, locking his arm around the demon's head to intercept the strike, then drives his knee hard into its gut. With the wounded demon temporarily pinned, Suho plants his foot firm, grabs the dense mass of hair on its head with both hands, and with a heave flings it forward. The demon rockets like an arrow. The wounded demon recovers midair and lands, but it's too focused on regaining its footing. It doesn't notice the crimson gloves that have already moved behind it. Not until the blade bisects its body does it realize what happened. Suho finishes it with the demon's own sword swiped at some point during the scuffle. Flawless. The instant the demon falls, a blue flame erupts. The system chimes in. "System, you have eliminated a low-rank demon. You have leveled up. After all that effort, one down." Suho exhales softly. One down? The Vulcan gloves draw in several streams of crimson light. At the same time, a notification sounds. System, Vulcan's fangs have devoured the demon's soul. Notification, demon's soul absorbed effect desire for destruction, physical damage, increased by 31%. Over on the beaked demon's side, the pressure is immense. It glances at where the wounded demon was, gnashing its teeth in fury. The little one's dead. Damn it. I need to find a way to deal with this lunatic. Essel is going berserk, but even frenzy has its limits. Her battery runs dry. A notification rings out, indifferent as ever. System, Essel, the target of feral will manipulation, has exhausted all energy. System effect has ended. Her eyes squeeze shut. She looks like she's in agony. From the beaked demon's perspective, it had been locked onto her, formulating a counter-strategy when she suddenly drops flat on her face. It's utterly bewildered. And that's when Suho steps out from the side, his powerful arms wrapping around its neck like a vice. What, it doesn't even finish. Its neck twists several full rotations with a sickening crack. Suho's already on his second kill. The instant he snaps the beaked demon's neck, the system delivers its mechanical verdict. System, you have eliminated a low-ranked demon. System, Vulcan's fangs have devoured the demon's soul. Meanwhile, across the field, the reptile masked demon has just finished punching Rocky through a Wallenly to turn and find every last one of its subordinates dead. Cold sweat pours down its face. Life was already hard enough as it was. It stares at the still warm corpses of its underlings, afraid to even curse out loud. Are we the ones getting outnumbered now? Those useless pieces of trash. But when your opponent is the kind that doesn't need rest, life gets exponentially worse. Before it knows it, Rocky is already back on its feet, snorting hot breath, ready for round two. The reptile masked demon knows it's not over yet. Rocky stands uponly to see its opponent bolt from the arena. Rocky stares in pure confusion. It thought the demon was deserting, but no. The demon extends its claws toward Essel. Its intentions are crystal clear, and it makes a decisive charge. I must drink the blood of a demon noble and grow stronger. But that move is a fatal mistake. Its hand doesn't even get close before a foot stomps down, nearly shattering every bone. Suho channels every ounce of force into the sole of his foot and brings it down like a hammer. Thud. The demon's arm and the ground beneath it crater into a dinosaur-sized imprint. You're not getting that chance. The hand that wanted to pinch the life out of it was tingling, but all it could do was scrunch up its face. He smirks at it like he's teasing an innocent girl. Give me something to absorb already. Even with the upper hand, Suho doesn't get cocky calls in his squad for a beatdown, just to be safe. Brokey charges in, grabs its head, and yanks it back, jaw unhinged at 120 degrees, ready to take a massive bite to satisfy the craving. Brokey's about to chomp down when it snaps awake. Beru, snooty as ever, still runs over to check if she's still alive. She's a high-ranking demon, so even though she's more battered than a rag doll, She grits her teeth and forces herself to stand. The moment she hears its voice, she snaps. Baru, you selfish bastard. More importantly, unbelievably, there's still another human who can command the Shadow Legion, just like Lord Cheng Zhenyu. Who is he? Seeing her colleague in pain, Baru reigns in his usual courtesy and tries to guide her gently. You're not loyal enough. That's why you couldn't recognize him. Try to remember. He even adds a considerate follow-up. You already know who the candidate is, don't you? Essel finally snaps to awareness and mutters. Could it be? Suhu finished off the demon tryout. Notifications keep chiming non-stop. System, you have slain a low-ranked demon. Vun Can's horn has devoured the demon's soul. System, level up. You have surpassed level 20. System, you can now equip a spear. Once he's done, he releases Gray. It shoots out like a ghost shedding its shell. He hears the last line and says, now I can finally use the shop. Meanwhile, Essel finally remembers him, overwhelmed with emotion. It's him. She's S.O. Chinese letter, she blurts it out loud. Catching his attention, it's the new monarch. Suhu hears the title and glances over in shock. Did she just call me the new monarch? Good boy Ray wanders over for Brokey to pet his head. Essel, too astonished for words, sees him looking at her and instinctively explains. I couldn't recognize you because you look so different now. But she can't hold on much longer, exhausted. Her eyes close before she finishes. But you really do look just like Lord Cheng Zhenyu. She collapses right there on the ground, unconscious, startling him. Suhu, witnessing this for the first time, asks Baru, Baru, you know her, don't you? Is she okay? It floats over and lifts her face to examine her. She seems to have simply exhausted herself and passed out. Doesn't look like she's dead, so I don't think you need to worry too much, my liege. He breathes a sigh of relief. Good to hear. I feel kind of sorry for her. The remaining 7 members of the strike team are still knocked out cold, oblivious to everything. Baru goes to each one and provides healing support. After keeping them alive, the system finally acknowledges the rescue survivors' quest as complete. System survivors rescued 7. Quest rewards have arrived. Suhu feels genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Thank goodness all 7 survivors made it out safely. Confirm reward. The notification window flashes and changes. Notification, the following rewards have been prepared. Reward 1, 3 potential points. Reward 2, 700 gold. System, you have. System acquired 700 gold. Getting rewarded with money. For praising himself, Suhu blinks in confusion. Gold. Suhu opens the system window. The system window displays a list of items with price tags. One glance and he knows how it works. Just as he suspected, gold can be used to purchase items in the shop window, including potions. There seems to be a whole inventory available. Plus, this gold reward brings back fond childhood memories. Completing quests and earning money reminds him of getting pocket change for running errands as a kid. Even just a fleeting memory makes Suhu unconsciously crack a little smile. He mutters to himself, then thinks it over. It was Father who gave me this system after all. Father, thanks for the pocket money. Essel is still lying there with no sign of waking up. Suhu buys a potion and asks the system, can I not share it with others? Along with the potion comes a usage guide panel. Item low-grade recovery potion E rank. Category consumable. A potion that restores HP over time. System, upon consumption, you will gradually recover 500 HP over time. System, you may store it in your inventory, but you cannot share it with others. Aside from that brief usage guide, there are no other warnings. He pops the cap open and asks, so, can I just pour it down her throat? Suhu empties the entire bottle into her mouth. A few seconds later, the potion takes effect. He watches and says, looks like she's recovering now. Baru, you sound like a bitter mother-in-law scolding the bride. I can't believe you spent money saving this useless demon. Young monarch, you are far too generous. He takes a moment to wave off the flattery, then gives an order. I can't just leave her like this. First, bring her to the Shadow Dungeon. Rocky, haul the corpses of the demons we defeated too. With that, the Shadow Dungeon gate swings open. Rocky and Gray split up, carting the bodies home. Baru floats over to his side, eyeing the weapon. Young monarch, you're not going back to the Shadow Dungeon. Suhu looks at his newly acquired sword and says, I still have business to take care of. He carries the weapon over to the unfortunate humans, writhing under the hellfire. Seeing their inhuman state, he feels a pang of pity. Missed burners. He thought the same thing the first time he encountered them. But now they look truly agonizing. Flames are slowly consuming their bodies. Suhu lowers his head, murmurs coldly, and swings his blade. I'm sorry, this is the only thing I can do for you. System skill activated, Storm Slash. At this moment, deep within the dungeon, the wind howls mournful and cold. That same day, outside the Sion Gate dungeon, Hunter Association personnel arrive. They fan out across the gate, inspecting every inch, each carrying a clipboard. An association staff member reports after a thorough sweep. We've found numerous thorn lizard and mist burner corpses in the battlefield-type dungeon. However, examining the wounds on the fallen hunters inside the dungeon, it appears they were not killed by monsters. We also found a destroyed underground chamber with traces consistent with a bladed weapon. The man with the shield narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Something other than monsters was at work here. Indagon arrives right on cue and asks to leave. I'll be heading out now. The man notices him and calls out, "Wait, you are Indagon, the one who reported this incident, correct?" According to our records, the gathering team had another member named Cheng Suhu. Do you know him? He replies, "Oh, he's a junior who came to assist me today." The man presses further, "So where is he now?" Indagon takes a deep breath, looking hesitant and stumbling over his words. After a few agonizing seconds, he scratches his head with a sheepish grin and lies. "After leaving the dungeon with me, he ran off to hide somewhere safe. A bit embarrassing, but E-rank hunters like us can't do much besides asking the Hunter Association for help." The man hears this, and his narrowed eyes make him look even more stern. He stares at Dagon for a moment before patting him on the shoulder. "You did well. For an E-rank hunter, that was the most sensible decision, exactly as the manual advises." With that, he walks past him and turns to command his subordinates. "I command you, keep observing, ensure not a single clue is missed." Deep down, Dagon knows for a fact that he is involved. He can even confirm that the person who saved the surviving hunters was Suho, right? Nevertheless, he chooses to stay silent and even covers for him. I don't know why Suho has to hide his rank, but I'm certain it isn't for anything nefarious. I will wait until he is ready to tell me everything on his own. Meanwhile, inside the shadow dungeon within a ruined building, Iso has fully regained consciousness. Upon hearing the news about Jinwoo, she bows her head, looking disheartened. So such a thing has come to pass. The Shadow Monarch has left Earth to intercept the invasion of the Outer Gods' armies. Beru interrupts her, adding with boundless pride, "Our monarch sent me down to Earth to unseal the young monarch. However, the young monarch is a genius who broke his own seal." Suho looks on, confused. She recognizes him but can't quite place him. "Iso, right? Have we met before?" Iso, being addressed by the boss, smiles thinly. "That is correct. We crossed paths during the tutorial phase you underwent. You said you would remember me. Have you forgotten?" Despite her words, his memories remain quite hazy. Suho ponders for some reason. His memories from before are quite blurred. He racks his brain, his face twisting, but still finds no trace of recognition. Just as he is about to give up, fragments of memories suddenly surface. As soon as he recalls, he shares it immediately. "The person who surrendered the moment they saw me." Beru hears another feat and steps in, brow furrowed with criticism. "Your task was to test his abilities. Is that how lazily you performed your duties?" "Well, that's in the past anyway." He waves it off, moving past the subject. "Why are you so weak now? What happened in the demon realm?" Hearing of her home, Iso loses her vigor and wilts. After a hesitant moment, she honestly reports, "I think it is only right that I explain this to the new monarch as well. You have heard Beru mention that the Shadow Monarch completely annihilated the Demon King and the other high-ranking demon nobles, correct? After that, the Radia clan became the premier demon clan of the demon realm. We awaited the Shadow Monarch's summons to the demon city." Her voice is monotonous, yet one can hear the deep shame she feels. "Decades passed, and the Shadow Monarch never once summoned us. We lived a life of peace, but trouble began brewing about half a year ago. A mana-amplifying stimulant called Stardust began leaking into the demon realm." Hearing those two words, Suho's eyes widen in surprise. "Stardust." Suho digs deep into his memories again and realizes there is a serious issue. "Now that I think about it, I remember the demons I fought earlier mentioning it." According to her, while Stardust doesn't have much effect on high-level demons with abundant mana, for low-level demons, it significantly enhances their power without any price. To them, Stardust is a golden opportunity. Coupled with the fact that the Shadow Monarch has been absent for a long time, the demons started to band together with a single goal in mind. They wanted to rebel against us, the Radia clan protected by the Shadow Monarch. The rebellion eventually escalated into a war. The Radia clan fought against everyone to protect the demon city that the monarch had entrusted to us. But my clan was too weak to repel a rebellion with so many demons. We were defeated after half a year of warfare. As she speaks, her hands tremble, unable to contain her agitation. But the demons involved in this battle didn't stop there. They even drained the blood of my clan members captured as prisoners, drinking it. The blood of pure-blooded demon nobles helped them gain more power. My father and the rest of my kin met their end that way. I also lost much of my strength because they drain too much of my blood. She loses more spirit as she recounts, eventually concluding, I am truly pathetic. Everyone sacrificed themselves and only I survived. Now even the demon realm has been stolen. I don't know how I can face the Shadow Monarch again. Tortured between feelings of helplessness and absolute despair, it is easy to see she is on the brink of collapse. Yet just one sentence from Suho is enough to reignite a spark of hope in those dim eyes. You did very well. Seeing Iso look at him with such fervor, Suho feels a bit shy, scratching his head. Whenever I've had time, I've always thought about what my father would do if he were in my position. You and your clan fought in a desperate situation in his stead, while he was away. So if it were my father, he would surely say the same to you. He then playfully winks at her to ease the tense atmosphere. I am also very grateful to you for fighting in my father's place until the very last moment. He then sincerely offers, I will help you as much as I possibly can. Iso, let's rebuild the Radia clan together. Iso opens her mouth to reply, but finds herself at a loss for words. She instinctively remembers that tall back, and the words she heard back then. Didn't you say the struggle for status among the demon clans was always ruthless? I will help the Radia clan reclaim the top position. Recalling that moment, she calms herself down. Tears roll down her cheeks, but they are accompanied by a smile. Iso speaks calmly. System, a notification window appears. Notification, the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobles, Iso, has expressed her gratitude to you. She wipes her tears, smiling brightly. The name of my clan is Radia. Notification. Do you wish to recruit the descendant of the White Flame as a party member? System, new notification. Notification, the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobles, Isa, has expressed her gratitude to you. Do you wish to recruit the descendant of the White Flame as a party member? YN. Inside the room, Suho and Iso sit across from each other. His eyes widen in surprise as he stares at Iso, wondering internally, could she be the second person with the status of a monarch's descendant? Seeing him focus on her, she freezes while wiping her tears and looks at him. At the same time, she wonders internally. System, the new monarch window appears. Notification, the last survivor of the pure-blooded demon nobles, Isa, has expressed her gratitude to you. Reading the system notification, he asks himself, could it be because she is the only pure-blooded demon noble alive? He then makes his decision. Yes, notification, the descendant of the White Flame, has become your party member. Notification, due to the existence of a link between you and the descendant of the White Flame. Notification, link skill established. Link skill demon battery, charge 0%. Receives power from the descendant of the White Flame and releases an explosion with immense destructive force. Seeing the system notifications appearing repeatedly, Iso is stunned, exclaiming in surprise, what is this? Why is a status window suddenly appearing? Facing her confusion, he turns to Baru and explains, since Gray can't speak, I didn't know, but I assume anyone who becomes my party member can see the status window. Seeing this, he exclaims in surprise, young monarch, could it be? Suho smiles and replies, that's right. She has become my party member as the descendant of the White Flame. As he finishes his sentence, Iso is struck dumb with astonishment, thinking to herself, I am the descendant of the White Flame. Outside the building, Suho and Iso look up to observe, with his two creatures standing by his side. He turns to look at her and says, now, let's test the new link skill immediately. Are you ready, Iso? She responds hesitantly, yes, my lord. The system display appears immediately with a notification. Notification, you have activated the link skill Demon Possession. She quickly executes her skill. An orb of energy materializes, surrounded by a massive surge of power as bolts of lightning crackle outward. Suho reaches out to draw in the energy, sensing it flowing through his body, and exclaims as he realizes the nature of the skill. After the link completes, she is instantly drained, slowly collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Suho says anxiously as he looks at her face. Her face is deathly pale as she looks at him, whispering weakly, my apologies, I'm exhausted after just one use of the skill. Seeing this, he quickly reassures her, don't worry, get some rest first. Watching the energy coursing through his veins, he wonders to himself, did it really drain all her strength in just one shot? Just how powerful is this skill exactly? Lying on the ground, Iso stares at him, thinking there is a skill where I can grant my power to the young monarch. It must be quite a heavy blow. On Suho's side, he channels the shared energy and strikes the wall with all his might. Strangely, contrary to his expectations, the wall only has a small dent. Suho and Baru stare at the wall, speechless. Baru pipes up, I don't think it looks any different from a normal strike. Suho adds, I think it's different from Gray's link skill. Looking at the damage and the effect produced by all the power he had drained from her, She can't help but be shocked, wondering to herself if that was really all the damage caused after her entire reserve of power was emptied. System Link Skill Demon Possession, charge 0%. Receives power from the descendant of the White Fire to release an explosive attack. Reading the notification, he remarks, "Is it because the charge is 0%? It didn't show me how to charge the energy, so I have no idea how to use it." At this moment, Beru speaks up from the side, "Young monarch, I have a request." He turns his head to look and asks, Go ahead and state your request. May I consume the corpses of the demons you brought into the shadow dungeon?" He refuses immediately, "No. I kept them here because I want to try shadow extraction on them." Seeing this, Beru persists, "Oh, you haven't tried shadow extraction on demons before, have you? Can we try it now?" Immediately, he holds his hand toward the demon corpses and commands, "Arise. System impure mana detected. Cannot perform shadow extraction." After reading the notification, he sighs, "I just got a notification that I can't use shadow extraction on them because their mana is corrupted." Beru explains, even the Shadow Monarch could not extract shadows from demons because their souls are all corrupted. That is why he used contracts to summon them, much like someone from the Lada clan. Seeing that he couldn't make any more use of the demon corpses, he allows Beru to feast on them. "In that case, there is nothing else we can do with these corrupted souls. Beru, you can eat them all." It replies quickly, thank you, my lord." Iso, leaning against the wall behind them, can't help but feel saddened and thinks to herself, "I can't believe they just called me corrupted. That's so mean." Suddenly, Suho approaches, holding a potion bottle and hands it to Iso. "Here, drink this potion and you'll feel better." His gesture leaves her feeling grateful as she says, "Thank you, I feel like I am just holding you back." Suho continues, "Come to think of it, you probably don't have anywhere else to go, right? Feel free to use this city." As he finishes, her eyes widen in surprise as she asks, "Young monarch, you're going to help me to this extent?" A system message appears. Notification: a portion of the Shadow Dungeon has been designated as White Fire Territory. Notification: Ladia has been appointed as the Lord of the White Fire Territory. Facing her gratitude, he smiles and says, "You're my teammate. Don't worry about the small details." Suddenly, a strange noise echoes from far away. Suho asks immediately, "Beru, what's going on?" Beru, still eating the demons, explains, "Young monarch and the memories of the demons. I found clues about the apostles of Itarim." As he says this, Suho is stunned. Outside the building, Beru looks at Suho and the others sitting before him and begins to speak. "Now I will tell you what I saw in their memories. Before I begin, there are some things you need to understand. Stardust is being distributed across the world, and the monsters are entities from outer space." Hearing this, Suho and the others are completely astonished. They ask in succession, "You mean hell isn't the only place where stardust is being spread? The monsters are from outer space." Beru continues, "Whether by fate or mere coincidence, the demons I consumed were all connected to Brokey and the Hyena Guild of the Plains. Those demons received their human supplies from the Hyena Guild. The humans were sacrificed to become perfect monster fodder, to be used as ingredients for refining stardust. There are many other places producing stardust, and they call such places stardust factories. In short, the Hyena Guild is responsible for kidnapping humans. The Reaper Guild is responsible for transporting the kidnapped humans to the factories, and the factories use humans to create stardust. I am certain that Itarim is the power pulling the strings behind these three organizations." Suho crosses his arms, lost in thought. Everything is linked to the invasion of Harry. Breaking his train of thought, Beru drops a bombshell. Furthermore, the person who created this stardust production line is a human. As he finishes, Suho is stunned and thinks to himself, a human. Beru continues, "I discovered there is a human helping the apostles of Itarim. That person is hiding somewhere on Earth. That person is the executive vice president of the Reaper Guild, Lee Minxing. If we investigate him, we might be able to find the apostle of Itarim." In the late afternoon, in front of a building, countless reporters surround the area. All of them have their cameras and recording equipment ready. One of them shouts, "Look, he's coming out." A man slowly walks out from the building. He is none other than Lee Minxing. Minxing stands in the center, flanked by large, powerful bodyguards. The reporters swarm him, shouting questions. "Mr. Lee, please, may I have an interview? What are the results of the Hunter Association's investigation?" Addressing the reporter's question, Minxing says gloomily, "The investigation has concluded that I am completely innocent." Though that comes as no surprise, another reporter steps forward to ask, "Is it true you didn't know anything about the Hyena Guild's human kidnapping, even though the Reaper Guild was their sponsor? Furthermore, many hunters died in the Sun battlefield, which is under the management of the Reaper Guild. What do you have to say about that? He replies, we, the Reaper Guild, have dedicated ourselves to helping a world that sank into chaos after the Great Cataclysm 2 years ago. The reason we sponsored the Hyena Guild was because we wanted to help them. It was a guild primarily composed of low-rank hunters, and we wanted to help them become stronger so they could have the power to help the world. Even the fact that we opened the Sewn battlefield to hunters not affiliated with our guild was because we thought it would be a place for young hunters to gain more experience. As he speaks, his body trembles. The reporters nearby are stunned. He continues, we never expected that our good intentions would lead to such unforeseeable consequences. If I had managed things better, I apologize for causing trouble. No one would have had to die. Minxing then buried his face in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. After speaking, he silently bowed his head and left. Faced with his pleas, the reporters exchanged looks, their expressions filled with confusion as they murmured among themselves. If what he said is true, then isn't the Death Guild just a victim as well? I think so too. Even the Hunter Association already declared them innocent. The Death Guild has always stood for noble causes, hasn't it? Then doesn't that make them heroes? After moving away, Minxing glanced at the confused reporters. He wore a smug smile, feeling incredibly satisfied. He tilted his head slightly, thinking to himself, playing that role is easy as pie for me. As a former top Asian star, my acting skills are as peak as ever. Besides, I didn't expect that old fox at the Hunter Association to let me go without much interrogation. At the same time, he recalled what the man had said to him. You may go now. He walked while rubbing his chin, lost in thought. Well, no problem there. It seems the Hunter Association still doesn't know I'm the one behind the Stardust, floating on the market. Nearby, a stranger carefully hid behind a wall to watch them. It was Suho. He leaned over and muttered, so that guy is Lee Minxing. Looking at Baru, he asked, Baru, what do you think? Can you feel any Itarim energy radiating from him? It replied, not even a trace. He asked again, that means he isn't being controlled by Itarim, right? Baru nodded. That is correct. His eyes filled with resolve, Suho declared, all right, we're going to verify that now. Baru quickly tried to stop him. My liege, you must not do this. I know you have defeated powerful enemies, but this time I will risk my life to stop you. The honor I feel from Minxing. Sensing something abnormal, Minxing immediately turned his head, glancing toward where Suho and Baru were hiding. Noticing his strange reaction, the bodyguard standing nearby asked, is something wrong? He replied, no, nothing. Baru warned, you are not yet skilled enough to defeat him. Sitting in the car with a wicked smile, the A-rank hunter Lee Minxing loosened his tie. Above him, the chandelier sparkled brightly. On the table, a bottle of wine and fruits were arranged attractively. Minxing sat in his chair, one arm around a beautiful woman, the other holding his phone, smiling triumphantly. Everything went as smooth as silk. With just a little acting, public opinion flipped 180 degrees. Notifications on his phone kept popping up. Death Guild's executive vice director Lee Minxing declared innocent by the association. All financial records of profits flowing into the Death Guild have been made public. Despite ties to the scandal-ridden Hyena Guild, Lee Minxing has always consistently pursued noble deeds. Just then, a woman entered, looked at him, and exclaimed, oh my, look who we have here. Isn't it the hero of the hunter world? He replied, oh hello, my lady. Dressed in a beautiful outfit, she leaned against the wall, watching Minxing. You should have let me know you were coming. She stepped closer and dismissed the other girls in the room. All of you get out. Hearing her, Minxing looked at his phone and asked, do I have an obligation to report everything I do to you? Seeing this, she quickly denied it. No, you know I didn't mean that. On the surface, she was calm, but internally she thought, what an unpleasant personality. He was born with a silver spoon, and since his youth he'd been a top Korean star. No wonder his pride is so sky-high. However, that pride was completely trampled after the Great Cataclysm. After the Cataclysm, while it was shocking for a celebrity to reach A-rank, Lee Minxing's own driver had awakened as one of the rare S-rank hunters in Korea. The story made headlines, and public attention shifted entirely to his driver. That was the first time people witnessed the hierarchy flipped, with Lee Minxing, who was always at the top, being pushed aside. Somehow that driver joined the Death Guild founded by Intergeo. She picked up the wine bottle to open it, looked at Minxing and asked, shall we talk business now? He sipped his wine and answered, what business? She leaned in close, whispering into his ear with a soft smile. Don't play dumb, I'm talking about the Stardust. I want to purchase a large quantity this time. Is that possible? Minxing set his glass down and replied, haven't you heard the rumors? The distribution system and one of the factories were destroyed. How can I possibly meet that kind of demand? She continued, I'm sure the brilliant Mr. Li Mingxing already has his own plans, right? Mingxing didn't answer, he just glanced at her. Finally, Mingxing answered, well, I'll try talking to my business partner. Hearing that, she happily exclaimed, truly the vice director. Internally, he grumbled, do I really have to find that guy? Lately, he had even started refusing my orders. Through the glass of a high-rise building, a boy's hand touched the pane. His eyes scanned the surroundings sharply. Outside, a swarm of monsters were attacking relentlessly. Gray lunged from behind, tearing into the monsters. Issa also charged forward, swinging her sword at the horde. Gales carrying a terrifying aura rippled through the space. A slash flew forward, cutting through a monster's maw. More strikes followed, hacking them into pieces before they could take another step. Suho descended slowly, after successfully wiping out the monsters. He sighed, wiping the blood from his face with his hand. Then looking at Beru, he said, all right, I'll summon the goblin now. Beru didn't reply, thinking to itself, my liege must be growing impatient because of what we said earlier. In a dark room, a shadowy figure holding a scythe spoke to Beru. Our goal is to extract information about the Itarim apostle from Li Mingxing, who currently heads the distribution chain. We must accept that combat will inevitably occur once we approach him. As Beru approached, Suho's eyes widened in surprise. Then how are we supposed to get information out of him? It replied, if he refuses to talk, I will devour him to seize the information. The Shadow Monarch has permitted me to consume humans, provided they are confirmed as evil. However, that is only if we can defeat Li Mingxing. While touring the Hunter Association, I saw countless hunters of various ranks, based on my ability to discern strength. My liege, you are currently at C rank. Gray is at D rank. Close to C, she pinched her cheeks, thinking, if only I hadn't lost my power. When you merge with Gray, you just barely surpass B rank. Even within the same rank, there are differences in power. Usually, 10 D ranks are needed to defeat 1 C rank. Our current team is too weak to defeat the Death Guild and the A rank hunter Li Mingxing. Faced with Beru's assessment of everyone, she couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Beru and asked, Beru, then what rank are you? It looked at her and answered, I am a general. She asked again, are you sure you aren't just infantry? Hearing this, it growled furiously, I'll tear you to shreds. Nearby, Suho stood silent, his head bowed, his eyes filled with sorrow. System alert, daily quest, clear the shadow dungeon. Kill 100 goblins. 100,100 goblins killed. 10 goblin commanders killed. 11 goblin captain killed. Notification quest rewards ready. Notification, do you wish to check rewards? Rewards are prepared below. Reward 1 status recovery. Reward 2 3 stat points. Reward 3 1 random box. Suho carried his spear and slowly walked toward Gray. As Suho read the system notification, he thought to himself, the stats aren't increasing anymore even after killing more than the quota. Does the secret reward only appear once? He checked the system and gave the command, open random box. A mysterious box materialized from the system. The system prompt appeared. Notification, you have obtained Ring of Wisdom. Item, Ring of Wisdom common. Accessory, 5 intelligence. Notification, Ring of Wisdom has been equipped. Intelligence 29-5. Suho stared at the ring on his finger. His eyes showed genuine interest, but he thought, a ring that gives 5 intelligence. Still, it doesn't change my current situation much. The smile then faded from his face. He glanced to the side, thinking, in the end, I can no longer level up by hunting goblins. Hunting demons only adds a mere 3% damage boost to Vun, Ken's horns per kill. System item update Vun. Ken's horns affect destructive desire physical damage increase 33%. Cheng Ziuhu clenches his fist tight. He tells himself he needs to get stronger fast, but there's barely any way to make that happen. If he wants to level up, he figures he needs to enter dungeons and grind monsters. Inside his room, he holds a newspaper with his own face on the front page. He reads through it, then lets out a frustrated sigh. All I got today were a bunch of contacts inviting me to join excavation and gathering parties. I doubt anyone's willing to let an E-rank hunter like me into an attack team. Besides, according to the Hunter Association's regulations, entering a gate without authorization is illegal. Hearing this, Belu looks at him and asks, what about getting your rank re-evaluated at the Hunter Association? Cheng Ziuhu replies immediately. Information about reawakened individuals gets posted on the Hunter Association's homepage. I need to stay out of that spotlight. Right now, I already know the Itarim apostles are on this earth. I can't let them discover me and turn me into a leverage against my father. If we have to deal with those apostles on top of everything else, there's no way I can beat Li Mingxing. He rests his chin on his hand, sinking deep into thought. A voice shatters his reverie. Belu speaks up. I don't think you need to worry so much about the Idarim apostles, young master. If the apostle arrived here before I did, there's a good chance they haven't recovered their full-strength spatial teleportation. Takes a heavy toll. He raises an eyebrow intrigued. He asks, spatial teleportation. Belu explains the extraterrestrial races that wish to use spatial teleportation must possess a dimensional rift. The outer wall of a dimensional rift is incredibly narrow, making it extremely difficult for mana to leak outward, which in turn generates massive resistance from within. Even if an individual forces the outer wall open with everything they have, it recovers almost instantly. That's why deploying spatial teleportation drains enormous power and time, depending on the user's mana reserves. That's exactly why Idarim's vast armies fight across the cosmos and why the Shadow Monarch couldn't reach this universe quickly. Cheng Ziuhu raises a hand to his chin, visibly surprised. He murmurs, so in short, the Apostle still hasn't recovered its full power after crossing through spatial teleportation, considering it never showed itself directly and only manipulated Brockie and the demons instead. That actually makes perfect sense. If the Idarim invasion is inevitable, then isn't right now the best opportunity to power up? Belu watches his contemplative expression, a thought flickering in its mind. Is it time? It recalls the words that were spoken to it before it came to his side. Belu, since we don't know the current situation on Earth, I'll leave the decisions and deployments to your judgment once you arrive. If you need assistance, take this and go find him. He will surely be an immense help to Suho. Back to reality. Belu gazes at the young man lost in thought, and a realization dawns. The reason the monarch entrusted it with the key was because it would be used. After a moment of deliberation, Belu rushes forward and shouts, Young Ma. Monarch! The sudden outburst startles him, making him flinch. He slowly slips a hand into his pocket and murmurs, Why didn't I think of that? He pulls out his phone, a grin spreading across his face. There's a way to enter a gate without drawing attention and without breaking a single Hunter Association regulation. One I know all too well. Scene shift: a towering skyscraper. Cheng Ziuhu sits casually in a chair. Beside him, a man's voice rings out. Long time no see, Cheng Ziuhu. This is our first meeting since your awakening. I was wondering why you suddenly wanted to see me. I never expected you to bring a full-blown business proposal. You've really grown up. He looks at the man and smiles. I've brought you a proposal where you lose nothing at all. Belu hides beneath his collar, eavesdropping on their conversation. A thought flashes through its mind, as expected of the young monarch. He already found him first. The one the monarch spoke of. A man holds up a tablet, glances at the screen and speaks. So what you're saying is you want me to help you enter the gates? Correct. With a maximum concurrent login count of 12,417,718 users. A virtual reality game so massively popular that it has held the #1 spot ever since its launch 4 years ago. Beautiful world, no one could have ever guessed who created it. The greatest game in the entire gaming industry turned out to be the work of the youngest, barely grown child of some Chaebol dynasty. The game studio is called ASIN Soft, and its CEO is suddenly, a voice cuts in, Are you Mr. Cheng Ziuhu? Cheng Ziuhu confirms, That's right. The attack team leader points ahead with a smile. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Cheng Ziuhu. The director mentioned he'd be receiving an important guest today. This way, please. Right this way. He says nothing. His eyes scan the surroundings as a thought crosses his mind. This is his first time visiting his uncle's company. But why are there so many awakened people working here? As if reading his thoughts, the attack team leader turns around and smiles. You must be surprised that our company has so many awakened employees, right? Not everyone who awakens wants to throw their life away diving into dungeons. With proper pay, they can take commission workers serve as bodyguards. After hearing this, he can't help but ask, What would a game company need with hunters? The team leader replies, We're currently working on a project, but I can't go into detail. As the words leave his mouth, Suho glances sideways, a question forming in his mind. Could they be developing a game related to the hunter world? The two of them enter a room together. The moment he spots them, Liu Zhenhao breaks into a smile and raises his hand in welcome. Well, look who we have here. He rushes over to Cheng Ziuhu, grabs his shoulders and beams. Long time no see, kid. How long has it been, Cheng Ziuhu? Then he jabs a finger at him and gently scolds. Last I heard about you was when you awakened at Korea National University of Arts. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Cheng Ziuhu scratches the back of his head awkwardly. I've been really busy lately, so I couldn't keep in touch with everyone. I'm sorry. Liu Zhenhao suddenly leans down and chuckles. Huh, looks like you've grown taller since we last met. Before the question, the young man smiles and replies, probably just hitting my growth spurt. Then Cheng Ziuhu sits down, opens his backpack and rifles through it. Uncle, could you take a look at this? Seeing the laptop, Liu Zhenhao furrows his brow. Huh, it's been ages since we last talked, and you're already pulling out work. But the moment he sees the contents on Cheng Ziuhu's screen, his eyes widen in shock. A business proposal. He picks up the proposal, skims through it, and can't help but exclaim, I'd been wondering why you suddenly wanted to see me. I never expected you to bring a full business proposal. You've really grown up. Cheng Ziuhu smiles and makes his pitch. I've brought you a proposal where you lose absolutely nothing. Liu Zhenhao looks at him and speaks. So what you're saying is you want me to help you enter the gates? Correct. Cheng Ziuhu smiles in confirmation, then lays out his true objective. Yes, if you agree to help me acquire gates and assemble the necessary attack team members to enter them. I'll hand over every magic crystal that drops inside the gates to ASIN Soft. I have the ability to conquer D-rank to C-rank dungeons with ease. Before the offer, Liu Zhenhao narrows his eyes skeptically. You can really do that as an E-rank hunter? Undeterred by the doubt, Cheng Ziuhu responds quickly, actually I have a way to conquer dungeons solo. His uncle sets the tablet on the table and says, Cheng Ziuhu, you know I'm an awakened too, don't you? Right. Even at D-rank higher than yours I'm not strong enough to hunt inside the gates. His expression shifts, turning deadly serious. Is the reason you're going this far because you believe your parents may have been swallowed by one of the gates during the great catastrophe? If that's the case, I'll still hire hunters for you, so I want you to keep waiting. He doesn't respond. He thinks to himself, I knew things would turn out like this. Just then Bailu crawls out from inside his collar and speaks up. Young monarch, are you going to reveal the truth? He answers without a moment's hesitation. Yeah, at the end of the day, you're still the one I trust the most. Cheng Ziuhu suddenly lowers his head and murmurs, Uncle. Liu Zhenhao stares at him, his eyes widening in surprise. He suddenly plants both hands on the table, his expression dead serious, and speaks. Actually, I'm an awakened who can level up. Liu Zhenhao, sitting across from him, is visibly shaken by the words. Level up? Did you just say level up? Cheng Ziuhu responds, right now, there are invaders from outer space hiding on this planet. To stop them, I need to kill monsters and level up. To halt the invasion from beyond the stars, I have to enter dungeons and grow stronger. His uncle exclaims in shock. What the hell are you even talking about? After hearing what he said, the uncle can't help but ask in utter disbelief. Liu Zhenhao asks, Kid, have you heard about the solo leveling project? But the young man sitting across from him immediately goes blank, his eyes frozen in bewilderment as he stares at his uncle. He mutters in confusion, solo leveling? In the face of his nephew's stunned expression, the uncle places a hand on his face and chuckles. Oh, now I get it. This is some kind of hidden camera prank, right? You're about to make some ridiculous request just to see your old uncle's flustered reaction. What you just described is literally the plot of a single-player game our company is currently developing. It's about an awakened who can level up on his own. He starts at the weakest rank, but eventually he conquers S-rank. In the end, he becomes the strongest awakened in existence and goes on to save the world. If someone already leaked all this to you, then what the hell was the point of me keeping the project a secret to this degree? Before his uncle's words, Cheng Ziuhu stays silent. He only furrows his brow slightly, thinking to himself, that story. Could it possibly be about? The uncle continues speaking. Anyway, if you're trying to mess with me and my employees, you've already failed. You're nowhere near slick enough to fool me, kid. Bailu looks at the uncle with a puzzled expression and asks, Failed? Impossible. This human uncle of ours must still retain faint memories of the old world, or something along those lines. The uncle immediately freezes upon hearing that, turning to stare at the creature in utter disbelief. After snapping out of his daze, he exclaims in shock, Cheng Ziuhu, what? What the hell is this bug face? Bailu, utterly unconcerned about the uncle's feelings, turns to Cheng Ziuhu and asks, Young monarch, shall I assist? Looking at Bailu before him, Cheng Ziuhu can barely believe his eyes. Bailu, since when? Before he can finish, Bailu cuts him off. In the era long forgotten, you were once a trusted vassal who served the monarch among countless humans. You fought in nearly every battle where my monarch took the field. Those glorious, heroic moments must be etched deep into your very soul. The uncle sitting beside them stares at the creature, his expression one of pure terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. The moment Bailu finishes, Cheng Ziuhu gasps, What? Bailu continues to explain. This method is far faster than wasting time on verbal explanations. This is a gift sent from the Shadow Monarch. At that instant, a beam of light suddenly erupts and pierces straight through his chest. Cheng Ziuhu exclaims in shock. What the? Liu Zhenhao, sitting across from them, is equally stunned. His eyes widen as he stares toward Cheng Ziuhu. Before Liu Zhenhao's eyes, a vast white void materializes out of thin air. He murmurs in shock. Huh. In the distance, a pair of footsteps gradually approaches. The silhouette grows clearer with each step, drawing closer and closer toward him. The moment it reaches the right distance, the figure stops abruptly. Seeing the figure standing before him, Liu Zhenhao whispers in disbelief. Me. Then fragments of old memories with Sung Jinwoo come flooding back. You said you were E-rank, right? I'll protect you. Watching Sung Jinwoo shoulder a massive, heavy load of luggage, Liu Zhenhao asks with concern. Isn't that luggage way too heavy? You okay? Sung Jinwoo replies, oh, it's nothing, I can still carry it. Are you always this quiet? Liu Zhenhao continues looking at him and asks again, are you always this quiet? Sung Jinwoo replies, are you always this talkative? Liu Zhenhao speaks up once more, so you're siding with him and going against us. In another memory, he stares at his boss, desperately trying to negotiate. Boss, just 20 times. Come with me 19 more times, that's all I'm asking. Please, just listen to me. Yet another memory after acquiring a brand new set of armor. He quickly equips it and proudly shows it off. A full set of armor with all the trimmings, crafted by the finest artisan in Ti. It'll boost my power significantly. If the two of us are going to conquer these dungeons, I should at least prepare properly, right? Don't you think? Sung Jinwoo, utterly unimpressed, simply raises a hand and gives him a light flick. The uncle immediately goes tumbling to the ground. Sung Jinwoo, visibly displeased, glances down at him and speaks. Take it off while I'm still calm. Liu Zhenhao, dejected, quickly complies with a meek, yes, sir. In yet another memory, he and Sung Jinwoo sit together at a restaurant. And with that, the raid was a complete success. You didn't just save my life, you carried me through the entire raid. You feel more like a real brother to me than my actual brother ever did. As he finishes speaking, he lowers his head slightly, a trace of sadness flickering in his eyes. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, Sung Jinwoo speaks. If you see me as a brother, then I'll see you the same way. He raises his glass toward him in a quiet toast. When the memories finally fade, Liu Zhenhao's face is already streaked with tears. To steady his emotions, he quickly raises a hand and wipes the tears from his face. If that's the case, to think I'd get to meet Jinwoo's son in this world. Seeing the sudden shift in Liu Zhenhao's expression, Cheng Ziuhu covers his face and turns to Bailu, whispering, Bailu, what did you do to my uncle? Bailu immediately reassures him. There is no need to worry, young monarch. He has simply recovered his memories from the previous world. After a long moment, Liu Zhenhao speaks. I understand now. The power that Jinwoo possessed, it was limitless. Yao Hai-san possess it too, don't you? Upon hearing this, Cheng Ziuhu's eyes widen as he stammers. Yes, but it's a little different. The moment he finishes, Liu Zhenhao's gaze sharpens, his expression turning deadly serious. Then he continues. The extraterrestrial being was protecting this world from those things called the Idarim. He really is in a completely different dimension. Yes, to stop the Idarim invasion from reaching Earth, I need to grow stronger as fast as possible. Honestly, even with the situation this dire, you still brought me a full business proposal. You're just as stubbornly formal as your father. Now that I understand the situation, I shouldn't treat you like a child to be sheltered anymore. I accept the proposal. The moment he heard Liu Zhenhao agree, Cheng Ziuhu leaped up in sheer elation. Watching Cheng Ziuhu's joyful expression, Liu Zhenhao's eyes grew sad. He thought to himself, Jinwoo's going to shoulder this burden alone again. But the reason he allowed my memories to be restored was because he wanted to give me a chance to support him, right? This time, trust me, I'll do everything I can to help Cheng Ziuhu. On the other side, Cheng Ziuhu stood fully geared from head to toe. He looked at the group of wounded people sitting nearby. Cheng Ziuhu observed them, thinking to himself, so that's the assault squad I hired. Uncle did an incredible job putting the team together. The moment he appeared, a man sitting nearby called out, You're really paying us 400 just to join this assault squad without even entering a real gate. Cheng Ziuhu answered without a moment's hesitation. Yes, exactly. The man continued to press. But you're going in alone. Cheng Ziuhu paid it no mind and walked away. The man watched him leave, shooting a contemptuous glance before muttering under his breath. I don't know how confident you are in your own abilities, but underestimating the gate is reckless beyond belief. Well, if you feel like you can't handle it, feel free to call on us. Even though my body's in this state, I might still be able to back you up a little. When the man finished speaking, Cheng Ziyu slightly turned his head to glance back. He looked at the man and smiled. "Thanks. If I need help, I'll call you." After that, he stepped forward on his own, walking into the city beyond. Father had shouldered countless burdens and kept on living until now. That is why, in this party system I received, I can feel Father's warmth hidden within it, but I don't want him to carry everything alone anymore. Time to start leveling up. Outside the building, a car pulled up and parked. Li Mingxing stepped out of the vehicle, then issued his order. "Stand watch around here." "Yes, sir," came the reply from inside the car. He furrowed his brow and glanced to the side, thinking, 3 months since we last met, huh? Li Mingxing slowly walked into the building. The guard, upon seeing him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh, I saw you on the news. You're Li Mingxing, the executive vice chairman of the Death Guild, right?" He paid the guard's greeting no mind, thinking arrogantly, "A shining gem can never stay hidden. Well, maintaining a public image is just as important." But a few minutes later, he suddenly turned around, pulled down his mask, and flashed a brilliant smile. "Thank you for recognizing me, sir." The guard raised his hand in a salute toward Li Mingxing. He spoke words of encouragement. "Have a great day, sir. Heavy, the hero of the hunter world. I'll always be cheering for you." "That's right. Those envious gazes. Everyone should look at me that way. I am the cream of the crop, born to the executive vice chairman of Eugen Construction. I became a star and king of the advertising world at a young age. I soared through the world of celebrities and was dubbed the Prince of Asia. After the cataclysm, I awakened as an A rank. I thought I'd continue to be one of the apex predators at the top of the food chain, just like before. Lin Taejiu sat up front. He spoke up. "Oh, I awakened as an S rank." Li Mingxing glanced at the driver, thinking, "Until my chauffeur Lin Taejiu became an S rank awakened, that is." Lin Taejiu smiled and continued, "I'm getting old, so I'm thinking about becoming a full-time hunter as soon as possible. I think I'll quit this driving job. Come to think of it, you are an A rank awakened, right? The Hunter Association suggested I form a guild. Would you like to join?" When he finished speaking, Li Mingxing thought, "I'm a rank, and yet this mere chauffeur is S rank." From that day forward, I was certain the world was slowly spiraling toward collapse. Back to the present, the structure of the pyramid has been inverted since the cataclysm. I must restore it to its original state, even if I have to shake hands with the devil. He slowly opened the door to the room. Then he gently pulled down his mask. Inside the room stood a row of people lined up neatly, each wearing a grotesque grin. Li Mingxing looked at them and spoke. "Wipe those disgusting smiles off your faces before I tear each of your mouths apart." He walked forward and asked, "Where is your master?" "The homeowner returns, and he doesn't even bother to come greet me." He had no sooner finished speaking than a voice called out from behind Li Mingxing. He looked at the figure before him and said, "That hair color and those damned Isur and Itarim, aren't you?" The figure held a book in hand, glancing over at him. Li Mingxing walked over and gently placed his hand on the figure's head. "Last time I saw you, you were just an infant. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you? Even your mana has increased. Growing according to plan, are you?" When he finished speaking, the Itarim frowned in irritation and said, "I've told you before, Ethis isn't growth. I'm restoring my power. To overcome the problem of traversing the space-time between universes, I split my original body, dividing my power and personality into multiple fragments, and sent them to this world. Among those fragments, the first one to arrive here was the weakest. That was my newborn state. You could say the current me is a version that has merged with the second fragment." Li Mingxing flopped down into a chair with an exasperated expression. "Sounds complicated." The Itarim glanced at his book and continued, "Though my memories remain unchanged, my personality will be different from the one you knew before. In simple terms, I require you not to treat me with excessive familiarity." Li Mingxing frowned and looked toward him, asking, "I couldn't care less about your personalities. You still remember our deal, right?" The Itarim lowered his head slightly and replied, "Fame, wealth, and the annihilation of S-rank hunter Lin Taejiu." When he finished, Li Mingxing grinned with satisfaction and said, "Good. At least you remember." The Itarim paid no attention to his expression, still absorbed in his book, and asked, "So what brings you here today?" He replied, "Am I not allowed inside my own house?" Hearing his answer, the Itarim said with irritation, "I believe I told you not to come here unless you had a special reason." Li Mingxing paid no mind to his words. He frowned, pointed upward, and explained, "There's a problem with the Stardust production line. Recently, the supplier guild that provided raw materials and the factories in Seoul have all been destroyed. So I came here to request additional Stardust supplies, if any are available." The Itarim spoke up, asking, "They were attacked. Have you found the mastermind?" He replied, I heard the one who wiped out the Linkyu Guild was a masked hunter who uses a sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy flipped the page of his book and asked, Minxing, you're the one who adopted our Stardust production method, and you're the one who built the entire distribution system. Didn't you guarantee the system would never have any problems? Minxing replied, Kid, if you keep sweating every little problem, you'll never get anything done. The outsider cast a murderous glance at him and sneered, Pathetic. Was my previous incarnation wrong to choose a pawn like you? Minxing slowly pulled a dagger from his leg. Hey, outsider. In the next instant, a gust of wind lunged forward and pressed the blade against the outsider's throat. His eyes widened with a terrifying intensity as he stared down at the boy and threatened. I'm not some brainwashed dragon vessel like you. I'm an A-rank hunter. If I lose my temper, I can take your life before you even regain your power. The pawn here isn't mates you. Before the blade, the outsider showed not a shred of fear. Then he spoke slowly. The hunters of your little human world decided to rank each other by mana capacity and called it a symbol of power. The moment the outsider finished speaking, Minxing snarled, How utterly pathetic. From the guard's direction, his body suddenly rose as if controlled by an unseen force. His eyes began to glow, and a surge of mana energy erupted forth. Witnessing the spectacle, Minxing couldn't suppress his shock. What? Mana is pouring out from every direction. Could it be? A group seated at a dining table suddenly froze mid-motion, their golden glowing eyes turning downward in unison. On the other side, every single person had a surge of mana energy radiating above their heads. Not just them, every person in the entire building was emanating mana, even those inside elevators. They all turned their gazes in one direction. Seeing the mana energy manifesting all around, he muttered in horror. He brainwashed every single person in this building. Back where they stood, the outsider spoke calmly amidst the surrounding spectacle. The reason my previous incarnation found you useful was because you were needed for survival. But now, I possess the power to survive on my own. Our relationship depends entirely on what you're capable of. Before them, the building's occupants advanced, each carrying a different weapon, closing in on the two of them. Their expressions were twisted and vicious, their eyes radiating an eerie golden glow. They raised their weapons, assuming combat stances. At the sight, Minxing's anxiety spiked. Cold sweat beaded across his forehead. Then he quickly shifted the situation. Minxing tossed the dagger to the ground, stepped away from the outsider, and forced a grin. I was just messing around. Why so serious? I just wanted to see if you actually have what it takes to kill that S-rank. The outsider calmly closed the book in his hands and said, Fine. Since you still have some use, I'll spare your life this time. Immediately, everyone returned to normal. Downstairs, the guard clutched his neck, groaning in agony. A white-haired man presented a briefcase filled with stardust before Minxing. The outsider spoke. This is a stimulant created by condensing stardust 100-fold. He picked up a stardust crystal and examined it. Wait, you actually have something like this? The outsider turned his head slightly and replied, Dissolve it and you can mass-produce stardust. Then the boy looked at him with a detached gaze and continued. It's completely different from the stardust that only low-rank hunters can use. If you take it, it will be effective even for an A-rank hunter like you. Wanna try? He stared at the glittering stardust crystal in his hand and replied, I'll pass. Meanwhile, in his head, who in their right mind would use some mystery substance like this? I may have just unleashed an unimaginable monster upon the earth. But he grabbed the briefcase before leaving. He didn't forget to turn back and remind the outsider. All right, don't forget your promise. A voice echoed from behind, That's none of my concern. Once Minxing had truly left, the boy immediately tossed the book to the ground. Then he held his hand before his face, gazing at it intently, and murmured, I can sense that another fragment is approaching. Once I merge with that fragment of power, I won't need to hide anymore. Then the scene of a serpent-shaped monster, opening its massive jaws with savage ferocity, flashed through his mind. It whipped its tail, sending Gray flying. She crashed to the ground, then turned her gaze back toward the monster. Issa planted her feet and launched herself into the air, hurtling toward the monster at full speed. On the other side, Suho charged in, extending his hand to activate his ability. No Exception was also quickly sent flying by the monster's tail. Witnessing the scene, she shouted in alarm. The new monarch gritted his teeth and clung desperately to the monster's tail. Then he poured every ounce of his ability into his hand, squeezing the monster's body with everything he had. Its eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, its body was torn clean in two by his grip, unleashing a blood-curdling shriek of agony. After a few seconds, the monster collapsed. Suho leaped back, landing safely on the ground. From the outsider's direction, the boy smiled eerily and said, "When that time comes, the invasion will officially begin." A man with long, unkempt hair looked at them with a deeply weary expression and asked, "This job really isn't dangerous, right? All we have to do is sit here until that person passes through the gate, and each of us gets 5 million won. The only condition is that we don't reveal anything we've seen or heard here." "I still don't understand why he's so willing to pay us this much." A man seated nearby replied, "This is already the 4th time, and they've never broken a single promise to us. As hunters who guard the gate, we're serving the community. This doesn't hurt anyone," she continued, "but something just doesn't feel right." Someone else spoke up to shut her down. "Then just stop working for them." Hearing that, she scratched the back of her head with an awkward expression. "Well, that's a bit." A man nearby glanced at her suspiciously, thinking, yeah, extremely suspicious. He never brings any collection or excavation team. He just goes in and clears the gate. But if you don't collect or excavate, there's no profit to be made from a gate whatsoever. At first, he only entered D-rank gates, but recently he started going into C-rank ones. What the hell is he doing in there? On Suho's side, rocks blasted into the air from the sheer force of impact. From behind, Belu urged the goblins relentlessly, "Faster, faster, move it." Iso gathered materials from the ground and glanced at Gray. "Collection work genuinely requires real skill, wouldn't you say?" Gray looked toward Suho with a deeply worried expression. "The new monarch is fighting a C-rank boss monster all on his own. I hope he's all right." On Suho's end, he was leaping desperately to evade the monster's onslaught. The colossal beast, consumed by rage, slammed its legs down at him in a relentless barrage. The moment he spotted an opening, Suho immediately drew his sword. He unleashed his technique gale strike and slashed at the monster with everything he had. System paralysis effect activated. System target possesses strong resistance. System effect potency reduced. Item Kasaka's venomous fang rank C category dagger. INT 25. A dagger crafted from the fang of Kasaka. The venom from Kasaka is still preserved within. It inflicts paralysis and hemorrhage on the target. You can store this item in your inventory or sell it at a shop. Passive effect paralysis. The target has a chance of being paralyzed over time. Passive effect hemorrhage. The target loses 1% HP per second. After finishing his attack, Suho slowly turned to face the monster and spoke. You can take a hit. I wanted to test the paralysis effect on that dagger I picked up earlier, but I guess it doesn't work on spiders." Just as he suspected to deal with these insects, he readies his sword once more, poised to strike. Cheng Ziuhu charges in, slamming into the creature's skull. But he doesn't stop there, raising his fist. He lunges forward and delivers another devastating blow. Cheng Ziuhu gazes at the monster and grins smugly. Fists are still the god-tier way to fight. His blade is engulfed in an incredibly powerful surge of energy. The blade unleashes a barrage of slashes at the monster. Cheng Ziuhu controls the blade to attack the monster, thinking to himself that he's now strong enough to solo a C-rank boss. Next, he can advance to the B-rank gate. Rocks and debris are sent flying toward it from all directions. Cheng Ziuhu dashes toward the creature like the wind, thinking to himself that he's already gotten used to using ruler's authority mid-combat. Not only is he leveling up, but he's becoming more proficient in combat with each passing day. Come to think of it, he usually only uses ruler's authority to move objects. But now he's curious what would happen if he combined that invisible force directly into his attacks. He raises his hand, forming a fist. An immense wave of power radiates from his fist. He channels every ounce of his strength into a single strike against the monster. Kaboom! A massive explosion rings out, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave. System notifications keep popping up one after another. Notification: Giant Arage defeated. Notification: Level up. Ruler's authority has been upgraded. Ruler's authority LV 2 active skill. No mana consumption required. You can now move objects without direct physical contact. Fatigue accumulates based on how the skill is utilized. Fatigue 83. Cheng Ziuhu lies sprawled on top of the monster's corpse, letting out a satisfied sigh. I guess it's because this skill demands absolute concentration. It drains me way faster. Keeping this skill active non-stop is seriously tough. Iso and Gray both turn their eyes toward him. Cheng Ziuhu steps out, hands in his pockets, looking their way. At the same time, he thinks to himself, there could be endless ways to fight, all depending on how he uses ruler's authority. The moment she sees him, she exclaims, "The new monarch." She quickly stands up and asks, "Did you defeat the boss?" He smiles with pride and answers, "Yeah, I won." Hearing that, Bela, standing beside her, grows visibly excited and speaks up in praise. "My lord, you can now fight on your own without needing me by your side. I am truly impressed. He then continues, Bailu, go feast on the magic crystals now. Bailu reports, we have collected all of the monster's body parts. Cheng Ziuhu nods approvingly. Well done. System, Sword Dance, 8,400,000 G. System, Mind Fog Potion, 130,000 G. Oxygen Crystal, 1,200,000 G. Crimson Orb Purchase, 200 gold. 500 gold. He reads the system window and exclaims, being able to sell collected materials right through the shop window is incredibly convenient. At that moment, Bailu approaches and speaks up. Compared to human hunters, I believe you're on the verge of reaching B rank. Hearing that, his eyes widen in surprise. Really? Well, it's not that surprising. I level up 8 times faster than them, after all. Status window name, Sung Suho classification, Nun title, Wolf Slayer fatigue, 83. HP 53,505. 350 MP 564,564. Vitality 63. Endurance 48. Agility 37, Intelligence 37, Perception 42, 5 level 28 remaining points, 0 passive endurance LV, 2 martial arts LV, 1 active ruler's authority LV, 2 shadow extraction LV, 2 storm SL. Ash Storm / Bailu continues. Also, I sense that perhaps because you've grown stronger they have too. Iso stretches nearby, chiming in. It's true, the more we fight, the faster my strength seems to recover. How is my stamina recovering without having to drain blood? He asks, looking toward them. Hold on, there's one more thing. You two are now showing levels. Iso LV, 19, Gray LV, 17. Hearing that, she can hardly believe his words and voices her doubt. So we really do have levels now, huh? But we're not players like you or Sung Jinwoo, are we? Cheng Ziuhu looks at her and asks, can you see the system window too? She answers, I don't think so. Her answer makes Cheng Ziuhu furrow his brow slightly. He rests his chin on his hand, lost in deep thought. Even if they can't access their stats, I wonder though their stats still increase with each level. While it's good news that they can grow stronger from here on out, the heirs and the party system still hold too many mysterious pieces of the puzzle that need solving. He then speaks up. All right then, let's go test whether you two can really level up. Hearing that, she stares at him in shock. What? How? Cheng Ziuhu crosses his arms and grins at them. What other way is there? Obviously we'll raid another gate. She recoils in horror. We've already done 2 raids. Why go again? Ignoring her protest, Cheng Ziuhu continues. Fine, let's save it for later. First, let's knock out the daily quests. Bailu chimes in from the side. Young monarch, you should be careful not to become addicted to anything. System, you have entered the shadow dungeon. The moment he steps inside, his eyes go wide with sheer disbelief. Before his ice flames engulf and consume an entire city. Iso stands behind, shielding her face with one hand while turning to him. There's a gate inside the shadow dungeon. Cheng Ziuhu doesn't answer. He raises a hand in front of his face, thinking this heat is insane. Is it coming from inside the gate? He immediately turns to Bailu. Bailu, can gates even appear inside the shadow dungeon? It answers, I am not sure either. System emergency quest triggered. A dimensional rift has been detected. Enter the connected gate and eliminate the source of the dimensional rift. Staring at the system notification, he's momentarily stunned. An emergency quest, then a grin creeps across his face. He tosses 2 garment-like items toward them. Here, Gray, catch this. Iso catches what he tosses her, puzzled. Item heat-resistant cloak E-rank, usable. Uncategorized mixed. Blocks heat up to a certain degree when equipped. Price 10 gold. He turns to them and declares, perfect. I was planning to raid again anyway, this couldn't have come at a better time. Let's head into the gate. In the desert, a replica Egyptian dungeon. The Pyramid Zonia man with a vicious expression roars. He is Liu Sheng of the Ala Guild, a B-rank hunter. Liu Sheng points his blade at the group before him and bellows. This is an abuse of power. Who gave you the right to kick us out of the dungeon? With Ala Guild were here first. The other man sneers. Who cares who got here first? This is my final warning. This dungeon belongs to our guild now. If you keep resisting, I'll take it as a declaration of war. Liu Sheng's brow furrows at the response, unease flickering in his eyes. He thinks to himself, damn it, I can't believe we ran into the Shihuang Guild. The man glares at Liu Sheng with a murderous expression, his voice dripping with menace. Before overwhelming, absolute power, everything else is nothing but dust. He is Radon, of the Shihuang Guilden A-rank hunter. Liu Sheng glances back at the people behind him. He shouts the order, everyone battle positions. Radon stands with arms crossed, scoffing with contempt. Right in the middle of this tense standoff, Cheng Ziuhu steps forward, raising a hand. He waves at both groups and says, hello. They both turn to glare at him, none too pleased. Cheng Ziuhu looks at them awkwardly and asks, excuse me, who exactly are we? 30 minutes earlier, Cheng Ziuhu surveys his surroundings. He furrows his brow and mutters, I wonder why sand is blowing out of the gate. Iso gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Right, tell us about it. So this dungeon leads to a desert. Belu exclaimed, I can feel a powerful wave of magical energy coming from that pyramid. Hearing this, Cheng Ziuhu asked curiously, but why are there things that seem completely out of place in a dungeon? There are cars and even barbed wire fences. All three of them slid down from a massive sand dune. Cheng Ziuhu looked around and asked, I've heard that machines don't work in dungeons, so why are these here? She surveyed their surroundings and exclaimed, Don't tell me this isn't a dungeon but some gate that crossed into another world's boundary. Belu continued, That's impossible. Hearing their takes, Cheng Ziuhu turned and offered his own. Even so, as long as the gate back in the Shadow Dungeon is still intact, there won't be a problem. I'll go check everything. Iso nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that's a great idea. Instantly, a swirl of black smoke enveloped Cheng Ziuhu, and he gradually vanished. A moment later, he returned. Iso immediately asked, Young monarch, how did it go? His eyes locked onto her, filled with shock, and he said, The gate is no longer there. Outside, the crowd watched as the gate gradually faded away. They rushed toward the gate, shouting frantically, The gate has disappeared. Does that mean the beast boss has been killed? But that person still hasn't returned. We need to contact emergency dispatch immediately. Back to the present inside the Egyptian pyramid. Two groups of people are locked in an extremely tense standoff. Cheng Ziuhu glanced around, thinking to himself, we've made it inside the pyramid. Thank God there are people here. They must be the ones with the cars outside, right? Judging by the way they speak English, they're from another country. Then he flashed a friendly smile, shyly rubbed the back of his head and asked softly, Where am I? He thought to himself, Thank God, I studied English to get into college. Liu Sheng glanced at him and spoke. A hunter from some no-name guildos, this Asian, intend to claim ownership of this dungeon. Randon chimed in from beside him. What a pain. Didn't expect so many insects to swarm here. His eyes widened. He looked up at him. He muttered, it was mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. Then he recalled the words a man once told him. A creature born from death has broken the seal. The one who wields the power to raise the dead shall appear in the tomb. Shortly after the prophecy was spoken, a pyramid necropolis-type dungeon appeared in Egypt. Pyramid, tomb, Egypt, and death. This fits the prophecy perfectly. Once my scheduled affairs are concluded, secure me dungeon entry rights so I can raid it. As soon as the man finished speaking, Randon asked, If other guilds interfere, how would you like us to handle them? Driven by curiosity, the mysterious man slid his glasses down slightly and asked, Why do you bother asking? Vanon thought to himself, just use the Shiwang Guild's methods to deal with them. He raised his hand toward Cheng Ziuhu and issued his demand. You there, if you're a hunter pursuing this dungeon, this is your final warning. If you comply, I'll let you leave. As soon as the man finished, Cheng Ziuhu thought to himself, so this really is a dungeon. What a brutal crowd. If this is a dungeon, then I have no choice but to clear it and complete the emergency quest. He squinted cautiously at the man and asked, And what if I refuse? The man replied, Simple enough. He drew his weapon, charged at Cheng Ziuhu, and roared, Then we'll have to kill you. Seeing Randon's sudden attack, O and Gray were left stunned. Liu Sheng, standing nearby, was equally shocked. From Cheng Ziuhu's position, Randon lunged at him with full force. Rocks and debris exploded into the air from the impact. He stared at Cheng Ziuhu in disbelief. Cheng Ziuhu leaped onto the wall, dodging his attack. You're the one who attacked first, you know. But Randon didn't stop there, had charged again. Cheng Ziuhu raised his arm to block the strike. Thinking to himself, I have no idea how much damage I'll deal after powering up. Since I hit his armor, he shouldn't die right. Randon gritted his teeth and glared at him furiously. He charged again, bellowing in rage, You little brat. Randon spun around, throwing a punch straight at Cheng Ziuhu. Then he glanced toward his group and barked an order. How dare you go easy on me? Kill them all. Whether they're from the Alla Guild or that Asian brat, kill every last one of them. Iso refused to stand idle. She grabbed her weapon and charged forward, shouting, How dare you harm the young monarch? Liu Sheng, standing nearby, clenched his teeth and muttered, I suppose a fight is unavoidable now. Cheng Ziuhu braced his hands and pushed himself up from the rubble. Shisha, Belu asked with concern from beside him. Young monarch, are you all right? He replied, Yeah. Then he looked at the groups fighting each other and said, Hunters are fighting each other. If I want to complete the emergency quest, I need to win this brawl, don't I? Belu chimed in. I believe it's necessary for the sake of this raid. Cheng Ziuhu glanced sideways and deduced that the guild of the armored man who attacked him was undoubtedly the enemy. He quickly pivoted, built momentum, and launched himself into the air. Step by step, he rapidly scaled up to the ceiling. Then Cheng Ziyu dove down from above. He threw a devastating punch straight into Taken's face. The man glanced at him, smiled, and said, "Impressive. Never thought a weakling hunter would dare stand against the Shihuang Guild. You should listen to your better son unless you want to get yourself killed." Taken immediately drew his weapon to block the attack. Cheng Ziyu relentlessly unleashed strikes at him. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "I've been trying to bring him down, but he's still tanking my hits. How tough are these bastards? Maybe I should try a new fighting method, with ruler's authority. The one I just learned. Can I even use it on a person? But what if I accidentally kill him?" Cheng Ziyu raised his hand, focusing every ounce of power, preparing for a final blow. Suddenly, an unfamiliar blade appeared out of nowhere. It was Liu Sheng. He swung his sword hard, cracking it against Taken's head, leaving Cheng Ziyu stunned. Taken stared at the blood streaking down his face, eyes wide with shock, but mere seconds later he collapsed. Cheng Ziyu glanced at Liu Sheng and spoke gratefully, "Thank you." Liu Sheng rested his sword on his shoulder and replied, "I saw your skills when you dodged Randon's attack." Then he turned to him and asked, "But that hesitation earlier, are you afraid of killing people? Monsters aren't the only danger hunters face. You need the resolve to protect yourself from dangerous people like rogue hunters." His eyes widened, completely stunned. Cheng Ziyu caught his breath and glanced at him. "Resolve? I thought fighting with everything I had would be enough, but it still isn't, is it? Up until now, I never had to kill any Onevan when I fought the Hyena Guild. I could hold back because the power gap between us was too vast. But I won't always be in a position where I hold the upper hand. Situations where I refuse to kill could lead to my own death or leave me unable to protect what I want to protect. Perhaps the catastrophes that have already happened in this world will continue to occur. I missed that because I was only focused on leveling up. I forgot that I have to discard the emotions I carried from before the cataclysm. Only then can I fight Li Mingxing back to reality." Liu Sheng rests his sword on his shoulder, looks at him with a grin, and introduces himself. "I'm a hunter from the Alla Guild. Name's Liu Sheng. We've run into a bit of trouble because of the Shihuang Guild. Why not form an alliance with us?" From behind, while Liu Sheng's guard is down, Taken charges in with his weapon drawn. Ziyu reacts in an instant, throwing a punch straight at him. Liu Sheng watches the trajectory of Ziyu's fist, his eyes widening in shock. Ziyu dashes past Liu Sheng, lunges at Taken, and drives a devastating punch into his face. Taken is sent flying backward on impact. System skill ruler's authority has reached level 2. Skill info active skill, no mana cost. Enables telekinetic manipulation of objects without direct physical contact. Fatigue accumulates based on usage frequency. He glances toward Taken, a single thought echoing in his mind, "I won't hesitate anymore." A foot steps toward him. Taken lifts his head. His face is barely recognizable anymore. He lets out a pained whimper. Randon glances down, thinking to himself he took out Wang Xiongbi with a single strike. Randon looks up, a grin of genuine amusement spreading across his face. He murmurs, "Interesting." Ziyu looks at him and introduces himself. "I'm Ziyu from South Korea. Let's form an alliance." The chaotic battle between both sides erupts. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in to report the Alla Guild is cooperating with another hunter party. The commander sneers in contempt. "Shrimp will always be shrimp, no matter how many you gather. We're not only stronger, we outnumber them." At that moment, Ziyu holds a key pulsing with mana. He says, "Who said we've shown our full strength?" His action catches Liu Sheng's attention. Then he gives the command, "Rise." The enemy commander's face twists in shock and horror. What Ziyu summons is none other than common-rank giant arachnids. More and more giant arachnids materialize, their eyes fixed on the enemy, awaiting only his command to attack. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Sheng stares in utter disbelief. He thinks with physical combat ability like that, he's also a summoner, and he can summon this many at once, no less. Ziyu cuts that thought short. He says, "All right, I'm going in." The giant arachnids relentlessly assault the enemy forces with their overwhelming strength. Right at that moment, a hulking figure appears. He takes a running start, seemingly preparing to charge. He leaps a massive distance, landing on a giant arachnid and tearing it apart. Randon laughs. "So you haven't shown everything after all. Kid, you're interesting." Seeing this, Ziyu immediately recognizes him. Randon knew that creatures become weaker once extracted as shadow soldiers, but he never expected someone to one-shot a magical beast that even the Shadow Monarch himself had struggled to defeat. It seems that man is the strongest one here. Right then, Gray arrives just in time. She calls out to him, young monarch. Xiuhu speaks up quickly. Perfect Timinglets use the linked skill. Gray lets out a bark, as if answering his command. Iso speaks cheerfully. Just for a moment, my liege. Xiuhu seems to not quite understand what she means. Iso explains eagerly. Why don't you try using the linked skill with me this time? After all, while we were attacking the gate, we already learned how to boost our energy charge rate. Hearing this, Gray bristles with irritation, while Xiuhu replies, flustered. Using a skill I've never tested in real combat is kind of. Iso says sadly, the chance to be of help to the young monarch. Before she can finish, an explosion rocks the area behind them. Thousands of mummy monsters pour out, swarming to attack. Liu Sheng barely holds his ground against the massive mummy creature. He says, they came because they heard the fighting, didn't they? Iso panics and warns Xiuhu another wave is coming from a different path. Randon is being shielded by his subordinates at this moment. He thinks mummies, so I finally understand the prophecy the guild master heard. The prophecy spoke of creatures born from death breaking through the seal. The one who possesses the power to raise the dead shall emerge within the tomb. Randon ponders for a long moment. If the dead returning to life refers to the mummies, then the creature mentioned in the prophecy must be somewhere deep within this dungeon. Creatures born from death have broken the seal. Gazing toward the depths of the dungeon, Randon recalls the guild master's orders to claim ownership of the dungeon. But with the competition this fierce, it would be wiser to seize the power to raise the dead, the very thing the guild master desires. His eyes gleam as he shifts his gaze upward toward something. Watching Xiuhu fight the mummies, Randon thinks, but if I pull back now, Cheng Xiu. He closes his eyes, seemingly weighing his options. This leaves even Liu Sheng, still mid-battle, gawking in astonishment. Randon makes his decision. Shihuang Guild, all of you follow me. Leave those hunters behind and head to the boss room now. Seeing this, Liu Sheng shouts, the Shihuang Guild is pushing into the dungeon. Stop them. But it's impossibly a wall of countless mummies blocks his path. He can't stop the Shihuang Guild from advancing into the dungeon. Liu Sheng grits his teeth in fury. They're using these monsters to pin us down, and it's the only entrance too. Xiuhu responds, if that's the case, they'll steal the reward right out from under us. He calls out to Gray, who seems to understand his intent. Before the colossal mummy, Xiuhu and Gray truly merge as one. The instant the mummy swings its arm to attack, he dodges with perfect timing. Xiuhu leaps into the air, gains momentum, and tears through every mummy blocking his path. In mere seconds, every mummy in the area is wiped out by Xiuhu. The sight leaves even Liu Sheng stunned beyond words. Xiuhu turns to him. Clean up here fast and catch up to them. Liu Sheng still can't hide his shock. He thinks he's not just a summoner confused with his summons too. Xiuhu, who the hell are you? Iso lingers behind, still regretful that she couldn't be of help to the young monarch. Deep within the tomb, a mummy collapses defiated. The Shihuang Guild has finally cleared all the mummies blocking their way. Randon thinks of Xiuhu, that kid is far more than he appears. Once I claim the power to raise the dead, I want to fight him. Suddenly, his attention catches on something. At the far end of the mausoleum stands a door leading to the deepest chamber. Randon asks, is this the boss's room? The dust-covered door slowly creaks open, and as it swings wide, what greets their eyes is the sight of the boss bound in chains pulsing with mana. The soldiers see it and say, that must be the boss. Another one asks, is it asleep? Hearing this, Randon says nothing. He seems to be calculating something. Randon thinks, why is it chained up? The prophecy said a creature born from death would appear after the seal is broken. But then, a sound emits from the boss speaking in a language they cannot comprehend. One soldier says, demon tongue, is it talking to us? The boss falls silent for a moment, then speaks again in the dark tongue. Its limbs begin to stir. Crack Kit shatters the chains binding it. Seeing this, Randon panics and barks an order. Every own battle positions. The instant the chains snap, the boss lashes them out toward the soldiers. The chain whip tears through a swath of soldiers in a single strike. When the chain falls to the ground, only one person is left standing from the boss's attack. Watching his subordinates fall in a single blow, Randon thinks in a panic, what the hell? Our tanks are famous for their durability, and they got taken out by a single chain swing. The boss towers several times his height. It extends both arms to the sides, making no move to attack. Randon's expression slowly twists into confusion. Is it taunting me into attacking? He grits his teeth and snarls. Why does everyone dare look down on me? Randon channels his mana, preparing his skilled giant war armor. His eyes harden, and while the boss still stands with its arms spread wide, Randon swings his blade down at it. But his full-powered strike doesn't seem to faze the boss in the slightest. Seeing this, Randon's face drains of color. He thinks in horror, my all-out attack couldn't even make it budge. The boss speaks once more in the dark tongue. At this point, Randon can do nothing against it. The only thought in his mind, "I'm sorry, Guild Master. I should have waited for you." The boss clenches its fist, and with a single punch, the ground quakes and explodes into countless fragments. Randon's body is hurled into the distance. He is no longer in one piece. The boss then sits down, gazing at Randon's broken remains. It lets out an unexpected sigh. The boss says, "I expected the first living thing to find me would be something impressive. Who knew it'd die after just one round?" It stands back up. Whatever. It rises and says, "Seems like there are a few more. Let's keep playing." The scene opens with a mummy being taken down. A single kick from Suho drops it instantly. But with the endless swarm of mummies, he thinks they are too numerous. If this keeps up, they'll just keep rising. And he can't extract their shadows. They seem capable of self-resurrection. He stares at his hand, confused. I can't extract them, and I can't use it either. So there are more limitations than I thought. Seeing this, Belu beside him also feels dejected, unable to help his master. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from behind, shaking the ground. Suho leaps up just in time at the spot, where he stood a moment ago shatters into 100 pieces. Everyone else freezes in shock as the ground cracks apart beneath them. Chunks of debris shoot upward from deep underground and, rising from the depths, is an enormous monster. Before them stands a centipede monstrosity. Damn it, as if the mummies weren't enough. Now this thing shows up. The centipede monster attacks them relentlessly. Everyone barely manages to leap away, dodging its assault. O leaps into the air, preparing to strike the monster. She drives her blade straight into the centipede's body. But the blade can't pierce its thick carapace. Instead, she's sent flying back. U says in frustration, "My attack can't penetrate its hide." Seeing this, Liu Sheng says to Suho, "Suho, fighting these monsters head-on isn't a good idea. As much as it pisses me off that the Shiwang Guild seized control of this dungeon, I think we should fall back." Suho hears him out and agrees. He says maybe they should. He thinks, "Emergency quest says I need to resolve the issue caused by the dimensional rift. There's no guarantee that the Shiwang Guild killing the boss will complete this quest for me. Is pulling out now really the right call?" At that moment, a mysterious mist begins rising from the ground. The boss has apparently arrived here. Its footsteps pound the earth so hard the ground splinters apart. Sensing the killing intent, Liu Sheng's expression changes instantly. The boss known as Amute has reached this place. Liu Sheng sees it and blurts out in panic, "Isn't that the path the Shiwang Guild took? Another monster just came out from there." Sensing the killing intent radiating from Amute, Suho's face turns pale. His body trembles. He thinks maybe it's because his instincts have sharpened after leveling up. But he's certain of one thing compared to the others. That monster bearing that name is an absolute catastrophe. Amute opens its mouth and speaks a single word, "Begone." Hearing this, the mummies tremble in abject terror. Iso is stunned to see the mummies actually stop attacking. She watches them retreat deep into the dungeon and says in astonishment, "I can hear that monster's voice. It ordered them all to get lost." And the mummies obeyed it. Before she can even finish her sentence, Amute has already leapt directly in front of her. Suho calls out to the boss in alarm, "What you just heard was the dark tongue. You can understand my words." Hearing this, she answers in a trembling voice, "Yes, because I am a member of the demon race." Amute is taken aback, then it laughs. "It speaks every day that passes. The only things I see are the rotting corpses of fools and insects scattered across the desert. I've lost count of how long it's been since I met someone who can understand what I say." Hearing that, she thinks, he seems friendlier than he looks. At that exact moment, a centipede monster lunges at her from behind. But before it can reach her, Amute kills it in a single strike. This leaves Isa stunned. He destroyed that centipede monster with just one blow. Immediately after, another centipede monster charges in. Amute says, "Before we talk, I suppose I need to clean up these stubborn beasts that refuse to heed my warning." With that, it leaps high into the air. With a single kick, it effortlessly obliterates the swarm of monsters. Witnessing that spectacle, everyone is left utterly speechless. Suho thinks in bewilderment a monster is killing other monsters. Seeing the centipede die, another one charges in with the intent to kill Amute. It roars, trying to take down the boss. But in the next instant, the monster's expression twists in agony. Claw strikes move like lightning, and the centipede's blood sprays across the air. Amute has torn its corpse to shreds. While slaughtering the monsters, it says coldly, "I despise vermin." Witnessing this, everyone is gripped by sheer terror. Liu Sheng blurts out in disbelief, "What on earth is a monster powerful enough to slaughter centipede beasts in the blink of an eye doing in a place like this? This field-type dungeon, according to the intel, It should only be C rank to B rank. Amute immediately steps toward them. It seems there are a few here I can't have a conversation with. With that, it leaps straight at Liu Sheng. Die. Seeing this, he immediately raises his sword to block. At that moment, they shrieked in panic, unable to believe their own eyes. Just then, Sung Suho appeared in the nick of time, shielding them from Amut's attack. He said angrily, "You're killing us just because you can't communicate. Do you have any concept of the value of a life at all?" Amut replied in surprise, "Oh, so there's actually a human who can talk to me." Suddenly, he moved his leg and remarked, "Value, you say? I've never given a thought to such trivial nonsense." With that, he stomped his foot, causing the ground to shatter into countless fragments. Debris sprayed outward toward them. Sung Suho had been sent flying by Amut's kick and was severely injured. Seeing this, she screamed in panic, "My liege," she said furiously, "you bastard, how dare you do that to the Shadow Monarch?" Hearing this, Amut said, "Is he your comrade?" Amut touched his head and said, "Very well, as an apology I will spare your life. If you are a member of the demon race, you must know quite a lot. It would be great if you could satisfy my curiosity." Then it asked her, "Has the war between the Shadow Monarch and the other monarchs ended yet? If it has ended, who was the victor?" She thought in confusion, who the hell is this guy? How does he know about the war between the monarchs? Seeing that her comrades had been taken down by Amut, it said, "Are you not going to answer me?" Even Gray was already sprawled on the ground. It continued, "If that's the case, I have no choice." At this moment, Suho was also lying motionless, while Beru stood beside him, calling out, "My liege, my liege." Amut's threats made her so indignant that she shed tears. It said that whether it was the stupid magic beasts that couldn't understand the witch or a demon that refused to answer, "If we cannot converse, then you are nothing more than vermin." Just as it raised its leg to kill Iso and said, "Die," Suho seemed to twitch. He tried to say something, but couldn't, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. At that exact moment, he received the reward status restored. A light flared up behind Amut. Suho had recovered. He said, "Saving the daily quest reward was the right call. And if you're referring to the great war between the monarchs, I know a little something about it." His eyes glowing, Suho continued, "All the monarchs are dead, and they all fell at the hands of the Shadow Monarch." Hearing this, Amut was extremely surprised and asked back, "Is that true?" Seeing Suho recover, she cried, "My liege, help me." Amut said, "You mean while I was imprisoned here? The great war between the monarchs already ended." Suho confirmed, "That's right." He thought that if he was asking about that war, there was a high chance he was a descendant of another monarch. He thought, "That crocodile beast is at least rank 5. If I provoke him even slightly, I'll be dead for sure." Amut, advancing toward Suho, it said, "So the Shadow Monarch ultimately won that battle. If he had wiped out the other monarchs," Suho calmly listened to him continue. Suddenly Amut clenched his fist and said, "Does that mean I, the Monarch of Transfiguration, also died by his hand?" The monster pointed directly at Suho. "Does that mean I, the Monarch of Transfiguration, also died by his hand?" So this monster was a prisoner in the tomb named Amut. The moment he finished speaking, the space fell silent. Suho snuck a glance at the monster, suspicion rising in his heart. This magic beast is named Amut since he just mentioned the Monarch of Transfiguration. Could he also belong to that category? Fear surged in his heart. If he found out who his father was, he would definitely attack him. But before Suho could process everything, a giant foot from Amut suddenly came crashing down toward him. Witnessing this horrific scene, she couldn't help but panic, her eyes wide as she screamed, "My liege." The warning had barely finished before Amut's massive foot stomped down right where Suho stood. The ground shook violently, shattering into dust and rubble that clouded the space. Fortunately, thanks to his agility, Suho had quickly vaulted backward to safety. In his anger, he shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Amut remained unbothered, his voice challenging. "Seeing how long you took to react, you must be cooking up a lie. Answer quickly or I'll kill you." Suho heard this, his heart filled with resentment. This damned beast, does he just kill everything if he's not satisfied? Amut spoke again, "I'll ask you one more time, is it the Shadow Monarch?" Suho gritted his teeth and admitted, "Yes, he killed all the other monarchs." But he worried, what if he goes insane over the monarch's death? Amut listened and smirked calmly. "No wonder I wondered why he hadn't come to see me anymore. So he's already gone to hell. It seems I owe a deep debt of gratitude to the Shadow Monarch." Suho was astonished. "Wait, you're not a descendant of the Monarch of Transfiguration." Amut sneered, replying with contempt, "Me a descendant of his." The monster Amut readied his combat stance and growled, "I don't like listening to that kind of nonsense." With that, he launched a fatal blow toward Suho. He could only grit his teeth, his eyes fixed firmly on the beast, ready to receive the strike. but just inches away from hitting him, huge iron chains appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Amut's arm and stopping the attack in the nick of time. Seeing the sight before him, Suho's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Chains of crimson energy radiated, blocking in front of Amut. The beast roared in madness. These damn chains again. Could it be that I've exceeded the permitted area? Amut's words had just finished. The chains suddenly tightened, shaking violently as if to crush everything. They not only held him fast, but yanked him backward with immense force, each jerk feeling like it would tear his giant body apart. A deafening explosion echoed, causing the ground to shake and stone to shatter, filling the space with debris. Through the thick smoke and dust, the monster Amut was dragged backward, screaming in a frenzy. "These cursed chains, you bastards, you damn sorcerers." But no matter how much he thrashed or swore, the chains never stopped dragging him deep into the dark shadows of the dungeon, until his giant figure vanished completely. Witnessing this horrific scene, Suho was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock. Those chains appeared out of nowhere and dragged him back. A weight seemed to lift from his heart. He didn't know what happened, but this was for the best. She ran to his side, her voice filled with worry. "My liege, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Suho looked at Gray, who was lying trembling on the ground. His face twisted in pain and spoke in a low voice. "Now that we know a monster that terrifying exists, we must be more cautious while we still can. We need to treat Gray and the members of the Uchula Guild immediately." As he finished, he prepared to signal for support when he suddenly discovered something. The system sound rang out. An emergency quest appeared on the screen. Spatial rift. A spatial rift has just been detected. Enter the connection gate and eliminate the source of the spatial rift. Suho was momentarily confused, wondering if something happened to the quest. While he was lost in thought, she walked up anxiously and asked softly, "My liege, is everything okay?" Suho turned around, his trembling hand pointing at the system interface. "The emergency quest just changed. The system is now requesting that we enter the gate and free the descendant of the Transfiguration Monarch, Amut from the pyramid." She asked in surprise, "Does it say here that the magic beast is the descendant of the Transfiguration Monarch?" After discussing carefully, Suho's group decided to venture deeper into the dungeon. As they entered, they faced a horrific scene: broken weapons scattered everywhere, and the corpses of hunters lying all over the ground. Seeing this, Suho couldn't help but frown in deep thought. These people came from the Scavenger Guild, so they were all wiped out by Amut. His thought finished, and Suho's eyes turned cold as he spotted something. There in front of him was Amut, the giant monster tied up by magic chains. Amut growled defiantly, "I can't believe you actually dared to come here to find me. You've got guts." "Human," Suho remained calm and replied, "I came here because I wanted to talk to you." Amut smirked. "Didn't we already talk earlier?" Suho quickly retorted, "How can you call that talking when you kept trying to kill me?" Amut shrugs, utterly indifferent. "Those are just things I learned from Tanakh. Wanna complain? Go find his corpse and take it up with him." Hearing this, Cheng Ziyu thinks to himself, sure, the guy's violent, but why does it feel like he's talking to a blunt, honest-to-God child? He can't believe he has to recruit someone like this. "Come to think of it," he continues, "you don't really like the Sovereign, do you? Mind telling me why?" Amut's voice drops low. "Did you come all this way just to satisfy your curiosity about that?" "Well, it's not like I've got anything better to do while chained up like this. I'll tell you. My name is Amut. I was created by Sovereign Tanakh and another sorcerer before they abandoned me in this tomb." Cheng Ziyu asks in surprise, "A sovereign and a sorcerer created you?" Amut nods. "That's right, they turned an ordinary person into this. They left me in this tomb full of nothing but corpses and these damned hellish chains." The obvious question: we not just destroy the chains himself. Amut explains that these chains are forged by magic. Even if I manage to break them, the moment I wander too far, they just reappear. Because of them, I've never been able to go deeper into the tomb. I will never forgive Tanakh and that damned sorcerer for torturing me like this. Cheng Ziyu thinks quietly. The quest says he must free Amut somehow. He needs to break these chains. But how? They just keep coming back. If it were as simple as ripping them off the stakes, Amut would have done it ages ago. Wait, the stakes? A thought flashes through his mind. He turns to Amut. "Hey, Amut were the monsters already in here before you were sealed away." And Amut doesn't deny it. Cheng Ziyu presses on. "So that means you're not the master of this dungeon. Have you ever seen a room with a large iron door inside the tomb?" Amut shakes his head. "I only know this room. With these chains, where could I even go? Why do you keep firing questions at me?" A strange feeling stirs inside Cheng Ziyu. There shouldn't be any problem with letting Amute roam freely inside the dungeon. So why would the sorcerer make the chains reappear once Amute strays beyond a certain distance? If his hypothesis is correct, he speaks up. Amute, if I set you free, would you be willing to hear me out on a proposal? Amute can barely believe his ears. Are you saying you'll free me? I don't care what you have in mind, but if you can actually get me out of here, I'll do whatever you say. You planning to kill that sorcerer, even though you don't know where he is? Or are you gonna try to dispel this magic? But if you dare make a fool out of May, you already know what happens, right? With that, Amute unleashes a thunderous roar that shakes the entire surrounding space. His roar sends Iso trembling with anxiety. The young sovereign, Cheng Ziuhu, remains calm, staring him down. Just hear me out first. It's not too late to decide after that. Then he declares slowly, I'm going to bring this dungeon crashing down. Amute's eyes widen in sheer shock. Cheng Ziuhu lays out his reasoning. Didn't you say you can't go deeper into the dungeon because of those chains? If that was the sorcerer's intention, isn't he afraid you'll kill the master of this dungeon? If the dungeon collapses after its master dies, what do you think happens to those chain stakes once they lose their purpose? If the stakes can no longer serve their purpose, wouldn't the chains become meaningless too? Hearing this, Amute falls silent as if something just clicked. After a beat, he speaks in a low voice. An interesting idea. After some time, Cheng Ziuhu's party pushes deeper into the dungeon. The scene before them is bleak-shrouded in thick dust and haze. Suddenly, Belu bursts into tears, his voice dripping with indignation. Young sovereign, Belu circles around Amute, continuing his tirade. Why do you keep this uncivilized reptile by your side, instead of your loyal Belu? Amute hears this and scowls, his voice hardening. Quit acting like a bug already. Belu Seethaskilling intent flashing in his eyes. A bug, you want to die by my hands, is that it? Amute shrugs with utter contempt. Who would have thought this kid is the son of the Shadow Monarch? Amute places his chained hand flat against the ground. This is the farthest I can go inside the tomb. It's been a while since the Shadow Monarch's descendant went on ahead. If he can't kill the dungeon's master, then the plan is a bust. And even if the dungeon collapses but these chains still don't release Muel, that's another failure. And yet, for some reason, I found his words convincing. He doesn't want to admit it, but a strange faith stirs within Amutine Cheng Ziuhu. The image of Sovereign Tanakh suddenly surfaces in his mind. You claimed that raw physical power was the only true strength, and then you created darkness. But look, heaven, beings far weaker than us can become something so magnificent. If it's that kid, maybe he really can free me from this place. While Amute sinks deep into thought, deep within the dungeon, Cheng Ziuhu keeps fighting monster after monster. Big or small, they all fall before him in rapid succession. Each strike tears through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, felling any enemy that stands in his way. Cheng Ziuhu lets out a long breath. Sweat beads on his forehead, but his gaze only sharpens like a predator locked onto its prey. Beside him, Iso fights with everything she's gathered skills, crashing into monsters like a storm, easing the pressure on Cheng Ziuhu. As they reach the end of the path, Cheng Ziuhu gazes into the dungeon's depths. A silhouette sits perched above. Just one left, he says, his voice firm. The moment those words leave his lips, the atmosphere shifts. The entire space plunges into an eerie, unnatural silence. Before Cheng Ziuhu unfolds a terrifying sight, the final boss of the dungeon, Sheikah the Tomb Guardian, lounges upon his throne. His eyes are cold, radiating absolute authority. A colossal arm lies pinned to the ground, bound tight by iron chains. Cheng Ziuhu recalls his conversation with Amute. Just as he suspected, Evan pushing deeper into the dungeon. Those chains keep materializing to hold you back. Amute's expression turns ice cold as he clenches his fist. The moment I even think about leaving this place, they appear and bind me all over again. Cheng Ziuhu shakes his head in frustration. Truly an annoying piece of magic. Honestly, I already figured this approach would work. I just wanted to double-check. There are two parts to the plan we need to accomplish first. First, and I take down the boss and bring this dungeon crashing down. The moment that's done, we move to Objective 2, disable the chains by destroying the stakes. After that, Amute breaks free and reunites with Belu and the rest of us. Finally, we push into the dark dungeon and escape this collapsing ruin. Amute furrows his brow, his tone grave. If we fail even one of those two objectives, the whole plan falls apart. Right, Cheng Ziuhu answers without hesitation. I've already got a contingency plan for that scenario. Amute lets out a dry laugh. Forget it, whatever happens, it's still better than being stuck here. Back to the fierce battle raging deep within the dungeon. Cheng Ziuhu and Sheikah, the Tomb Guardian, have already clashed in a blazing confrontation. Sheikah Magestick and Brutal raises his hand, summoning a torrent of dark power. A colossal orb of energy begins to form in his hand. A thunderous boom erupts from beneath the ground. Massive waves of sand surge upward, violent and uncontrollable. It transforms into giant hands that lunge straight toward Sung Suho. But Sung Suho does not flinch. He grips his dagger, feeling the raw energy radiating from it, then launches himself toward Sheikah at lightning speed. As he nears the swirling wall of sand, Sung Suho activates Skill Blade Storm, his blade carving a sharp arc directly into the sand as if intent on tearing it apart. It is useless. The severed currents of sand instantly coil back, recovering in a heartbeat without the slightest sign of weakening. Suho stops, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. He grinds his teeth, fighting to suppress the fury surging in his chest. He stares down Sheikah, calculating his next move. That grave keeper Sheikah. This sand barrier is preventing me from closing the distance. With a red name tag, he must be at least that level. If I keep this up, my mana will run dry before I can even finish him off. I need to end this and fast. Just then, Iso readies herself from afar. Without hesitation, she takes a step and hurls a sharp spear straight at the boss, Sheikah. In the swirling dust, Sung Suho suddenly appears. He wastes no time and activates Skill Ruler's authority. It accelerates her spear, causing it to tear through the wind toward Sheikah. However, with a single arrogant flick of his hand, Sheikah easily swats the spear away. Seeing this, Suho cannot hide his anxiety. He shouts, "Iso, use the link skill now." Iso is momentarily caught off guard, but joy and excitement immediately flood her eyes. Understood, young monarch. Pride swells within her, and immediately a dark energy orb condenses in front of her, radiating an eerie power. In that moment, she recalls the energy charging condition of the link skill she learned while going through gates with the young monarch when she kills magic beasts. She absorbs their souls, which boosts the charging speed of the link skill. Finally, I have a chance to show the results of all those hunts against the goblins in the Shadow Dungeon. The dense black energy surges from the orb, shooting straight towards Suho and merging completely with his body. In the blink of an eye, Suho's entire body glows, enveloped by a massive surge of power. Without hesitation, he charges at Sheikah like a storm, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Having exhausted herself using the link skill, Iso collapses to the ground, her eyes hazy but still tracking Suho with unwavering faith. I've only shown my worst side to the young monarch. I hope this link skill of ours can be of use to him. System link skill, Demon's Breath, activated, charge capacity at 67%. Receiving energy from the descendant of Faith Fire, he releases a wave of overwhelming power. Hearing the notification, Suho knits his brows with determination. He'll pour everything into this attack. Suho clenches his fist. Crimson energy from the Demon's Breath skill spreads across his arm, creating a terrifying whirlwind of power. Without hesitation, he unleashes a critical blow straight into Sheikah's side. The punch lands with horrific force, and Sheikah's entire body cracks and shatters into fragments. Debris and stone are torn apart, scattering everywhere. Outside the dungeon, the surrounding space begins to tremble violently. Seeing this, Baru cannot help but be startled, his sharp eyes darting around to assess the situation. He turns to look at Ammit and speaks. After a brief pause, he speaks suspiciously. The dungeon is collapsing. Ammit nods. It means they have succeeded in defeating the dungeon master. As soon as Ammit stops speaking, the magic spikes embedded deep in the walls begin to act strangely, shaking violently. One by one, they pop out, falling to the ground with echoing thuds. When the magical chains are completely undone, Baru immediately urges, "Hey, crocodile, follow me. We must reach the young monarch immediately." But Ammit stands motionless, eyes closed as if lost in deep thought. If those chains are no longer blocking my path, I still don't understand why Tanak and that sorcerer experimented on a common demon like me. All I remember is the excruciating pain of being destroyed and reborn every single day. Tanak would destroy my body, and the sorcerer would take on the task of restoring it. The longer the experiment lasted, the stronger my body became, exactly as they planned. Yet my mind could not bear those pains, so I gouged out my own eyes and slowly transformed to enjoy the suffering. Throughout that horrific period, I had only one single desire to keep me alive. It was to feel the majesty of nature I once saw when I was young just one more time. Thinking of this, Ammit's feet slowly lift, as if to step onto the path of freedom it has always dreamed of. But at that moment, sparkling lights flash from behind, flying straight toward it. It is those magic spikes. This time they don't fall to the ground, but launch toward Ammit as if to bind it once more. Seeing this strange scene, Baru, standing nearby, cannot hide his confusion, shouting, "Crocodile!" Ammit freezes, its eyes filled with confusion as the spikes fly toward it. Realizing the danger, it grits its teeth so hard that blood trickles from the corners of its mouth. Surging with rage, it looks up and lets out a massive roar. Tanak, that wretched sorcerer. The iron spikes continuously lash out, striking Amut's body. Too angry, Amut screams in indignation. You would rather kill me than let me leave. Just as another chain spike lunges with lethal speed toward Amut, Suho suddenly appears like a gale, delivering a powerful kick to knock the chain away. The impact causes immediate sharp pain in his foot, as drops of blood ooze out. Suho grits his teeth, thinking, these spikes are so hard. Suddenly, another chain spike whistles through the air, lunging straight for Amut as if determined not to let it go. Witnessing this, Suho grits his teeth, a bold idea flashing through his mind. They are attacking again. If these chains won't let Amut go, then I'll just move these spikes myself. Without wasting another second, Suho lunges into the middle of the oncoming spikes, delivering powerful blows. Every spike is swatted toward the shadow gate. His actions create a scene that is both chaotic and magnificent. Standing there watching Suho face danger alone to protect it, Amut is stunned. Sung Suho, why are you trying so hard? How much do you want me that you would hurt yourself like this? At the same time, Suho is struggling to endure the pain radiating throughout his body, thinking, my bones can't take much more of this. Suddenly, another chain spike lunges out, nearly hitting him. But Amut's massive hand appears, batting the chain spike away. Now I understand why. All the other monarchs lost to the Shadow Monarch. Hearing those words, Suho's eyes widen in surprise. Amut continues, we just need to put these spikes inside the gate, right? Then let's fight together until the very last second. A massive amount of magic power erupts from Amut. The power makes the surrounding space tremor, and everything seems to slow down. A while later, she slowly opens her eyes. She feels the weight of exhaustion pressing down on her body, but the faint light and the familiar atmosphere put her at ease. As the scene becomes clearer, Baru quickly flies over. Awake, she is startled, immediately sitting up, her voice frantic. The young monarch brought me back to the shadow dungeon because I ran out of energy. Is he okay now? And Amut? Baru puts a finger to his lips, his gaze serious. SHH, stay quiet, they are resting. Hearing this, Iso turns her head, her eyes wide with shock, which then instantly sparkle with delight. Before her eyes, Cheng Ziuhu lies resting peacefully. His head rests against Amut's massive frame, his expression serene beyond words. Her voice trembles with indescribable joy. You did it. At the same time, a system notification rings out. System, you have successfully recruited the descendant of the Iron Body as your party member. System emergency, quest Dimensional Rift completed. System level up, quest rewards have been received. System, would you like to review your rewards? Scene change. Somewhere a steaming cup of tea sits on a desk. In a spacious office, a man with a cold, impassive face stares intently at a tablet screen. The information displayed sends him into deep contemplation. After Hunter Sung Jingu's disappearance, something changed. Hunters and gates have begun to reappear, thanks to the memories from the old world that Hunter Sung Jingu left behind. I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association and quell the chaos of the Great Catastrophe. And then there's Stardust, a substance that never existed in the old world, yet now appears as an unprecedented stimulant capable of boosting the mana of low-rank hunters without any side effects whatsoever. All we know so far is that it's being distributed by Li Mingxing, the Vice Guildmaster of the Death Guild. Since he's done all this while Guildmaster Lin Taejiu is on an overseas business trip, it's highly likely he's been acting alone. But I don't think Li Mingxing is someone capable of orchestrating distribution on this massive scale, not in the old world. It feels like there's a mastermind pulling the strings behind all of this. The sudden ring of a phone shatters the silence. The man picks up the phone, his voice calm and measured. It's been a while since you last called me. A voice comes through from the other end. Association Chairman, I'm sorry for calling so suddenly. The man smiles faintly. You can call me anytime. After all, you helped the Hunter Association tremendously during its founding years. The man on the other end sounds anxious. Actually, I'm calling because I need the Hunter Association's help. It's about my grandson. Liu Zhenhao's voice breaks with tears. The boy has awakened as an A-rank hunter, and I think he's trapped inside a gate. Liu Zhenhao pleads desperately, please help the boy. Mr. Jin Chan. Jin Chan can't hide his surprise. Mr. Liu Zhenhao, your grandson could he be? Jin Chan's expression shifts, shock written across every line of his face. He utters two words, Ziuhu. Outside the dungeon, the setting sun casts a crimson glow across the vast desert. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Only the Alla Guild members, whom Ziuhu had carried to the vehicle, remain unconscious inside. Suddenly, a voice calls out Ryo-Sin's name over and over. In a haze, Ryo-Sin's consciousness flickers. His brows furrow slightly. The voice belongs to none other than Zyuhu, standing outside the car door. He shouts, "Wake up." Zyuhu smiles, his eyes gleaming. "I've cleared the dungeon. Oh, and can I borrow your phone for a sec?" Ryo-Sin still can't grasp what's happening. Exhaustion and fragmented memories make him mumble, "The dungeon." Instinctively, he turns to look at the pyramid on an imposing, seemingly invincible monument. But before his eyes now lies only devastation and rubble, as if everything had been swept clean. The next day, soft sunlight stretches along the road leading to the airport. The Alla Guild members have gathered to see Zyuhu off on his journey back home. "Zyuhu, I'll never forget you saving my life back at the pyramid. Even after you return to Korea, keep in touch with me, okay?" "Of course, thank you for helping me get a flight back to Korea." Zyuhu then recalls his call with JH and speaks up. "Also, please stay in contact with my uncle for me." JH's words echo in Zyuhu's mind. He said he reported the situation to an acquaintance at the Hunter Association. "I should probably head there soon." Ryo-Sin, standing nearby, suddenly furrows his brow and speaks thoughtfully. "But isn't this a bit strange? A demon of S-rank caliber or higher just retreated and let the dungeon collapse on its own." Hearing this, Zyuhu forces a smile. "Guess I just got lucky." But in his heart, he thinks otherwise. I can't tell him what really happened with Ammute. Memories flood his mind. His final conversation with Ammute surfaces. "In the end, I still couldn't break those chains for you. Because of them, you're now trapped in this shadow dungeon. So you don't need to keep your promise, right?" Ammute responds quietly. "Don't worry about that. After all, our original promise was that you would free me from the tomb. Maybe because those pillars are scattered everywhere now, I actually have more room to move around. It's much more comfortable than that cramped little tomb." Zyuhu looks momentarily surprised, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Seems like Ammute has changed quite a bit. Ammute reaches out and grabs Zyuhu. By the collar, sudden action startles him. Ammute launches himself skyward without warning, leaving a powerful gust in his wake. Whoosh! Belu, standing nearby, shouts in alarm, "My liege." Moments later, Ammute lands on the rooftop of a tall building, turns his back, gazes into the distance, and lets out a long sigh. "It's faint, but now I can feel the grandeur of nature I once missed. As promised, from now on, I will follow you." "My liege!" The call snaps Zyuhu back to reality. His thoughts race. A gate had opened inside the shadow dungeon, and an emergency quest had appeared. "Yeah, I guess that was so I could meet Ammute and recruit him as a party member." He smiles faintly and turns to face Ryo-Sin. "See you around." Ryo-Sin watches Zyuhu's figure slowly disappear. He stands there, lost in thought. Zyuhu can summon monsters, fight, even transform himself. And yet he's only a B-rank hunter. Belu speaks up. "It's been ages since I got to ride a plane." Zyuhu smiles. "The gate connecting to Korea is sealed, so we'll have to make do. I managed to level up 7 times just by defeating that boss and clearing the emergency quest." He turns to Belu. "Belu, with my current abilities, what rank do you think I'd be classified as?" Belu, brimming with confidence, answers immediately. "I believe you would be rated A rank." A rank? Is he really an A rank hunter now? Zyuhu's eyes turn sharp and cold. "Looks like my preparations are nearly complete. It's time we strike back at Li Mingxing and the Idarim Apostles." Night has fallen outside. City lights illuminate the towering buildings. Scene change. Inside the meeting room of the Chivalry Guild, a voice rings out. Our guild has grown significantly as of late. The man seated at the head of the table declares confidently, "We started as a C-rank hunter guild, but now we control the B-rank gate in Incheon." The person beside him nods in agreement. "That's right, we can even move into a bigger office now." The man holds a small crystal in his hand, his expression brimming with excitement. "It's all thanks to this stardust. Thanks to it, we were able to enter a B-rank gate even though most of our members are only C-rank." Another voice chimes in. "Even buying it on the black market has gotten easier. Not to mention the price has dropped recently too. We don't know who created it, but we really owe them one. But is it really as good as it seems? I can't shake the feeling something's off about it." Hearing Sangsu say this, one of them snaps back. "Hey, you were a B-rank hunter from the start. How could you possibly understand what it's like for the rest of us?" Sangsu remains calm and replies, "I heard the Hunter Association is considering passing a law to ban the use of stardust." The man widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "What? Why would they do that when it doesn't even work? Wouldn't it be better if hunters could use this stuff to close more gates?" "That's seriously frustrating." What have they ever done for low-rank guilds like ours? Kim Sang-soo just sighed helplessly, complaining to me isn't going to change anything. Just as his words fell, the large doors of the meeting room suddenly swung open, forcing him to turn around. A group of people walked in, led by a white-haired youth who spoke up with an air of authority. This is the Chivalry Guild, isn't it? You're the guild that controls the gates appearing in Incheon, correct? Kim Sang-soo frowned and stepped forward to face him. Just some kid. Yeah, this is the Chivalry Guild. What are you doing here? The white-haired youth bluntly demanded they hand over the gates. But before Kim Sang-soo could even process what was happening, the white-haired youth's voice thundered, I said hand over the gates. Now. The moment his words ended, something horrifying happened. The guild members who had been sitting normally suddenly shot to their feet, their eyes turning hollow and vacant. One of the controlled hunters bowed his head, speaking in a flat, emotionless voice. You are an apostle. We obey your command. Sang-soo staggered back a step and roared, Everyone, what the hell? Is this some kind of joke? Sang-soo's voice grew more frantic. Why are you bowing to this kid? The white-haired youth glanced over calmly. It seems there are still a few hunters who haven't used Stardust. Good then. From this moment on, none of you are permitted to use your sight or hearing. Watching his comrades obey the white-haired youth without hesitation, Sang-soo screamed in fury. Why the hell are you listening to this kid? The white-haired youth casually sat down in a chair and spoke in a measured tone. I wish to speak with other humans besides that wretch. Our Creator holds dominion over this ownerless world. I came to Earth to fulfill the Creator's will. Sang-soo stared at him, his face twisted in bewilderment. What the hell are you talking about? The white-haired youth continued. But since arriving here, I've developed certain questions. The entities created by the divine beings exist to carry out their wishes. Yet you humans operate with your own purposes, acting on your own free will. What exactly are you fulfilling for your creator? The more Sang-soo listened, the more enraged he became. He raised his sword. Who the hell is this creator? Turn these people back to normal. Now, is this some kind of cult? You might be a kid, but don't think for a second I'll let you do whatever you want. His voice, the white-haired youth uttered the word cult, and Sang-soo's eyes widened in shock. He drew a dagger as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, making the air in the room freeze solid. Did you just insult my creator? The power radiating from his hand surged stronger by the second. Sang-soo felt the crushing pressure and immediately raised his blade, ready to strike. But before his sword could close the distance, the white-haired youth struck first. A razor-sharp slash of the dagger carved through the air and tore into Sang-soo's body. The sheer force of the blow shook the surrounding space, launching his body backward in an instant. The slash was so devastating, it shattered the wall behind him, leaving behind a brilliant streak of golden energy. Sang-soo's body was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the meeting room floor crimson. The white-haired youth stood there, his expression completely unchanged. Then he looked down at Sang-soo's lifeless corpse on the ground. He turned to the apostles. All of you listen, I permit you to see and hear again. Clean this up. Two hunters patrolling the hallway caught sight of the scene. One of them gasped. What the? Is some hunter causing trouble here again? The white-haired youth appeared behind the two hunters before they could even react. His voice was ice cold. Forget everything you just saw. He stood still for a moment, his eyes glinting with lethal cold. Free will, what a joke. All created beings exist to fulfill the wishes of the divine. And yet the creatures of this world dare to make their own decision to destroy their own creator. A colossal magical beast was surrounded and suppressed by a group of apostles. Despite its massive frame and raw power, it seemed utterly helpless against their overwhelming might. The white-haired youth approached calmly, his gaze settling on the beast. He spoke in a low voice. Or rather, I should call you refugees wandering within the dimensional rift. You must have suffered greatly, drifting without a home after losing everything. I'll give you a chance to vent your rage. Go out there and do as you please. I need to study this world more carefully. All of this is to fulfill the will of the Creator. In a desolate parking lot bathed in the fading light of dusk, the silence was so heavy that tension seemed to seep through the air itself. Inside, a group of men in black suits stood clustered in a shadowed corner, their eyes sharp and alert as if guarding something. Suddenly, a low voice spoke up. This looks dangerous. Based on the mana output from this gate, if we don't take down the boss fast, a dungeon break is inevitable. When that happens, I'm afraid the damage to the airport will be catastrophic. The man paused, his grave gaze sweeping over his teammates. At that moment, the eyes of those standing before the gate flickered with a faint golden glow. They all turned in unison to look at the white-haired figure standing silently nearby. We will report to the Hunter Association that everything is under control. Apostle, the white-haired youth did not respond. His face was carved with an expression of terrifying indifference. Suddenly, from within the Crimson Gate, horrible growls erupted. Ferocious magical beasts began pouring out one after another, their silhouettes ghostly and indistinct in the sinister light. All created beings exist to fulfill the wishes of the Creator. When the Creator grows bored, we slaughter each other for his amusement. When the Creator desires something, we stop at nothing to obtain it. That is why creatures like us exist. But then one day he spoke. One of our kind in the celestial dimension has fallen. Take this and bring me dominion over the ownerless world. We obeyed his command and rallied countless believers from our world. Then our army set forth toward the ownerless world. Transporting an army of that magnitude demanded an unimaginable amount of energy. Yet the passage between dimensions was far too narrow to accommodate such numbers. Thus, the divine soldiers were forced to cross through the passage over an extended period of time. And after what felt like an eternity, the divine soldiers, those who never relentlessly arrived in the ownerless world. The moment we set foot in the ownerless world, we came face to face with the Shadow Prince, the one known by a truly terrifying title, Shadow Monarch. He was not merely human. He was the embodiment of all things dark and unfathomable. With a single command, he summoned hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers to clash against the divine army. The Shadow Monarch and his army wielded a power beyond comprehension. His darkness was not just strength, it was fear itself, manifesting in countless forms. Worse still, he possessed a merciless ability. Any divine soldier who fell in battle was instantly raised as one of his own. The darkness and his army, all of them, held unimaginable power. That darkness was terrifying in ways beyond measure. If the divine soldiers fought against the darkness and perished, he would seize their corpses and turn them against us. As the battle dragged on, the more divine soldiers that fell, the stronger he grew. The divine soldiers were driven back by the sheer force of the darkness. And so the first battle in the ownerless world transcended the boundaries of dimension itself. The divine soldiers fell into despair, unable to overcome the darkness for what felt like an eternity. That was when the emissary of the god Tile spoke. This is our opportunity. Just as it took us an age to arrive here, those who escaped the darkness in the ownerless world will not return easily, burdened by the colossal mana they carry within them. I can no longer sense the ownerless world. Therefore, if we ignite the beacon flame, we can weaken their world from within. Hellfire, the lowliest of believers, these creatures were consumed and scorched by the flames of faith. Yet they always carry out the will of their god. Though weak, their ability to spread faith is a fearsome weapon against those who possess no mana. The divine soldiers believed that once faith spread throughout the godless world, and the number of believers grew, they could establish holy lands of miracles. And so, every last one of them unanimously agreed to Tile's battle strategy. Tile swiftly used his ability to divide his power and capacity into 5 shards. He then sent the weakest shard, carrying the flame of the hellfire into the godless world. Just as planned, the weakest shard evaded the darkness's detection and successfully entered the godless world. A tiny shard streaked across the sky like a flash of light. However, when the shard arrived at this world, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A group of hunters wielding mana appeared out of nowhere, and creatures that were never supposed to possess mana in the godless world now had mana. It then discovered that mana had appeared in this world at the exact moment the great catastrophe struck. So the first shard decided to wait for the others, and successfully merged with the second shard. It's unbelievable that they could undergo such a drastic transformation during their battle with Osomion. Must have orchestrated this. No further obstacles must be allowed to appear in our plan. Among these humans, I must identify the most formidable and tittest hunters, those who possess mana so that I can fulfill my mission as a fragment. The peaceful atmosphere of the airport is suddenly torn apart by a thunderous boom, so powerful it freezes everyone in place. Every face in the airport instantly twists with terror. Their eyes lock onto the scene ahead, as if they can't believe what they just witnessed. From a blazing red gate, ferocious and savage monsters come pouring in. Screams erupt everywhere. Monsters, it's a dungeon break. Notify the Hunter Association immediately. In a shadowed corner, a white-haired figure stands silently, watching. If these monsters possess such enormous amounts of mana, high-ranking hunters will surely show up. If possible, he also wants to see just how strong A-rank hunters really are. Seeing the situation unfold, someone shouts, "Wasn't there a guild that had registered for this gate?" Hearing that, the white-haired figure narrows his eyes, his gaze sharp. There are hunters at the gate. All of them are Stardust users. Stardust is a stimulant created by melting down the Hellfire's faith. Although the faint traces of faith that accumulate in their bodies are usually insignificant. If we use T's amplification ability to magnify that faith, at that moment the figure's eyes blaze with light. In a flash, the hunters who just appeared freeze in place as if their bodies have been seized, and apostle marks materialize above their heads. The white-haired one commands, "You're in our way, leave at once." Meanwhile, the monsters grow even more Savagethi roar and charge at anyone in their path. The figure stands there, his expression unchanged. A girl's feeble cries for help echo through the air, but he shows no reaction whatsoever. He tells himself, all creatures exist to fulfill the will of their creator. That is why I believed the sole purpose of my existence was to carry out his wishes. But then we do humans possess desire? Can these creatures truly harbor desires that only creators should wield? Do these feeble humans believe they are superior to us? As the airport descends into a massacre, a golden-haired young man sprints desperately through the panicking crowd, his eyes wide with fear. A deep voice suddenly sounds from behind him. A dungeon break? Unbelievable, I just got back to Korea and already ran into something like this. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man collapses to the ground, his eyes gazing upward in despair. Before him stands a colossal monster with blazing red eyes, its enormous mace raised high. Just as the mace is about to come crashing down, a figure blurs past in an instant, driving a devastating knee strike straight into the monster's face. It topples backward. Cheng Ziuhu lands lightly and turns to the man, his voice steady with reassurance. "I'll hold it off, Ranu." The scene catches the white-haired figure's attention, his gaze following intently. Cheng Ziuhu delivers precise, powerful kicks straight into the monster's faces, one after another, and with a razor-sharp blade in his hand, a single slash cleaves them clean in two. His eyes brim with killing intent as he faces the monsters before him. A suspicion rises in the white-haired figure's heart, a hunter wearing a black mask. Could this be the meddler Li Mingxing spoke of? The airport is now engulfed in chaos. Screams ring out without end. The monsters cackle with savage delight, but their arrogant laughter cuts short as a powerful punch descends from nowhere, striking one of them down. Cheng Ziuhu furrows his brow, thinking there's no way the Hunter Association would allow a dungeon break to happen at a gate capable of causing this many casualties. What the hell happened here? He clenches his fist and makes his decision. First priority, get the civilians to safety. The white-haired figure watches him from behind, eyes full of scrutiny. Judging by the absence of Hellfire's faith in his body, this masked hunter has definitely never used Stardust, and his mana reserves are at least on par with or possibly even slightly exceeding Li Mingxing's. Cheng Ziuhu suddenly thrusts his hand forward. A surge of dark energy erupts, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. His voice is deep but commanding. "Go help the others who are still trapped." The white-haired figure is stunned. Isn't that the power of shadow? Memories flash through his mind. Incredible, a human capable of wielding that power. If he has a connection to the shadows, then him attacking the Hyena Guild and the Stardust Factory to sabotage our plan is entirely plausible. The instant that thought crosses his mind, Cheng Ziuhu's gaze suddenly shifts toward him. Seeing this, the white-haired figure hastily suppresses his presence. He thinks to himself, "For now, I need to conceal my existence. He must not discover our presence in this world." At that very moment, outside the glass windows, an unbelievable sight unfolds. A massive truck comes hurtling straight toward them. Kaboom! The deafening explosion rocks the entire space. Without a second's hesitation, Cheng Ziuhu rushes forward to shield the white-haired, figure unable to comprehend how the hell a truck just flew in here. As the smoke and flames begin to clear, Cheng Ziuhu's cold eyes fix on the truck he just blasted away. "Hey kid, you okay?" Right at that moment, Cheng Ziuhu's attention is immediately drawn to something approaching. From the thick billowing smoke, a colossal monster slowly emerges, its eyes blazing with murderous fury, growling ceaselessly. The creature's eyes suddenly flare with light, revealing a strange mark, a symbol of the apostles. Cheng Ziuhu immediately steps forward, his voice cold and commanding. "You the leader of this bunch?" Bailu appears beside him. "My liege, I can sense Idarim energy radiating from that monster. Then this dungeon break is their doing too." The moment Cheng Ziuhu finishes speaking, Bailu suddenly freezes, his eyes flashing with alertness. He turns, his gaze locking onto something behind Cheng Ziuhu. Was that just his imagination? While Bailu hesitates, the monster clenches its massive fist, ready to unleash a devastating punch at Cheng Ziuhu. Sensing it, Cheng Ziuhu charges forward without a shred of fear to meet it head-on, mentally deciding to dump all his stat points from reaching level 35 into strength. System strength increased from 70-77. Cheng Ziuhu's fist and the monsters collide with devastating force. The massive explosion echoes through the surrounding space, shaking everything violently. The white-haired figure watches from behind, his expression complex. He protected me. It seems he thinks I'm just a human child. Though he may wield the power of shadow, he is far weaker than that shadow monarch. Nevertheless, his potential remains impossible to gauge. Lucky to have encountered him here. I need to eliminate Hymno. The instant that thought forms, an unfamiliar voice rings out. Late to the party, let's wrap this up quickly. His hand rises gently, a small flame igniting in his palm. In mere moments, a torrent of mana erupts, causing the flame to blaze violently. The surrounding monsters freeze in place, as enormous fireballs slowly materialize above their heads. Witnessing this, even the white-haired figure can't hide his shock. His eyes fixate on the raging fireballs, burning with tremendous fury. Cheng Ziyu also fails to conceal his astonishment. He takes a step back, wondering about the fire. The scene before him is breathtakingly magnificent. A young Manhua's entire body ablaze with the power of flame stands tall and defiant, facing off against 7 magical beasts at once. Without uttering a single word, the young man's gaze turns sharp as ice. He raises his blazing hand and clenches it into a fist. A massive explosion erupts, flames burst violently from his hand. The agonized screams of the beasts echo throughout the entire space. Cheng Ziyu watches from a distance, unable to suppress his confusion. Where did that fireball come from? The one that wiped out those beasts? Just look at how many beasts went down in a single strike. A fire-wielding hunter. Could it be S-rank hunter Kui Dongren? At that exact moment, Kui Dongren breaks into a surprised grin. Before him amid the smoke, an Imbursa beast still stands firm, its mouth snarling, brow furrowed in defiance. Didn't expect you to still be standing after that. You're tougher than you look. He gracefully spreads both arms wide, then brings his hands together in a solemn, authoritative gesture. In an instant, the flames from his hands surge violently, spiraling and rapidly taking the shape of a colossal bow made of fire. Kui Dongren's face turns stern, his gaze laser-focused as his right hand pulls the bowstring taut. Without a moment's hesitation, he launches a blazing arrow straight at the beast. Another massive explosion rips through the air, shaking the entire space. The flaming arrow pierces straight through the beast's massive body, sending it screaming in agony. The atmosphere falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. All the screams and shattering sounds have vanished. Suddenly, the soft crackling of dying embers remains. The beast's colossal body has completely disintegrated, leaving not a single trace behind. Kui Dongren smirks confidently. How about that? Can you handle this? The moment his words fade, cheers and exclamations erupt from all around. Truly worthy of being called humanity's weapon. Thank you. Kui Dongren's sharp eyes sweep across the scene. Wasn't there a young man here just a moment ago? Did the hunter who fought before I arrived just leave without claiming any credit? Why would he do that? Far behind a stone wall, Cheng Ziyu silently observes. Thank God he showed up. I need to slip away. I can't let my identity be exposed right now. Let's set that aside for now. The Idarim have always operated in the shadows, keeping their presence hidden. So why would they attack civilians in such a crowded place this time? The sunset has already painted the sky a deep crimson. Soon, darkness blankets everything. By now, the white-haired figure has returned to his apartment. Standing before a large glass window, his eyes drift into deep contemplation. Suddenly, the space behind him begins to spiral, forming a dark, magical vortex. Sensing the anomaly, he merely glances back over his shoulder. From within the vortex, the surrounding space trembles violently as prismatic light erupts like a storm of raw mana. A faint smirk tugs at his lips. You've arrived. Fragment 3. A voice responds from within the vortex. It hath been too long. Fragment 2. Fragment 2 turns around, his voice deep and subdued. Before I relinquish this body unto thee, allow me to provide a summary so that thou art fully informed. Among the humans, these feeble creatures inhabiting this world, there exist individuals who possess mana. They are called hunters. Among these hunters, some are classified as S-rank, possessing an enormous reservoir of mana. We must remain ever vigilant against them. Fragment 3 ponders for a moment before responding. Very well. To grasp the finer details, I shall sift through thy memories once I inhabit this body. Thou hast fulfilled thy duty. Now I shall absorb thee as was foreordained. Fragment 2 furrows his brow slightly, but says nothing more. Noticing his demeanor, Fragment 3 speaks up, probing. What ails thee? Is something amiss, Fragment 2? Fragment 2 shakes his head. Nay, then I leave everything unto thee. With those words, Fragment 2 falls silent, lost in thought. Am I feeling sorrow because I'm about to vanish from this world, once the new persona takes control. But there is no helping it. After all, fulfilling the creators will always comes first. Everything is for the benefit of the creator. That thought settles into silence. As the space quiets down, two fragments begin to merge. From that body, an enormous surge of mana erupts in blinding light, spreading and devouring the entire room. That violent torrent of energy shakes the very space around it, sending waves of mana rippling outward in every direction. Kaboom! A deafening explosion tears through the silence-ethic smoke, and dust engulf the entire room. As the smoke begins to clear, a mysterious silhouette gradually emerges within the fading light. The figure slowly opens their Isa-sharp, commanding gaze sweeping across the room. These unforeseen memories fragment two mentioned. I never imagined a creature existed that could wield power akin to the Shadow Monarch. He breaks into an intrigued smile. Fragment 2, thy final decision was wrong. It would be such a waste to eliminate him. For if we can turn him into a believer, would that not mean we could commandeer death itself? By the time Cheng Ziuhu makes it home, the sky is pitch black. The moment he steps through the door, he bolts straight for the bathroom. After his shower, he sprawls out on the sofa legs spread wide just to rest. Beilu, taking pity on his young master, drifts over to check on him. You seem exhausted, don't you? Young sovereign, Cheng Ziuhu, looking drained and lifeless, pouts immediately in response. Obviously, he sighs heavily. My uncle just finished delivering a whole sermon at me. The image of an enraged Yenho flashes through his mind. He thumped his chest over and over, grumbling like a worried old mother. I know you have good intentions wanting to protect this world, but you have to put your own safety first. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to face your parents? Every time he recalls that tearful, worried expression, Cheng Ziuhu can't help but think Mom and Dad would probably worry about me the same way. Wouldn't they? Fueled by renewed motivation, he pushes himself forward. Time to head to the Shadow Dungeon. Beilu, caught between joy and worry, says, I believe you should rest, my liege. He chuckles lightly. I rushed back so quickly that I haven't done my daily quests yet and I can't afford to miss out on any rewards. Sensing Cheng Ziuhu's excessive enthusiasm, Beilu can't help but feel concerned. It seems like he's become obsessed with getting stronger. Cheng Ziuhu charges into the Shadow Domain, riding a wave of excitement, only to receive a shocking notification. His face goes completely blank as he blurts out in disbelief. In a dazed, bewildered tone, he asks, the daily quests are gone. System, all external entities residing within the Shadow Dungeon have been eliminated. As a result, daily quests are no longer available. Cheng Ziuhu quickly shakes off the shock, his voice weak as he asks, what exactly happened here? Hearing this, Igris stammers a reply. She takes a deep breath, gathering her courage before recounting the events. The image of chains piercing through a horde of goblins flashes through her mind. Amut defeated every goblin in the Shadow Dungeon in a single night. At the sound of his name, Amut looked up to the sky, crossed his arms, and declared with arrogance, I simply cleared out those pathetic minions that kept appearing in the young monarch's residence. As promised, I didn't kill a single human. He kept his promise, but the action had inadvertently affected him. Suho muttered, you killed a massive amount of goblins. Without the daily quest, my growth progress will slow down. Hearing Suho's concerns, Amut spoke softly, offering a solution. If getting stronger is what you desire, I can train you. He widened his eyes in surprise and couldn't help but ask, can you really do that? Amut took the initiative to open up. I wasn't strong from the beginning, so I know how to train myself. So let me train you to become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, the system interface flashed. System daily quest preparation for growth has been issued. Notification, do you wish to accept? Suho could hardly believe his eyes. He was startled, questioned it for a second, then quickly accepted the situation. Another daily quest, huh? Well, it's not like I have any other choice. He said calmly, all right, I'm counting on you. The system window flashed and changed. Suho checked the quest board with practiced familiarity, feeling skeptical. Let's see what this quest is. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 km run. This is the way to get stronger. Amut sensed the doubt and said excitedly, that's not enough yet. He patted his chest and said, you'll have to carry me on your back while doing them. System quest objective updated preparation for growth. You must carry Amut on your back while completing the tasks. You must carry Amut on your back during the quest. Suho freaked out, staring at Amut's mountain-like physique, and cried out, I have to carry you on my back while doing all this. Amut replied understandingly, I suppose it's a bit difficult for you at my current size. He took the initiative to resolve the concern. His entire body began to vibrate. All right, because this body has been destroyed and healed by you countless times, I can now alter my physical form. This size-shifting display was far too stimulating for Suho's group. They all looked like they'd seen a ghost. After a moment of contraction, Ammit successfully shrank down several times over. Now he was only a head and a half taller than Suho. Ammit placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "This size should be fine." Suho was still dazed and hadn't reacted yet, thinking to himself, Ammit really got smaller. But looking down, Ammit still felt as towering as a mountain. He said in a deep voice, "Let's begin the training." The young monarch Suho responded, "All right, let's do this." He thought to himself, perhaps because the power gap between us is so vast, that's why conditions appeared to unlock our link skill. A teammate that can help me complete quests doesn't sound too bad. He had only just thought about slacking off for a moment when the system chimed in to set him straight. Alert: the combat capability gap between the player and the Shadow Descendant is too large. The link skill remains locked. Notification: level up to unlock the link skill. Requirement level 80. The notification arrived just as Ammit sat on his back. Suho almost gagged up his dinner. Ammit said nonchalantly, "I think I forgot to mention, even though my size is smaller, my weight remains the same." Suho felt like he was being crushed to the point of breaking, shouting in panic, "Young monarch!" At this very moment, Suho is facing more weight than ever before. He can't help but be shocked. "I have to do 100 push-ups in this state. It feels like my arms are about to snap." Ammit was merciless, rubbing his chin and saying, "It might sound harsh, but truthfully, I know it's difficult, but you must do it. Destruction followed by recovery is the only way I know to become stronger." At the same time, at an abandoned research facility near the Pazu Field dungeon, someone was producing faith, fire, and stardust. The unfortunate person was burned until they lost all sense of self. Lee Min-sung stood before the furnace, observing impatiently. Finally, it appeared. He looked decades older if he stood next to Suho. No one would believe they were the same age. Lee Min-sung said with dissatisfaction, "How much longer do I have to do this?" The multi-eyed demon behind him replied with disdain, "You should feel honored to be part of the plan." Is its identity the demon Mumu, an overseer of the Stardust Factory? It questioned in a low voice, "Didn't the Chosen One save us from that miserable life before?" Lee Min-sung heard these words and only sighed softly, mumbling with a weary tone, "Miserable life." With that, he swung his hand, slicing off a few of Mumu's tentacles. Veins popped on his face as his eyes turned blood red. He threatened in a low growl, "A magic beast like you dares to judge my life. Do you want to go looking for death so soon?" Contrary to the reader's expectations, Mumu did not strike back. That was not the typical nature of demons. Lee Min-sung sheathed his blade into his pocket, and as if nothing had happened, asked, "By the way, where's that kid?" Meanwhile, Mumu's tentacles had already regenerated. It replied dismissively, "The apostle is busy." He reminded it that if Lee Min-sung returns to Korea soon, remember to tell him to keep his promise. Following that, Mumu suddenly held out a piece of stardust, puzzled. "Hey human, you must have received this already, right? Why haven't you used it yet?" It spoke like a fanatical believer. The Chosen One is the savior who emerged after the Shadow Monarch destroyed the demon realm, and I was cast out through a spatial rift. Mumu recalled the moment of attacking Isiwu's family and exclaimed, "Because he refined the madness drug, Stardust was able to spread throughout the demon realm. That's how we destroyed those who betrayed the Radia clan." It held the fragment before his face, sincerely advising, "If you follow him, you will gain power far beyond what you have now. You could even defeat that guy Lim Tegu you mentioned." But Mumu had made a bad move. It had accidentally touched Lee Min-sung's pride. He flicked his cigarette away and yelled, "Stop acting like you know anything about S-rank hunters." Lee Min-sung said and walked away, his tone resolute. "And don't you try to recruit me again. I will never use that thing." Mumu watched his retreating back, its face cold as it judged. "Truly foolish. That's why you will always be a loser." A few minutes later, Lee Min-sung stepped out of the Stardust production area. A car was waiting outside. His face was cold as stone, his dark eyes void of light, murmuring, "I just need to endure this until that kid destroys Lim Tegu. After that, I will report it to the Hunter Association so they can handle them." Images from when he first started his career flashed in his mind, giving him a glimmer of hope. Then everything will return to its proper course, and I'll be able to go back to my wonderful life before. Lee Min-sung was too preoccupied with the perfect plan in his head, not knowing he was being watched. A mysterious girl seemed to blend into the night, quietly observing the car carrying Lee Min-sung drive away. The girl observed and reported through her headset, "Chairman Lee Min-sung has just left the Pazu Field dungeon, so I suspect this is where the Stardust is produced." Jin Cheon received the report and ordered, "Understood, keep following him." The hunter wraps up his call, hangs up, and places the phone on the desk. Dong-in reads through the documents while offering his commentary. Looks like we're about to uncover that bastard Li Mingxing's conspiracy. Chairman, he begins his analysis. During the airport dungeon break, all the personnel from the association stationed near the gate all reported simultaneous memory loss. At the time, according to the available information, all of them had previously used Stardust. Dong-in grows more agitated the longer he speaks. He drops the documents back on the desk and continues. We've also identified hunters exhibiting abnormal symptoms across various locations. The common thread, they all had previously used Stardust, Jin-Chen reveals. Ever since these suspicious incidents began surfacing, the Hunter Association is planning to ban the use of Stardust. Then, Dong-in presses, unwilling to let it go. What about Li Mingxing? Jin-Chen's eyes turn ice gold, his entire presence radiating an oppressive aura as he responds. We'll bring him down along with every last one of his backers. Dong-in raises a hand to adjust his glasses, a dangerous glint forming in his eyes. Rest assured, my hunters will lend a hand. With business concluded, he gazes at the photo frame on his desk. Director Dusaid Suho has returned safely, didn't he? The frame holds an old photo of him and a young Jinwoo. Jin-Chen makes a silent vow. If Suho is a hunter with the potential to grow just like his father, then the hunter system will likely only hold him back the same way it held his father back. Hunter Sung, I will do everything in my power to help Suho. Meanwhile, our Suho is doing push-ups with an entire mountain called Ammute sitting on his back. He's on his final reps of the day. 99. As he completes the day's target, his wrists explode from the sheer strain. 100. His entire arm splits open, muscles stretched beyond their breaking point. Ammute's weight crushes a crater into the ground. Ammute pays no mind to his dire state and urges him on. Young monarch, you're already flat on the ground. You've only just finished push-ups. Esu panics. The young monarch's arms are broken. Beilu bristles, unable to hold back any longer, and rounds on Ammute. It erupts in fury. You ugly, stupid fish. What have you done to the young monarch? Stop the training this instant. Meanwhile, the one barely clinging to life croaks out. Status window. He uses his last ounce of strength to purchase a healing potion. This sequence of actions calms the other three down. After chugging the potion in one go and regaining his vitality, he speaks with fierce determination. Good. I've always wanted to get stronger before fighting Li Mingxing. Suho asks. I still have 3 more exercises, right? This fearless attitude seems to please Ammute greatly. Its snout curls into a crescent smile. Suho wipes the sweat from his cheek as the potion's effects kick in, instantly erasing all damage from his body. He commands in a low voice, continue, time to prepare to get stronger. Suho continues his relentless journey to grow stronger. He trains and counts under the astonished gazes of Beilu and Esu. This time, Ammute has shrunk to the size of a medium-sized doll. Suho does sit-ups with a small mountain sitting on him. The crushing weight presses down on every organ, feels like he's ding, but he grits his teeth and pushes through. This time, potion consumption multiplies several times over due to severe internal injuries. After sit-ups come dips. This time, Ammute earns the honor of sitting on his shoulders. Suho grits his teeth and counts. 47, 48. As time passes, the number of recovery potions consumed becomes impossible to count, perhaps reaching into the hundreds. After dips comes a 10 km run. He barely rests between exercises, pushing through each grueling session on sheer willpower. Sitting firmly atop Suho's shoulders, Ammute itself is astonished by his sheer willpower, even though he still needs to rely on skills to survive the training. I genuinely didn't think he could pull it off. Suho is utterly spent. The tears streaming down his face likely belong to Little Gray, since the two are currently in their fusion state. Ammute can't help but look forward to what's to come. Indeed, the young monarch never gives up and always finds a way. Someday, he will surpass me and every other monarch, too. After countless efforts and recovery potions, Suho finally welcomes the end of the day's training. He shouts in a panic, "My back, get me a recovery potion." Little Gray doesn't even have the strength to moan. It exits the fusion state and collapses flat, tears of agony streaming down. Suho isn't much better off. Drool covers his face, his soul seemingly ready to drift far, far away. All that blood and sweat pays off a notification window appears. Quest reward received. Would you like to check? Esu kneels beside him, calling out softly, "Young monarch," Ammute declares in a calm voice. That concludes today's training session. At this point, he can't even muster the strength to rise. His gaze locks onto the system window as his trembling hand reaches toward it. He mutters, "That was absolute hell." With the daily quest rewards and all the exercises he's completed, He can now boost his endurance skill and strength stat by 1. Suho thinks to himself, I wonder if this method is more efficient. But if I can complete the daily quests with less difficulty, then I'll definitely become stronger. But in the end, it's still just wishful thinking. Outwardly, he manages to say, Amute, I'm counting on you again tomorrow. The creature gives a cool, composed nod in response. Very well, young monarch. Shortly after, Butler Belu flies over carrying a blanket. Now that Suho is back home, Belu, worried he won't sleep comfortably, drapes the blanket over him. It watches him sleep, bursting with pride as it whispers praise. The moment he gets home, he falls right asleep. Young monarch, you did wonderfully today. Seeing that he's sound asleep, Belu, familiar with every corner of the house, snaps its fingers with glee. Finally, some alone time. Time to catch some TV. To fully savor the show, Belu has tissues ready at its side, but the moment the TV flickers on, it catches an urgent news bulletin. The Hunter Association has announced the enforcement of a new regulation concerning field dungeons. The decision comes in the wake of the recent dungeon breaks, the most notable of which was the dungeon break incident at the airport. 2 newscasters deliver the report with grave expressions. Unlike dungeons found inside gates, field dungeons allow the collection of resources such as mana stones and monster cores. As a result, ownership of field dungeons was granted to private guilds, who have reaped enormous profits from them. However, precisely because of this, the Hunter Association will be taking swift action against the Reaper Guild and other guilds currently holding high-rank field dungeons. The next morning, when Minxing receives the notice from the Hunter Association, his displeasure is written all over his face. What the hell is this? The Hunter Association's representatives face him and explain. Hunter Lee Minxing, the Reaper Guild currently holds ownership of far too many field dungeons. We cannot allow field dungeons which have the potential to cause catastrophic damage remain unchecked. The representative continues formally. The Hunter Association's top leadership has ordered the confiscation of B-rank field dungeons, held by Director Du, who belongs to the Reaper Guild. He adds, the underlying message carrying a coercive edge. Furthermore, it has been over half a year since you last performed your duties as a hunter. Therefore, you will be required to participate in the field dungeon raid. Director Du, if you wish to keep your hunter license this time. Lee Minxing furrows his brow in thought after hearing that last part. He doesn't need to think twice to know who orchestrated this. It's definitely Chairman Yuan Chan who's targeting him. Unbelievable, off all the targets, he went straight for the largest facility, the Changdapa dungeon. I have to find a way to refuse this, even if it means making the association our enemy. Lee Minxing was about to make an excuse to slip away, but before he could act, he received urgent news. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the representative. We agree to the association's demand. The person across from him pays no mind to Minxing's feelings and continues. Thank you. Guild Master, Hunter Lim Taeju, seems to have anticipated this. The Death Guild Master must have caught wind of something, that's why he did this. He says coldly, of course, we must obey the Hunter Association's orders. Before he could even rebel, he was already sold out. Minxing seethes with both hatred and dread. Lim Taeju only now does Lee Minxing realize the intent behind every single move the man made. No wonder he returned so quickly from his overseas mission. He was clearly trying to block his path all along. The representatives from the Hunter Association finish their assigned business and leave one after another. Before leaving, they deliver a Messageth Association will dispatch several hunters to the Changdapa dungeon raid. Please register to participate. Kai Kai and his people close the door, leaving the 2 senior members of the Death Guild to talk in private. Lee Minxing buries his face in his hands and demands answers. Lim Taeju, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your damn mind? Do you have any idea how important the Changdapa dungeon is? Taeju hears this and throws a question right back at him. You think the association's only goal is to clear the Changdapa dungeon? He says bluntly, there's a very real chance they've already found out about your little scheme. The more Lee Minxing hears, the paler his face becomes. Taeju grits his teeth, his tone dripping with frustrated exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to underestimate them? And yet not only did you ignore me, you dared to use guild members for your own personal agenda while I was away. At this, Taeju unleashes the aura of an S-rank hunter. Hidden killing intent flickers behind his Isa silent, lethal threat. Minxing, do you still think I'm some chauffeur who'll clean up your messes? He's completely overwhelmed, unable to fight back. His entire body trembles violently, can't even make an excuse. In this critical moment, the phone in Taeju's pocket suddenly vibrates. He has no choice but to set Minxing aside and check the message. It's news no guild master can afford to ignore. He sets the phone down on the desk and issues an order. Have the HR department contact me immediately. They say a new S-rank hunter has just appeared in Korea. I'm heading to the Hunter Association now. You prepare a contract. With that, Taeju turns to leave. Before walking out, he calls out to Minxing. You still have a chance to turn things around, so do your best and clean up this mess. Let's go. He leaves those parting words and slams the door shut. But by now, Minxing can't absorb a single word anymore. His face twists grotesquely with envy. Another S-rank? Why do those lucky bastards who hit S-rank always have to show off? He seethes with dissatisfaction at everything happening around him. The more he thinks about it, the hotter his blood boils. When is that alien brat going to grow up already? What happened to those next puzzle pieces or whatever? His mind holds no grand strategy. Enamorianly, personal desire fills his brain. His bloodshot eyes twist with a deranged thought. Kill Lim Taeju for me already. He has to die so I can. Before his fantasy even finishes, he accidentally glances at his phone and freezes solid. The information on his phone pulls back a sliver of reason, snapping him out of his deranged spiral. One corner of his mouth curls into a despicable smirk, which slowly warps into a truly hideous grin. Now he looks even more unhinged than before. That familiar face ignites a spark of hope within him. Li Minxing murmurs with twisted delight. Look at that annoying expression of Heesh must have pulled off something interesting. Moments later, at the Hunter Awakening Registration Center, tens of thousands of people crowd together, all eyes fixed on what's happening inside. The young man from the phone screen strolls out of the registration room at a leisurely pace. Behind him walk two Hunter Association staff members. Those lucky enough to be present instantly recognize that viral face, and they're all stunned in unison. That guy is Korea's new S-rank hunter. Their shock is justified. Who would have guessed he was Korean just by looking at him? The crowd burns with curiosity. What's his name? Noticing someone approaching, the young man lifts his gaze. His face is completely devoid of emotion. Dong-in approaches with good intentions, greeting him casually. Congratulations on becoming Korea's newest S-rank hunter. An S-rank hunter, his appearance sends a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd. Choi Dong-in, the S-rank hunter from that guild. No matter what the public thinks, he couldn't care less. Dong-in suddenly grows serious. He asks, slightly uncertain, haven't we met somewhere before? You look strangely familiar. Cheng Xiuhu denies it immediately. No, we haven't, but I do know about you. He replies politely. Is that so? Sorry for mistaking you for someone else then. Dong-in finishes the pleasantries and gets straight to business. Anyway, putting that aside, would you like to sign a contract with our guild? Cheng Xiuhu doesn't even hesitate. Half a second is all he needs. I appreciate the offer. He points behind Dong-in. But I already have a guild in mind, so I'll have to decline. Following his finger, another individual is sprinting toward them at full speed. Did I make it in time? This person's identity causes just as much of an uproar as Dong-in's. That's right, it's the Death Guild Master himself, Lim Taeju, panting heavily. No one can figure out how he got here so fast. Cheng Xiuhu smiles as if breaking straight through the fourth wall. Today's objective has been achieved flawlessly. 1 week later, at a bottomless pit inside the Changdapa dungeon, the sky hangs dark and heavy as if a storm is about to break. Mi-ho, an A-rank hunter fully clad in armor, introduces herself with a warm, approachable expression. I'm here to participate in the raid, at the Hunter Association's request. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mi-ho from the White Tiger Guild. Li Minxing returns a refined smile, his voice gentle as a spring breeze. I'm Li Minxing, thank you for coming. It seems the Changdapa dungeon this time is putting you through extra trouble. That trick won't fool her, we are all professionals here. Mi-ho says courteously, not at all. It's only natural I help. She sighs inwardly. He was born to be an actor, completely rotten on the inside, yet he puts on a kind-hearted facade on the outside. While Minxing mingles with the other hunters, he advises warmly, be careful out there and don't get hurt during the raid. Mi-ho thinks nothing of it. Regardless, everything that happens inside the Changdapa dungeon today will be brought to light. I'll tear off that mask with my own 2 hands. Despite her determination and confidence, she still doesn't let her guard down. Something unexpected happens. Mi-ho catches sight of Beak Dodgen and immediately tenses up, her guard going on full alert. The new S-rank hunter who just joined the Death Guild. Beak Dodgen, you'll also be participating in this raid. After a round of sickeningly fake pleasantries, they split into their separate groups. The Death Guild side consists of only 2 individuals, Dodgen and Li Minxing. And on the Hunter Association's side, Mi-ho stands at the head. She steadies her expression, reassuring herself if something's off, she'll sense it. Following behind the assault team are hardworking miners tasked with extracting ore and resources. The team leader raises his voice. All right, mining crew. Grab a pickaxe each, get your tools in an orderly fashion. Among the miners stands a very familiar figure. The Changdi Pazu raid begins. A few days before the Changdi Pazu raid, Miho looks at him and marvels. She never imagined he could grow so much in such a short time. He keeps ramblingis every outsider like this. Dojin cuts him off, annoyed by his constant chatter. I simply chose a small, young body to make survival easier in the early stages. Once I collect more fragments and regain my strength, there's no need to worry about a body's appearance. Li Mingxing doesn't get angry. In fact, he's even more eager to dig deeper. What about the name Beak Dojin then? And you've decided to become a hunter. What exactly are you planning? Dojin couldn't care less, even explains rather carelessly. It's just a name I use to operate on the outside. As for becoming a hunter, it lets me do more things. Realizing he can't get anything more out of him, Li Mingxing steers the conversation toward the incident caused at the airport. The Hunter Association has already started hunting me down, using the excuse that I caused civilian casualties. At this rate, the factory at Changdi Pazu will be discovered. When that happens, we're finished. Hearing those blame-filled words, Dojin remains completely unfazed. He calmly sets down his teacup to reassure him. Don't worry, Li Mingxing. That's exactly why I and the Death Guild Existo prevent that from happening. He makes no effort to hide his intentions. I'll turn every hunter participating in this raid into believers, and then they won't find a thing. Li Mingxing lets out a cold laugh, unable to hold back a reminder. A bold move right from the start. But do you really think you can handle the S-rank hunter Lin Taijio? Hearing this, Dojin furrows his brows and looks down. You're referring to my promise to help you eliminate him. Now I'm certain, after having met him in person, if I fought an S-rank hunter right now, just the opening exchange alone would tell you it'd drag our entire operation to a crawl. Minsung nearly chokes hearing that casual declaration. Li Mingxing doesn't buy a single word of it. He bares his teeth and says, I don't care who DS as long as you keep your promise. Meanwhile, inside the Hunter Association's high-rise, soft sunlight filters through the glass. Jinchen sits alone in the chairman's office, reviewing the operation plan. The Changdi Pazu raid is about to begin. His brow is furrowed tight on look, and you can tell he can't rest easy. Li Mingxing and Stardust, they need to gather more evidence during this raid. He considers the support he's enlisted for this operation. Starting with Miho, with the help of the White Tiger Guild, A-rank hunter Miho has joined the raid. So right now, there's no need to worry about the other participating hunters down to the big names making waves both domestically and internationally. This thought puts Jinchen more at ease. In case something goes wrong, they still have Hunter Kui Dongren and other hunters on standby. Though his comrades are incredibly reliable and powerful, Jinchen's instinct won't let him stop overthinking. Still, the newly emerged E-rank hunter, Beak Dojin, could very well be an unexpected wildcard, because he joined the Death Guild right as they began the Changdi Pazu raid. He can't shake the feeling that everything might tip in Li Mingxing's favor. Those are elements worth noting, but they aren't his primary concern. There's something else weighing on his mind. What truly worries Jinchen is the fact that Cheng Ziuhu is also participating as a member of the mining crew. Looking over the resume of his old friend's son, he just can't stop deliberating. Is this coincidence or is it fate? Although he approved the boy's participation in the mining crew, he's not sure if it was the right decision. Jinchen leans back in his chair, deciding to stop thinking about it. If all of this is part of Cheng Ziuhu's plan, then he'll support him with everything he has. Back to the day of the raid inside the dungeon. A dragon opens its gaping maw as a massive fireball rapidly takes shape. It unleashes a devastating breath. The tank and the team absorbs the full brunt of the dragon's heat. He holds on for a while, but with no one backing him up, he shouts in frustration, I can't take much more of this. The words barely leave his mouth before Miho appears behind him, tapping lightly on his armor. It's the signal they're about to swap. The tank stares at her in shock. The dragon continues breathing fire with savage fury, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Miho charges in, blazing with fighting spirit, and punches it square in the jaw. But that's only the beginning. She presses the advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage. After dozens of punches, just as she lands a picture-perfect uppercut, the monster's foreleg comes sweeping in. Miho, of course, sees it coming. Her sharp eyes catch the movement in an instant. Miho moves a step ahead, making it swipe nothing but air. She uses its back as a springboard, executing a flawlessly slick backflip. The beast swipes at her again and again, but can't land a single hit. Miho toys with it for a moment, then casually leaps off its back. She lands not far away, completely unscathed. Her feet barely touch the ground before she launches herself at the monster again. Its massive eye reflects her powerful silhouette. Miho drives her fist into the beast's skull, blood erupting across its entire face. That single punch might have turned its brain into a rice cake. Its entire head is practically flattened into a disc. When one falls, another appears and a new battle begins. Miho single-handedly takes down two beasts. Every last one of them is left with caved-in heads or crushed torsos. After dealing with the monsters, Miho glances over at her teammates. She completely ignores her allies and looks straight at Li Mingxing, safe at the far end of the line. Annoyed, she thinks Li Mingxing isn't even fighting. It's disgraceful that he was awakened as an A-rank hunter. Does he think being a hunter is some kind of game? Miho is so fixated on him that she fails to notice another monster appearing. By the time she senses its presence, it's far too late. A flash of panic crosses her face. She let her guard down, but before the creature can get close, Dojin flattens it with a single strike. Simple as grabbing lunch. No one knows what he was thinking. His expression remains utterly impassive. Dojin finishes off the monster and turns away. His tone is casual as he offers a reminder. Hunter Miho, please be more careful. Miho witnesses Dojin's combat power up close and she's absolutely stunned. He can effortlessly take down a salamander in a single blow. Hunter beaked Dojin, since he was wearing ordinary clothes during the raid. She dismissed him as just a Kaidvan if he was an S-rank hunter. Dojin pulls up his collar as the aura of an S-rank hunter radiates from his body. His eyes gleam like distant stars. He casually flicks his blade a few times. Swish, swish. Swai's hand effortlessly reaps the heads of every dragon in sight. A single person, wiping out an entire pack with ease. Miho can't help but let out an admiring sigh. S-rank hunters really do exist on a completely different level. No one knows how long they fight, but monster blood splatters across every rock surface. They wait a while, and when nothing else crawls out, they declare the sweep done faster than expected. Everything's going too smoothly, and that's exactly what worries Miho. But this dungeon shouldn't have so few monsters. Minjiang, who hasn't lifted a finger this whole time, turns to her without a shred of shame. Hunter Miho, you noticed, he boasts. Our guild regularly cleans out the monsters in every dungeon we own. That's why this place poses no threat to the outside world. Miho narrows her eyes at that. Regular monster cleanup, since no one needs to enter a dungeon every day. Most guilds never bother with routine maintenance. She doesn't believe a single word he says, but something is definitely off here. Meanwhile, Li Mingxing casually leads the way ahead. All right, the insect chamber is just up ahead. Of course, everything's going exactly as he planned. Li Mingxing, brimming with confidence, silently challenges her to try. No matter how hard you look, you'll never find anything to pin on me. According to what Li Mingxing discussed with the demon supervisor, the demons have already dismantled the factory and scattered somewhere deep within this dungeon. It's not just Li Mingxing Tade. Miho also has to contend with an entire operation lurking in the shadows, and on their home turf no less. She shouldn't even dream of finding the factory's remains, let alone escaping this place. Baku Jin smirks, silently in agreement with Li Mingxing's plan. Business as usual. The demon supervisor obediently leads its forces into the hidden chamber to lie low and twiddle its thumbs. It's bored stiff and more than a little disappointed. What a waste, what a missed opportunity. Before it sit rows of refined demon fire crystals. The supervisor sighs wistfully. I can't believe we won't get to meet the apostle. Even though he's right here, such a workaholic demon rarely granted a day off by its superiors. Supervisor grumbles, with nothing better to do. We could have produced mountains of stardust with all this free time. Letting all these materials just sit here, what a waste. It barely finishes grumbling when Suho arrives on his own. He stands before the sealed door and confirms once more. Bailu, you said you sensed a demon's presence in here. Bailu responds faithfully, yes, my liege. With that confirmation, Suho doesn't hesitate, kicks the door wide open and peers into the dusty storage room. The demon supervisor, never expecting anyone to find this place, yelps in shock, who's there? Suho doesn't bother responding. He just charges straight in. In one fluid motion, he slips on his gauntlets and activates his unique skill POW. One punch sends the demon flying. The supervisor hurtles backward, bowling over several of its own colleagues. Thud! It rolls across the ground. Not one of them catches it. He doesn't rush to follow up. Instead, he scans the room first. Bailu slips out from beneath his coat, completely off topic, and whispers in admiration. My liege, I didn't expect you to blow a demon's head clean off in a single strike. Looks like those daily training sessions with that damned fish are actually paying off. Suho surveys the captives held in this room, analyzing the situation. These people, they've all lost their minds, so this dungeon really is a stardust factory. While he's processing this, a deep, guttural voice rumbles through the air. Suho's expression darkens behind his black mask as he turns to look. The sound oozes from the writhing mass that was the demon supervisor moments ago. Its voice carries a twisted sense of joy. I never thought the human interfering with our plants. One the apostle mentioned would walk right in here. Tentacles surge outward at the demon's will, their surfaces hardening into armored scales. The supervisor growls, "Perfect." Suho eyes the demon before him, staying sharp, making no reckless moves. The supervisor completes its transformation, shifting from a grotesque creature into a many-eyed mummy. It declares with excitement, "Then you shall become a magnificent gift we present to the apostle." Meanwhile, the hunters nearby keep hammering away at mana crystal blocks. But no matter how hard they swing, nothing changes. It's like punching stone for nothing. No matter how much they dig, there's no end to it. How does a guild-managed dungeon even have this many mana crystals? Do they even need another source of income? Selling this haul alone would fetch a fortune. After hammering away fruitlessly for a while, they finally take a break and shift the conversation. "Forget about that for now. I heard an E-rank hunter came along with us. Have you seen him? I can't believe they let an E-rank hunter into a B-rank dungeon like this. What were they even thinking? Don't be so hard on the kid. He's still young. Don't you think it's nice to see a young person working hard?" He pauses mid-sentence, then a thought suddenly strikes him. "Wait, don't tell me you assigned the rookie to guard the dungeon entrance, the safe zone." The other doesn't even bother denying it. He confirms outright. "You figured it out, but you always send me to the dangerous zones." They get back to work, planning to finish up and then go help the kid out. His cart seems to hold about 4 times the normal load. "Once we're done here, let's go give him a hand. You're way too kind, you know that." Deep within the dungeon entrance lie countless crates packed with mana crystals. And in another location, Suho now faces a monster that's no pushover. Belu senses the overwhelming demonic energy radiating from the creature and immediately warns. "My liege, this one's magical power." Suho understands. He's up against an opponent with crushing superior strength. My perception stat has increased enough I can feel it too. With his accumulated combat experience, he can gauge its true power. At minimum, it's on par with an A-rank hunter like the corrupt hunter we ran into in the Pyramid Dungeon. Now, with a clear head, Suho begins piecing together his suspicions. "I figured there had to be a reason the Hunter Association sent the Death Guild to raid this particular dungeon. That's why I signed up for the extraction team. Could the association have discovered something related to Stardust? If the association is already suspicious of Lee Minxink's anomalous activities, it'll be much harder for me to gather intel on the Itarim Apostle. From him, the Apostle, where is he hiding?" While Suho is deep in thought, the monster before him has his name echoing through its mind as well. Just as the Apostle hunts the Black Mask, so too does Suho hunt the Apostle. The monster swears it will not fail its master. It lashes out, wrapping its tendrils around Suho's legs. "You'll be meeting him soon enough." The monster's grotesque tentacles stretch endlessly outward. Its attack begins, "Because I'm about to crush you and deliver you as a gift to him." The tentacles coil tight around Suho, and the monster watches the scene with triumphant glee. "Now that my tentacles have caught you, you'll never break free from my overwhelming power." But instead of fear, Suho simply wonders overwhelming power. Suddenly, old memories flash through his mind. Amute, witnessing Suho's extraordinary display and phenomenal physical prowess, can't help but praise him. "Impressive. I didn't think you'd complete my training regimen in just 5 days." Looking at Suho's physique, Amute can't help but acknowledge. "My liege, your body has become far more powerful than before." Suho hears this and asks, "Is that so?" Suddenly, his face drains exhaustion written all over it. Suho sprawls flat on the ground, arms and legs spread wide. The moment he gazes up at the vast sky above, Suho realizes his convictions have been spot on all along. Dumping every last point from daily quests into strength was absolutely the right call. On top of that, he even scored a skill that cranks up his power even further. Skill power enhancement increases strength by 20%. It leans down and utters a sentence he could never forget. "I assure you, my lord, right here, right now, you are the strongest human I have ever laid eyes on." It is Amute's words that truly snap Suho back to his senses. Fast and lethal, instantly obliterates every tentacle of the monster and breaks free. Seeing its tentacles completely annihilated, the creature is utterly stunned by his sudden reversal. "What? You thought playing dead would save you?" Now in Suho's hands are the very tentacles it cherished reduced to nothing. Until now, he was just warming up. Now is the real moment for Suho to shine and explode. Status Strength 120. Before dealing with that purple monstrosity, he takes out the two grunts first so they don't get in the way. Each one gets a one-way ticket straight to the afterlife, no delays. After clearing out the trash, Suho advances toward the monster. I'll ask you one more time. Without a shred of fear, he keeps his icy expression and presses his face right up against the monster. Where is the apostle I'm looking for? But with its damned stubborn nature, it would rather die and drag its secrets to the grave than tell him a thing. Like hell, I'd tell you anything. Seeing its ironclad loyalty, Suho places a hand on its head and shows it what real power tastes like. Oh, is that so? Surprised, old man. You want to act tough. In the blink of an eye, Suho parts the monster from its beloved head. But that alone isn't enough to scratch his itch, so he keeps his blade moving toward the creature. Not content with just sending its head flying, Suho gifts the monster a devastating barrage of slashes across its body. Before his terrifying, unyielding strength, it can't help but wonder who the hell is this guy. Only now does the monster understand what true fear feels like. But it's far too late. The horrifying aura radiating from him is so overwhelming that he'll rip every piece of information out without anyone's cooperation. And to pull that off, he can't do without the help of his precious little companion. Skill-activated Belu command. Who would have thought that the one surrogate monster would become a gourmet feast for Belu to devour? Oh, Apostle, what a pity I won't get to witness the grand vision you're building. Even on the brink of death, it can't stop cursing its own fate. But thanks to you, we managed to annihilate the Radia clan, those despicable traitors of the demon race. That alone is enough for me to die satisfied. And then what must come comes. Purple blood sprays into the air as the monster lands squarely in Belu's belly. The commotion is so immense that the news even reaches Yu's ears. She doesn't know what just happened, but a strange feeling wells up inside her. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so relieved? After Suho rewards it with a lavish seafood banquet, Belu is absolutely ecstatic. The meat on this octopus is so damn chewy, but very quickly Suho doesn't forget his main objective. He asks, Belu, did you find any intel on the Apostle Zim? Upon hearing this question, the creature hesitates. Then, based on everything it had gathered, Belu relays every last word to him. This one only knew Apostle Taj Zim as a holy light, sir. I couldn't dig up any more information about him. Realizing the monster's intel is practically worthless, Suho starts to feel helpless once agging back to square one. The only option left is to squeeze information out of Li Mingxing, one managing the entire Stardust plant. But if it's too tough, skip it for now. He prioritizes what's right in front of him. I need to evacuate everyone here first. At another location, the outsider stands alone. The silence and utter lack of any trace in the surrounding space that is exactly what makes him suspicious. I can no longer sense the presence of those demons. Could the Hunter Association have already done something? They now stand before a colossal gate. Exquisitely carved, they have reached the boss room of the dungeon. Even me can't help but feel a sense of doubt about this place. On the way here, I found nothing. Wasn't this supposed to be the Stardust production facility? Miho suddenly flashes a cunning smilate. Seems she's troubled by the lack of findings. Let's scrap the plan to brainwash the hunters. It'll be better for us if everything ends without incident. The outsider merely keeps an ice-cold expression and says nothing more. After a moment of contemplation, he voices his opinion. No, Miho still can't completely shake off her suspicions. Maybe it's somewhere else. Can't be helped. First we take out that parasite, then we do whatever we want. Not wanting to waste any more time dawdling here, she orders everyone to head inside. But suddenly, Li Mingxing's face turns pale as a sheet. It seems he's sensed something amiss. Silently praying under his breath, he asks, "What the hell are you doing?" The outsider responds with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Didn't I already tell you?" Then the outsider extends a hand forward and activates his ability. A massive stone juts out from behind Li Mingxing's back. "I will turn every single hunter in this raid party into our followers." The stone grows larger and larger. Those we choose for our side must possess certain value. From the very beginning, I never intended to cooperate with you to eliminate an S-rank hunter like Lin Taijio. Then he presses his ice-cold face close to Li Mingxing's ear and whispers something. "I will use you to get to Lin Taijio." Just hearing that alone, Li Mingxing is utterly shell-shocked, fear gripping every fiber of his being. Under the outsider's threat, he clenches his teeth in anguish. Those damn E-rank hunters again. The beast inside Li Mingxing truly awakens. His eyes blaze crimson as he screams straight into the outsider's face. "You think I'd be brainwashed by the likes of you?" The instant those words leave his mouth, The atmosphere around him transforms entirely into a blinding golden glow. Li Mingxing, eyes bulging, slowly turns his head behind him. He can't keep up his bravado for long. Now, Li Mingxing's eyes have also shifted to Goldby, some unseen force. A beam of light descends from above like a blade, aimed straight at his chest. Obey the command of the Supreme One. After that incident, he seems to have become an entirely different person. The outsider has been standing behind the whole time, watching every step of the process unfold. Then he steps forward and gives Li Mingxing a pat on the shoulder. It seems Li Mingxing has been completely manipulated by the outsider. He can't help but break into a smug grin. Now they have no intention of stopping Thi, will expand the scope of this manipulation to their next prey. The scene shifts. Inside a car speeding down the highway, Dongren is in conversation with Taeju. Inside the vehicle, he raises his hand, conjuring a stream of glowing blue smoke. If it vanishes, that's the signal the strike team is in danger. Then he casually brags about its effectiveness. Another one of its summoned entities will relay the situation inside to us. Believe it or not, that's how we managed to solve the problem. A device that can't be used inside dungeon sterns. Out it was a brilliant idea after all. After showing off to his heart's content, Dongren caps it all off with a classic deadpan one-liner. Even so, I hope us S-rank hunters won't have to intervene. Noticing that he's been the only one talking this whole time while Taeju sits in deep silence, he grows curious. Hopefully Li Mingxing won't cause any more trouble. Hunter Lin Taeju, are you worried? But despite the seemingly sincere question, Taeju interprets it as mockery. Are you trying to provoke me? He immediately denies it. Of course not. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Taeju isn't one to back down either, fires right back. You're jealous because S-rank hunter Bin chose to join the Death Guild, aren't you? Despite his blood boiling with rage, Dongren forces a friendly smile. Not at all. We have plenty of talented hunters ourselves. The man is tight-lipped beyond belief, has been sitting there this whole time, barely managing a few words. Perhaps Taeju has been deep in thought, which is why he only now finds his voice. He rests his hand on his face, his expression one of utter shock and disbelief. I never imagined Li Mingxing was the mastermind behind the distribution of that mysterious stimulant. As guild leader, I feel I bear part of the responsibility in this. If anything happens, I hope you'll keep your promise not to intervene. And if I can control the situation, since there's really nothing more to discuss, lays his heart bare. I hope you can pull it off, because I don't want anyone getting hurt. In stark contrast to their eerily civil conversation, on another front, the others are facing a terrifying monster. It doesn't just boast overwhelming sizite, can also spew devastating streams of fire. This makes both attacking and defending incredibly difficult. Even with 3 of them, they struggle to withstand the inferno it rains down. Facing this monster with earth-shattering power, Miho's expression turns tense as a bowstring. While everyone fights with everything they've got, the outsider stands off to the side with his arms crossed, utterly indifferent. His holier-than-thou attitude acting like some big-shot S-rank hunter, just standing there watching others do the work grates on her nerves. At the end of the day, they're still your seniors, you know. The monster, slashed with a bone-cutting blow, lets out a ferocious roar and flies into a blind rage. It shoves its enraged face right up to Mingxing Eye's blood red, brimming with killing intentas if ready to swallow him whole. Without missing a beat to retaliate, the monster swings its full might at Mingxing. So it turns out the outsider has been controlling his mind and body this whole time. But with only the awakening power from Stardust, an A-rank hunter still faces considerable difficulty fighting at S-rank level. Mingxing's performance falls short of his expectations. In that case, one of the Apostle's 5 abolite is derived from a fragment of its main body's, the blessing of amplification. Amplifies the unique traits of those it has possessed, or to put it another way, of in the faith of the flames stored within the Stardust. Not only that, but the unique traits of weapons, all of them get amplified and become more powerful than ever before. And back to Mingxing, Li Mingxing's unique trait is the amplification of mana. Neither he nor his weapon are to be underestimated. The unique trait of the sword Li Mingxing wields is the amplification of slashing power. What the outsider truly wants to witness is a devastating explosion of power from Mingxing. Li Mingxing, show Meccan you reach the level you've always yearned for after receiving this. The blessing does not waver. The S-rank level you've always coveted. Now the monster is just an inch away from sending him straight to the afterlife. But with his newly amplified power, the monster is now in real trouble against Mingxing. He grips his sword tight and strikes forward with devastating force. His eyes light up with a glowing, sigil eerily mesmerizing. Sure enough, in just a few short seconds, His entire body is engulfed by that energy, transforming into Minxing's ultimate weapon to slay the beast. After that torrent of raw power tears through the monster, the wall above cracks wide open. That alone speaks volumes about the terrifying force behind that strike. Even Taeju and Dongren, far away, can feel the shockwave of this event. Miho, still reeling from his earlier display, is now even more stunned. What? Minxing has just punched a perfect hole through the wall above with his terrifying power. He stands motionless, frozen in place like a man without a soul. The outsider, having witnessed everything, casually glides past him. The fatigue from amplifying an A-rank hunter, or above, is immense, and yet he could only maintain S-rank for a fleeting moment before most of the amplification faded. Who could have guessed the test subject he chose would perform below expectations? What a pity, Li Minxing. It seems you lack the capacity to contain S-rank power. But regardless, Minxing is still under the outsider's control. With her experience and sharp instincts, Miho immediately senses something is off. That's not a technique an ordinary A-rank hunter could ever pull off. As someone with vast combat experience, she can't help but bombard herself with questions. Was that Stardust, a stimulant targeting high-rank hunters, or is there another drug besides Stardust? But while Miho is still lost in thought, something happens behind her. Before anyone realizes what's going on, the outsider is impaled. Minxing's sword has pierced clean through his body. Li Minxing seems to have partially regained control of his mind. Didn't I tell you? His eyes have turned pitch black, as cold testament to the sheer effort it took to break free from the outsider's control. I will never be brainwashed by a creature like you. Now Minxing has flipped the board, is the one who stands victorious in the end. I will put this cursed power you gave me to good use. Who could have guessed? Who lives by the sword dies by the sword. The outsider now lies sprawled on the ground, felled by the very weapon he created. Stunned by Minxing's last-second reversal, Miho furiously demands answers. Li Minxing, why did you attack an allied hunter? Have you lost your mind from an overdose? Minxing coldly dismisses them, then clutches his face. Damn it, so this is how it all ends. It seems even after wrecking the outsider, he's still struggling to regain clarity. I'm hearing countless other voices. There are S-rank hunters waiting outside on the Hunters Association's orders. If I don't get out of here fast, I'll never escape. Miho, facing someone this monstrous, starts fearing for her own life. I need to find a way to slip away. He can't be allowed to escape. Suddenly, he clenches his jaw so hard his face scrunches up in agony. I've been putting up with you for far too long. At this point, Minxing can hold back no longer, roars like a beast unleashed. If you don't want to die, then don't get in my way. Before the old man even finishes his sentence, Li Minxing bolts legs pumping, vanishing at the speed of light. After weaving and dodging through every obstacle, he launches himself straight through the circular hole he'd carved out earlier. Everyone watches Li Minxing escape right before their eyes, unable to do a single thing about it. Their frustration is absolutely suffocating. Damn it! Miho can't afford to let any more victims fall into his hands. She immediately orders the nearby hunter to contact S-rank hunters outside and send the signal. Yes, ma'am. The alien Dezine is still alive after Li Minxing drove a strike straight through his chest. Some higher power must be watching over him. Despite being in terrible shape, his mind still churns with thoughts about Li Minxing's condition. So as long as a person possesses an iron will, they can resist Yern H letter 1 ECF, a S divine abilitino matter how much monarch carries. Now that's useful information. Miho walks over to check on him, her brow furrowed with disbelief. Hunter Dawson, how the hell are you still alive? That attack clearly pierced straight through your heart. The alien keeps his expression ice cold, casually sweeps his hair back and flashes a sly, cunning grin. Outside, after narrowly escaping, Li Minxing sprints forward at breakneck speed. Li Minxing can't help but feel the bitter irony of his own situation. I've got the power of an S-rank now, and I still have to run. What a joke! Backed into a corner with nowhere to turn, he has no choice but to carve out his own escape route. Those damn aliens, the Hunter Association, the Death Guild can't rely on anyone anymore. He has to disappear into the neighboring city and fast. But out of the frying pan and into the fire, just as he thinks he's clear, a sword comes whooshing through the air and slams into the ground right in front of him, forcing him to skid to a halt. Li Minxing, still not fully sober, stares at the blade with a dazed expression. What Thuhat is this? From the shadowy depths of the forest, a silhouette emerges. A mysterious voice rings out. I was wondering what caused that explosion back there, but I never expected you'd come crawling out yourself. The figure steps slowly into the light. Now tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Itarim apostles. And that person is none other than Suho. He calls out Li Mingxing's name. Now tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Itarim apostles. Li Mingxing is far from pleased. Suho standing in his way. The tension spikes instantly. Suho stares at him with eyes sharp as bullets like he's ready to devour him whole. Li Mingxing never expected Suho's intelligence network to be this tight. He doesn't just know about Stardust, knows about the existence of the Itarim apostles, those extraterrestrial invaders. Looking Suho over more carefully, Li Mingxing feels a flicker of recognition. Wait, wasn't this the guy who took down Diki and sabotaged the Stardust supply chain? The one in the black mask, could it be him? But regardless, there's no time to waste. Doesn't matter. If I linger here any longer, those hunters will catch up. To end this fast, he grips his sword and charges straight at Suho Blade first. No hesitation. Based on the mana I'm sensing from him, he doesn't stand a chance. Die. But facing Li Mingxing's attack head-on, Suho remains utterly calm, because he knows full well Thai's amateur is nothing to him. Before the blade even gets close, Suho snatches it out of the air with one hand. Faced with something this absurd, Li Mingxing's brain short-circuits. He blocked it, and I can't even pull my sword back. Just how strong is he? Not so easy to push around, is it? With his trademark fiery temper, Suho drives a vicious kick straight into Li Mingxing's face. The blow connects and blood sprays from Li Mingxing's mouth. Seeing the overwhelming power radiating from Suho, Li Mingxing simply cannot comprehend it. He clearly has less mana than Miso. How the hell is this possible? But Suho finds the whole thing perfectly normal. Expected even. Can't blame the guy for being surprised. After all, a hunter's rank is determined solely by their mana capacity. Nothing more. Suho wastes not a single second to counterattacks instantly, his blade slashing toward Li Mingxing. But Heth, one who can sense true power, knows the real difference between them. A ferocious battle erupts. Neither side gives an inch. While the Shadow Prince grows stronger through raw stats, his power is also maximized by Amut's grueling training regimen. His physical prowess now stands on a level that no A-rank hunter could ever hope to match. Back in the cave where the alien and the remaining hunters still linger, Miho witnessed the whole thing, yet Dazin is alive as if nothing happened. She can't hold back her curiosity. Hunter Dazin, how are you still alive? That attack clearly pierced straight through your heart. He doesn't answer right away. He stands in silence for a moment, then clenches the stone in his hand. Miho stares at him intently, as if she genuinely needs to know what happened. But before the alien can utter a word, a voice suddenly calls down from above. Hunter Miho, had happened here. Miho looks up, her eyes flooding with unmistakable relief. You two finally made it. They no longer have to fight alone. The reinforcements have arrived. Hunter Kui Dongren and Hunter Lin Taeju. But the alien, upon seeing the two newcomers, thinks of something else entirely. Two more S-rank hunters, with one group above and the other below. Conversation is awkward. The two S-ranks drop down to ground level. Dongren walks toward them, explaining why they rushed here. The moment we heard the explosion, we sped over immediately. What exactly happened here? Miho doesn't bother hiding anything. She speaks plainly. It's all because of that bastard Li Mingxing. Dongren's confusion only deepens. An A-rank hunter like Li Mingxing is capable of all this. Miho actually shares the same question, so she recounts Li Mingxing's condition from moments before. He suddenly erupted with a massive surge of mana, as if he'd taken some kind of performance-enhancing drug. It's likely the effect of whatever substance he used. And on top of that, he attacked Hunter Dazin directly. But after glancing over at the alien, Dongren becomes even more puzzled. But Hunter Dazin looks perfectly fine. To prevent further confusion and endless speculation, Dazin explains immediately. I have a regeneration skill. Dongren is visibly impressed by the alien's near-divine recovery speed. Impressive. Your recovery skill level must be quite high. Miho immediately snaps them back to the pressing issue. Forget about that for now. We need to chase down Li Mingxing immediately. At this rate, he'll reach the city and vanish without a trace. Her words snap Dongren back to the critical matter at hand. Right. Hunter Linyu heard that, but judging by Dongren's gut feeling, something bad has likely already happened. It seems that Li Mingxing has caused quite the trouble. As promised, up until this very moment, a terrifying scenario suddenly flashes through his mind. Don't even mention it. Most unstable one right now is the Apostle himself. He might be in real trouble. Damn it, the link between me and Li Mingxing hasn't been severed yet. I can't believe he can resist faith to this degree. Indeed, the desires of a human are truly fascinating, and his fear of being exposed begins to surge violently, even though those people don't seem to believe a single word Li Mingxing says. Hunter, just rest here for now, just in case you're still unstable. But if I don't do something, I'll raise suspicion. Yet since things have come to this point, the Apostle has no other choice. There's nothing he can do, even though he invested a tremendous amount of effort and power into minxing. The Apostle can only accept his fate now. I'll just have to discard him, even though it'll cost a massive amount of sacred power. I must seize his body and force him to take his own life. After all, he's just an A-rank hunter. I can always find another one to replace him. But just as he was on the verge of giving up, a scene of a fierce battle flashes through his mind. What is this? Is he fighting someone? And at that moment, Suho's image appears, leaving the Apostle utterly stunned. Don't tell me he's already run into an S-rank hunter. After observing everything unfolding with minxing, an enormous question mark forms in his mind. The Apostle's suspicion begins to zero in on Suho's presence. What is that masked man doing here? Is he hunting Li Minxing too, just like the Hunter Association? Indeed, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Even he never expected things to turn out this way. I can't believe I'm running into him again so soon. The existence of E-rank hunters in this world, and Li Minxing, a man capable of resisting the faith of Yinhuo. Ever since we arrived here, nothing has gone according to plan. If that's the case, the Apostle is already in too deep, has no choice but to see this through. It seems everything has changed. It's no longer like the era when everything bent to the Creator's will. Yet a being as psychologically twisted as him finds himself asking a very peculiar question. But why am I smiling? On the battlefield, Suho and Minxing are still going at it, boom after boom, no sign of slowing down. As the fight drags on, Minxing grows increasingly desperate. He can't afford to let Suho pin him down any longer. In the brief instant his opponent loses focus, Suho leaps into the air, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Wait, at that moment, Li Minxing suddenly comes up with a plan that benefits both sides. If I answer your questions, will you let me go? Before such a sudden change of heart, Suho is left confused. Why are you suddenly saying that? Aren't you working with that Apostle, Yim? He doesn't bother hiding it anymore. Minxing comes clean. That bastard stabbed me in the back. Hearing that, Suho immediately understands. Something has definitely happened between them. He stabbed you in the back. Then why did you help him distribute the harmful stardust? Even though the reason sounds pathetic, he still speaks it. That's because he said he'd help me kill someone I wanted dead. Hearing such a depraved deal, Suho can't help but ask, you worked with Yim just to kill one person. The reason behind Minxing's savage desire is then laid bare. After the great catastrophe, everything I built was destroyed. A nobody before the catastrophe suddenly became an E-rank hunter and started looking down on me. So he extends his hand forward. If I'm to live as my true self, there's someone I have to kill. Hearing that, Suho is somewhat taken aback. Aren't you also trying to kill the alien one I sought help from? But to everyone's surprise, Suho denies it. No, I have no intention of killing him so long as we can talk. Before Suho's answer, Minxing finds it laughable. You don't intend to kill him, even though he came here to invade this world. You have the exact same personality as that type of person. I used to feel absolutely disgusted when I was still an actor. While the conversation had been perfectly civil, he suddenly turns hostile. The type who always acts full of hope, but has absolutely zero personality of their own. Pot calling the kettle black, Suho refuses to back down and fires right back. Kindness and morality, those are nothing more than choices that society and others forced upon you. You don't even know what you truly want. But with a man who has already lost his mind, no words can reach him. Minxing's entire body erupts with a torrent of demonic red energy. If you hadn't been lucky enough to possess that power, you'd have spent your whole life as nothing but an extra. And there will come a moment when you're forced to face a situation that demands you make your own choice. The monster within him truly awakens, flashes a wide, savage grin. Let me create that situation for you. The identity of the one you must kill is, but plot twist, Minxing doesn't even get to finish his sentence before someone restrains him. And that someone is none other than the Apostle. Li Minxing, I will not allow you to utter another word. Where do you think you're running, my son? Even if he tries to escape, the Apostle will always find him in the end. I am truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, I've achieved so much. Now Minxing is once again being manipulated by the Apostle. I take back what I said about you being worthless. I'll use that body of yours one final time. With his pitch-black, crazed eyes, Minxing asks what? Fast, lethal. With zero wasted movement, Apostle immediately crushes Minxing. I will not allow you to do that. That blinding light overwhelms Suho's vision completely. Before this terrifying energy, Suho quickly realizes it's the power of Yimend, far more potent than when he fought Dicky. It appears the Apostle and Minxing have fully merged into a single entity. The very next second, the transformations begin. A sword with an insanely badass appearance materializes out of thin air. Alongside it, a pair of pure white, angel-like wings unfurls from the entity's back. Suho still stands in place, completely motionless. Then, as he looks ahead, he finally understands everything. So the attack on the Stardust Factory. Your search for Li Mingxing, I can't believe you orchestrated all of that just to meet me. I've been wanting to meet you too. I've been wanting to meet you too. The masked troublemaker. At this moment, Suho still doesn't realize that the person before him is no longer Li Mingxing but someone entirely different. Why has Li Mingxing suddenly become a completely different person? From the way he speaks, no beating around the bush. No pleasantries, jumps straight to the point. You're the apostle sent by the external god, aren't you? So you are aware of our existence after all. Li Mingxing made no attempt to hide his despicable tactics and openly owned up to them. Indeed, we have come to claim this world. Cheng Ziuhu now realizes he is facing his greatest enemy. They are the very reason his father has yet to return. And naturally, with the enemy standing right before his eyes, there is no way he lets this slide. He immediately readies himself to settle the score. Running into you here perfect timing, but what is supposed to be a clash between just the two of them is suddenly interrupted by a third party. Just as both sides are about to make their move, the newcomer bellowed at the top of his lungs for everyone to freeze. Nobody knows who this person is, yet they are barking orders like they own the place. No one moves without my permission. No one can gauge the true extent of his power, but his mouth is fearlessly anything stupid, and you'll find out soon enough. And guess who it is? Lin Taejiu, who has finally caught up, bow in hand. Seeing Li Mingxing's current state, Lin Taejiu can't help but question it. Li Mingxing, why do you look like that? What the hell have you done? His eyes blaze with killing intent sharp enough to devour them whole. At a single glance, Cheng Ziuhu recognizes the person before him, rank hunter Lin Taejiu. Seeing an uninvited guest barge in, Li Mingxing speaks up. It seems we won't be having a proper conversation here. To ensure both sides can settle their grudge cleanly, he puts forward a proposal. Let's meet at the highest point in this area. Lantern Mask. Seeing him about to flee, Lin Taejiu can't just stand by. Li Mingxing, where do you think you're going? Determined not to lose Li Mingxing's trail again, he immediately nocks an arrow and fires. I said nobody moves, not without my permission. The arrow rockets toward him at a terrifying, breakneck speed. But with his agile, nimble body, Li Mingxing dodges it effortlessly, as easy as breathing. Seeing a single arrow isn't nearly enough to handle Li Mingxing, Lin Taejiu goes all out, pulling 3 arrows at once. Without wasting another second, he looses all 3 arrows simultaneously. They rocket toward Li Mingxing at near light speed. But life isn't a dream. No matter how hard Lin Taejiu tries, he can't land a single hit. Li Mingxing's evasion is simply too masterful. Suddenly, what started as a duel between two has drawn in a third party, and Cheng Ziuhu can no longer sit still. Damn itis, Hunter Lin also here to capture Li Mingxing. Beilu, sensing the dangerous situation, asks, "Young monarch, are you not planning to counterattack?" He replies, judging by his reactions, "I don't think Hunter Lin has any connection to that apostle. Besides, he hasn't even gone all out yet." Watching Li Mingxing's god-tier evasion, Lin Taejiu offers a rare compliment. "You sure know how to dodge, I'll give you that." But that alone isn't enough to discourage Lin Taejiu. He pulls out his trump card specifically to deal with him. "My top priority is subduing Li Mingxing. Everything else is irrelevant." From his bow, a beam of light radiating terrifying power surges toward Li Mingxing. This is no joke. Lin Taejiu is dead serious. Things are about to get real. Seems I was too greedy, thinking I could bring you back in one piece. Facing that monstrous, horrifying power, even Li Mingxing can feel things are about to go south. That mana output is too dangerous. But while waiting for the result, something else catches Lin Taejiu's attention. Without a word, he draws another arrow and aims it toward a nearby thicket. His instincts prove right, a goblin is hiding inside. Seeing the arrow aimed at it, the creature wears the most innocent, wide-eyed expression imaginable. Squeak! Seeing it is just a harmless creature of no consequence, Lin Taejiu can't help but wonder what is a goblin doing here. But in the span of a heartbeat, Lin Taejiu realizes he has been played. Damn it! By the time he spins around, it is already too late. Li Mingxing has successfully escaped. In the vast, empty expanse, only Lin Taejiu remains. "You bastard!" Scanning the barren, desolate surroundings, Lin Taejiu seethes with barely contained fury. "Li Mingxing, what the hell are you planning?" News of Li Mingxing's successful escape eventually reaches Cheng Ziuhu. He picks up his phone and answers the call. After hearing the full account, Cheng Ziuhu grasps the situation. "I see. So Li Mingxing managed to escape after all." Confronted with his own negligence, Lin Taejiu has no excuses left to offer. "My apologies, Chairman. It's entirely my fault. But Li Mingxing looked off, seemed like he was under the influence of some drug. There was also another hunter present, Somyeon, wearing a black mask. Hearing that last detail, Cheng Ziuhu's expression freezes completely. He immediately senses something is off, and presses Lin Taejiu hard about the masked hunter. A hunter wearing a black mask. He fought in close combat, right? Lin Taejiu looks genuinely surprised. How did you know? The reason I'm so certain is that the hunter I encountered during the dungeon breach at the airport also wore a black mask. He single-handedly held back the swarm of dark magic beasts from spilling out. A black mask? Could that have been Hunter Liu Zhanhao? Under the fading afternoon light, Cheng Ziuhu sits alone in his office, lost in thought. Could he have returned after all this time? No, if it were him, this would have been settled already. He makes a deduction if that is the case. The masked hunter must have had unresolved matters with Li Mingxing, which is why he went to their location. His eyes sharpen to a razor's edge. Seeing that Cheng Ziuhu has finally arrived, he breaks into a satisfied smile. The two now stand facing each other in a tense, electric atmosphere. Before the battle begins, Li Mingxing asks, surprising, "Really, are you helping me?" As someone with a keen eye, Cheng Ziuhu can't help but notice this. Weren't you planning to abandon Li Mingxing's body if things turned against you? He makes no attempt to hide it and casually spills the beans. I've heard about you from the demons. They call you the Shadow Monarch from the darkness. What exactly is your relationship with the Shadow Monarch? But after being bombarded with a barrage of questions, Cheng Ziuhu has no idea how to respond. Seems like you have quite the collection of questions, but I have no reason to answer any of them right now. I'll just crush you and rip the information straight from your mind. Beilu senses something ominous and immediately warns him. Young monarch, please, be careful. Ever since that apostle seized Li Mingxing's body, I can no longer measure his power. Not wanting to worry Beilu, Cheng Ziuhu reassures him. Don't worry, Beilu. I've been preparing for this moment. Now no longer in the mood for games, he rolls his shoulders and begins to rise. A cunning smile spreads across Li Mingxing's face. Now I can be certain, after exchanging blows with him for a while, Su-ho has no more doubts. This power, it's the same type as the Shadow Monarch's authority he witnessed in that battle. Using his dark energy, Su-ho conjures a Blue-Fang Wolf Alpha normal rank pack leader beast. And of course, one isn't enough to make a statement, so he creates another, a venomous giant centipede, normal rank. And right behind it, another equally formidable beast emerges, high tier, normal class. Seeing this, Su-ho decides to summon something even more terrifying, a pyramid guardian high rank, elite class. It seems Su-ho has finally stepped into a truly serious battle. These are all the beast corpses I've been saving just for today. He's decided today he's going all out against this opponent, no matter what. I will fight you with everything I have. Li Mingxing's face tightens like a taut bowstring as he locks eyes with Su-ho. He, too, seems to be eagerly anticipating this once-in-a-millennium clash. Now, Su-ho and his beast legion have taken formation ready for a battle to the death. Just as they prepare to clash, a notification screen materializes before them. Alert, emergency quest has appeared. Quests that they may very well pay for with their lives to complete begin to scroll into view, one by one. Quest emergency: defeat Li Mingxing, Apostle of Idarim. Defeat Li Mingxing, whose body has been seized by the Idarim Apostle, and reclaim his memories. Sub-objective: defeat Li Mingxing, Apostle of Idarim. Phase 1. The quest is to defeat Li Mingxing. Has the moment finally arrived? The moment I have to kill another person. Now Li Mingxing and Su-ho stand face to face on the verge of a devastating battle. He can't help but sink into deep contemplation, clasping his hands together. After finally understanding what emotions are, the changes occurring within him feel utterly strange. A dark, unfamiliar sensation engulfs him. Memories of his own body, trapped within a fragment of that shattered world. I think I now understand what it felt like to encounter the Shadow Monarch. A feeling of raw curiosity before an overwhelmingly powerful being. A being from another dimension, possessing enough strength to single-handedly hold back an entire legion from the outer world. He had been curious about him, that Shadow Monarch, a figure who looked utterly alone, standing in the midst of his own army. Then he lifts his face, staring ahead in deep thought, wondering if he could ever get an answer from him. Su-ho's beasts can no longer hold back the surge forward and attack Li Mingxing. No one knows what's going through his head, but he remains rooted in place, utterly motionless. Of course, Li Mingxing still values his own life, so he draws his blade and strikes back. Sure enough, he's got real skill, daring to take on Su-ho's entire formation alone. Li Mingxing's gaze drifts forward with a blank, hollow stare as if he doesn't know what he'll do next. But with his razor-sharp survival instincts, Li Mingxing refuses to let himself stop. The next second, Su-ho abandons defense entirely and rockets forward to strike. In that same breath, he launches a devastating punch straight at Li Mingxing, but Li Mingxing blocks it just in time. Su-ho's fighting style gives him pause. He uses his minions to draw my attention, while he charges in to fight head-on. He's that confident in close-quarters combat, but no matter how many combat strategies Su-ho throws at him, none of it phases Li Mingxing. Throughout the entire fight, Su-ho keeps a cool head, not daring to let his guard down for even a single second. The battle rages on fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Mi-ho, despite being a woman, shows no fear before Li Mingxing grips her spear and charges in. Her eyes burn with fierce determination. She will send him to the underworld, no matter the cost. However, with her current skill level, Mi-ho still isn't on Li Mingxing's tier. He dodges her attack with terrifying speed. Then Li Mingxing seizes the spear and grips it tight. Even at a disadvantage, Mi-ho refuses to let go of her weapon. You're not one of the Shadow Monarch's soldiers, are you? Mi-ho's body trembles uncontrollably. She is utterly terrified, tears streaming down her face without end. But the very next moment, a hero rescues the maiden. Su-ho arrives just in time, kicking Li Mingxing away and saving her life. After taking Su-ho's surprise ambush, traces of injury appear on Li Mingxing's face. But the attack doesn't frighten him, it only ignites his fury. Li Mingxing has a question. Why aren't you using shadow soldiers in battle? Su-ho replies, shadow soldiers. Fine, let me show you then. Su-ho has no reason to hold back anymore. If you want to see it that badly, then behold. With nothing left to lose, Su-ho goes all in, generating a massive sandstorm that engulfs Li Mingxing. His entire body is completely restrained, and on top of that, he now faces yet another beast. But Li Mingxing's eyes remain eerily calm, as if he knows there's still a way out. Seizing the moment while Li Mingxing is still pinned down, Su-ho channels every ounce of strength into his arm. A few seconds later, Su-ho throws a decisive punch straight forward. Li Mingxing merely stares at Su-ho with cold, expressionless eyes. Before Su-ho can even touch a hair on his head, the sand encasing Li Mingxing explodes violently, sending Su-ho flying. The sand threatens to crush him entirely, but Su-ho quickly regains his composure and leaps into the air, putting distance between them. Before this impossible phenomenon, Su-ho is left momentarily stunned. The sand, it just exploded. From within the dissipating haze, Li Mingxing emerges once more. This fight just got a whole lot harder for Su-ho. Nobody saw that brutal reversal coming. In mere seconds, Li Mingxing blitzes through and cuts down every single one of them. It seems I can never recapture the excitement I felt back then. Even Mi-ho couldn't dodge in time-ish, takes a vicious slash across the shoulder. Su-ho's beast can no longer hold on, showing signs of collapse. And worse still, Su-ho himself has sustained significant injuries. He may very well be the one to lose today. Seeing Su-ho and his legion beginning to falter, Li Mingxing opens his mouth to mock them. How disappointing. Though no one asked, he speaks up to evaluate Su-ho's strength. The Shadow Monarch soldiers, they were all seasoned warriors, each possessing a will of their own, like a properly trained army through and through. Your power may resemble his, but your ability, worlds apart. Knowing he holds the upper hand, Li Mingxing begins to openly belittle Su-ho. I truly cannot believe it's Somion who possesses such power, yet still cannot achieve victory. You are pathetically weak, damned wretch. Su-ho himself knows full well that his chances of winning are slim. The Idarim apostle has already claimed Li Mingxing's body things have become far more difficult. While Su-ho is still at a loss, unsure of what to do, Li Mingxing dashes forward without a word. His speed nearly on par with an E-rank hunter. Once again, though no one asked, he begins to spout his own philosophy. The reason the Shadow Monarch looked so lonely was because no existence in this world could stand as his equal. At this moment, he unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes towards Su-ho. After all, who could ever hope to understand a being who possesses absolute power? While blocking his attack, Su-ho wonders, was father truly that lonely? Under the terrifying intensity of Minsung's assault, his gloves begin to crack and shatter. And then, what was bound to happen happens. Su-ho's legendary gloves finally abandon him. Notification item destroyed. Antler has been shattered. The very next second, Li Mingxing seizes the moment of Su-ho's greatest vulnerability and drives his blade straight into his heart. Mi-ho, standing far away and witnessing this scene, cannot help but feel her heart shatter. The self-proclaimed young sovereign, Li Mingxing, always considered himself the smart one, while Su-ho was nothing but a dim-witted boy in his eyes. You know nothing about the power you possess. That is precisely why I will rip away the shadow authority he holds. And then his twisted thoughts begin to surge once more. I will turn him into a devotee, and then I will do whatever it takes to claim that power. Once that is done, perhaps I will finally understand the loneliness of the Shadow Monarch. Although blood pours freely down the blade, Suho still refuses to give up. His entire body trembles uncontrollably, shaking like a leaf in a storm. I don't know anything about the power I possess. Those moments teetering on the brink of death cause Suho to recall a few things. Come to think of it, Li Mingxing had said the very same thing before. You are the type who pretends to be full of hope, but has absolutely no personality. Kindness and morality, those are merely choices that society and others have imposed upon you. You don't even know what you truly want. That moment once again surfaces in his mind. If you hadn't been lucky enough to possess that power, you would have lived your entire life as nothing more than a background extra. There will come a time when you face a situation that forces you to make your own decision. In that hazy, half-conscious state, Suho asked himself about his own stats and skills. Do I really need something beyond all of this to become stronger? Suddenly, Bailu's voice rings out, "Young Monarchan." That moment replays in his mind like slow-motion footage. Why don't you use weapon shadow manifestation, my lord? That's because the antler has higher attack power. Besides, it's quite difficult for me to simultaneously maintain Link, ruler's authority, and command shadow soldiers all at once in a battle like this. Moreover, I'm not even confident I can properly use weapon shadow manifestation. But in the face of that self-doubt, Bailu encourages him. You are a genius, my lord. I believe you can do it. I, Bailu, stake my life on it. It will be fine. After that, Suho counters Bailu with a question that leaves it speechless. Besides, didn't you say that father didn't always use shadow manifestation in battle either? There must have been a reason he didn't use it. So I believe something would go wrong if I used it. If that is what you believe, then so be it, my lord. At this moment, Suho also wonders why he became so insecure. When did it start? Since when did I start setting limits on myself so easily? To find the answer, we rewind time a little back to when he still held a paintbrush and was an art student. It was those incomplete paintings that made Suho doubt his own abilities. Suho had drowned in the feeling of failure for so long that he forgot to stand up and move forward. Was it the habit of easily accepting defeat from back before he awakened? Come to think of it, how long has it been since he last drew anything after awakening? I truly loved drawing. Although Li Mingxing is a demon, every single word he spoke struck straight at the deepest truths within Suho's heart. You don't even know what you truly want. If you hadn't been lucky enough to possess that power, you would have lived your entire life as nothing more than a background extra. He was right. Little by little, Suho begins to remember why he started in the first place. He had entrusted the system with reuniting him with his father, and finding his mother was always something he wanted to do once he became stronger. The reason he wanted to become stronger was because he couldn't find strength within himself. Until now, Suho had misunderstood himself for years. Why did I try so hard to follow in father's footsteps? But what father needs isn't a copy of himself. After awakening, he told himself he must change his own fate. I must find something that only I can do. Returning to the cruel reality, Suho's face is still drenched in blood. His blood-soaked hand rises, trembling, pointing forward, refusing to break. Although it may seem like Suho has already lost, he absolutely refuses to give up here. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingxing suddenly recalls something. Come to think of it, aren't shadow soldiers immortal creatures? They will resurrect even after death. At this moment, Li Mingxing remains utterly confident in his own abilities. No matter how your soldiers attack me, they will never stand a chance. Li Mingxinger more precisely. The outsider is utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. Are they fusing together? I've never seen this happen in any battle against the Shadow Monarch. A chimera. The shadow beasts suddenly surge to life. Unleashing their full might, and Guy bursts free from its restraints, charging forward. Coming up next, we welcome the return of Suho. Perhaps this battle isn't over yet because he still hasn't given up. Suho begins to recall memories, fueling his power. He remembers that Christmas long ago, walking hand in hand with his parents, bubbling with excitement. Can I become a police officer just like you, Dad? Because Dad looks so cool. Or maybe I could become an athlete like Mom too. Can I grow up to be as strong as you, Mom? Can I, Mom? Listening to little Suho ramble on about all his dreams, his mother smiles and gently pats his head. Suho, your father and I made a pact the moment you were born. We will never stand in the way of your dreams. Just do what makes you happy. Little Suho protests. But I want to be cool like Dad and strong like Mom. If that's what you want, then work hard to become like us. Only if you're sure that's what you truly desire. Back then, he didn't know why his mother's words came to mind. But at some point, He had started chasing after his father's shadow. That was also the moment he stopped questioning himself. Questions like, what am I good at? Or what do I really like? Suddenly, Suho remembers his teacher. The teacher stares in amazement. You're drawing ants again today. Your drawing skills won't improve if you keep drawing the same thing over and over. But if you look closely, sir, you'll see there's something different about it. Yes, I know. Your work has always been one of a kind. If I always draw them the same way, it'll be way too easy to end up making them all look identical. But the more I draw, the more natural my strokes become. Like this one, it actually looks pretty unique. But you can't exactly call that an ant, right? The reason I was able to grasp shadow transformation earlier than my father might be, because the system granted it to me based on my unique traits. From now on, I won't fight against that anymore. A combat style that revolves primarily around shadow transformation. I won't confine myself to any fixed form anymore. I'll freely paint the shadows however I want. Pulling back his thoughts, the shadows he had created gradually receded into him. Aunt Belu was also startled were the shadow soldiers around the young monarch being absorbed. Looks like maintaining his own form is going to be difficult. The demoness was also taken aback and asked, Belu, what exactly is happening to the young monarch? Asking the aunt yielded Nothenjeven he had no idea. But it's highly likely the young monarch has broken out of his cocoon. That guy can't even figure it out, does he actually possess some kind of hidden potential? This could get troublesome. Do I need to quickly push him to the brink of death and implant the stardust fragment into him? Before he could finish the thought, he had to leap back in a hurry because the young man had just gone full superhuman. That guy's pants were practically wet. What the hell was that? From what I know, a hunter's abilities shouldn't be able to develop like that. Could it be a second awakening? On the other side, the young man's wounds had already been healed by his own shadow power. He transformed like father, like Sanhai's arm now wrapped in shadow armor, just like the old man's. But his father's version could blast people away. The young man started pondering, was shadow transformation really only capable of turning shadows into weapons? But if you think about the fundamental nature of shadows, it's all about changing form, which means I can use it in many different ways. With that, he commanded the shadows to attack. But it still wasn't enough to match that guy. That guy cut the shadow apart with a single swing. But surprise, surprise, a creature appeared out of nowhere from behind and smacked him with a devastating blow. But surprise, again, that guy still blocked it with ease. I told you, overwhelming numbers won't work on me. After finishing his cool guy line, he swung his sword a few times and slashed apart all of the young man's shadows. The young man walked slowly, murmuring as if quoting someone, if even this doesn't work, then I've got nothing left. System skill demonic bond has been activated. The young man burst forward at blinding speed, launching his attack in the blink of an eye. That guy Flincheth's mana was definitely dangerous, but there's no way he'd eat a direct hit like that. The young man got slashed, cuts covering his entire body. That guy smirked in triumph. Losing a leg, no problem when it comes to channeling his authority. But that wasn't what the young man cared about. He was stunned shadow transformation could be used like that. A shadow, looking eerily lifelike, was already positioned right behind the enemy. That guy was equally shocked and immediately took a loving punch straight to the face. He flew 1,000,000 meters back, his head slamming straight into a boulder. I didn't expect you to let your soldiers use skills like that. I've never seen shadows wield authority in this way before. Wait, I can't speak. Is my jaw broken? I can't even move anymore. If I recharge my mana using Li Mingxing's life force, I can still keep fighting. Looks like I can't afford to let my guard down anymore. What the hell is happening? Is that brat responsible for this? Li Mingxing did that impact snap him awake from the dominance. I can't believe that brat actually pulled this off. Unbelievable, an S-rank hunter, getting beaten by a lower-ranked one. Li Mingxing, what if you don't stop, huh, son? Is there something worse than death? You think I'm afraid of dying? I'm sick and tired of being looked down on by others. And more than anything, I despise it when others deny my very existence. If I can't make life harder for those who despise me, then so be it. Let's finish this. You little brat, if I can't become the protagonist, then I'll help you wrap up the supporting role I was assigned. With those words, Li Mingxing struck his own body. This is my final role, a villain. The young man seized the moment and threw a thunderous punch. And just like that, it was over. After the punch carrying the full force of his newfound awakening, Su-ho slowly withdrew his fist. Li Mingxing coughed up blood on the spot. That fist was drenched in the enemy's blood, drop by drop dripping silently to the ground. His body, which had long surpassed its limit, began to crack and gradually crumble apart like a statue. One would think this was it time to meet his ancestors, but the cracks across his body suddenly began to glow, and the shattered pieces flew back into place on their own, until every wound across his body fully healed. All he could manage were a few incoherent groans. He could feel it himself, his condition was critical. He realized in horror that it was so bad he now had a hole straight through his gut. And now my jaw is shattered, too can't I even protest, though the cracks had been filled in thanks to his incredible self-regeneration. It couldn't patch the hole Suho had punched through. Blood and organs were spilling onto the ground at an alarming rate. He thought with defiance, Yuhan, that alien bastard appeared before me. I thought the chance to change this wretched world had finally arrived. And this is how it ends. Ever since the cataclysm struck, my life has been worse than a dog's. Ironically, the first person he thought of in his final moments was the very one he'd hated and resented the most all along. Lin Taejiu stood against the light, extending his hand in invitation. Minxing, want to work with me? He cursed in his heart, damn it. Why is it that idiot Lin Taejiu I'm thinking of in my final moments? Li Minxing used the last of his strength to move his arm. Whatever he intended to do next, his prideful mind screamed, I am a goddamn superstar. He grabbed his own jaw, trying to realign it, but his body couldn't hold out much longer, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. The memories faded, returning him to reality. His blood-red eyes locked onto the enemy across from him. In his heart, confusion was that brat looking at him like he pitied him. Suho stared at him without blinking even once, silver pupils glinting coldly, impossible to read what he was feeling. Those were his final thoughts before death. His arm dropped, devoid of all life, and that was when the system notifications thundered in. System, you have received AXP. System, your quest has been upgraded. Urgent quest, defeat Li Minxing, Idarim Apostle. Defeat Li Minxing, who has been possessed by the Idarim Apostle and had his memories seized. Defeat Li Minxing, Idarim Apostle number 1 in single combat. System quest complete. Perhaps out of respect for the fallen, Cheng Ziuhu gently laid him on his back, jaw gaping wide, that gaping hole in the center of his chest. The attendants only then rushed over, tears streaming as they called out. Young monarch Beilu chimed in, his voice dripping with pride. You did it, my liege. I knew you would defeat the Idarim Apostle. But despite all the praise and encouragement, there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. His eyes remained fixed on the fallen Li Minxing. It seems Sung Hun had picked up on the conflict between him and that outsider, muttering absently under his breath. The one laughing in the end would be Li Minxing, not the Idarim Apostle, right? He feels a slight sympathy for Minxing, murmuring with mixed feelings, though unable to speak. Even so, the man gave him the impression of someone who had poured his entire being into his desire. But Beilu, on the other hand, misunderstood in an entirely different direction. This must be the first time the young monarch has killed one of his own kind. Is he in shock? Before it could even organize its words to comfort or console him, it heard him continue. Thanks to Li Minxing, I've come to realize something. The silhouettes of the two people he respected and loved the most surface in his heart, his voice murmuring evenly. After becoming a player, my only purpose in life was to find my mother and become someone who could help my father. Thanks to this battle, Suho has once again gained many new realizations. But thinking back now, I never had a goal that was truly my own. That must be why Li Minxing told me I'm someone who doesn't even know what they want. Memories of his former master surface in his mind, along with a gnawing sense of helplessness. He continues his epiphany. Suddenly, I recall the battle with my father at the end of my training. That was when I truly felt the magnitude of my father's greatness, especially those words seared deep into my heart. Even though you are an enemy, I still respect you. If only I could be as strong as you. Suho slowly stands up, softly sharing the secret, naive thoughts from his younger days. Back then, I truly yearned for victory, which is why I also felt incredibly disheartened. He gazes toward the setting sun as if toward a brand new beginning, his tone steadier and more serious than ever before. I don't know when my father became so impossibly distant and grand, a person I couldn't even imagine reaching. I think I need to say this. Then he turns to face his 3 loyal subordinates, paving the way with a single rhetorical question. Having big ambitions, that's a good thing, isn't it? Suho points a finger to the sky, the solemn expression behind his mask hardening even further as he lays bare his ambition. I crave to become the strongest of them all. In the blazing sunset, he declares with full conviction, I will surpass the Idarim Apostles, the monarchs, and even my own father. At last, our young monarch has found his own path, a path entirely uninfluenced by anyone else. That is the ideal he aspires to become. The most shocked right now are definitely those 2 diehard fans of the old Shadow Monarch standing nearby. Every single face is frozen solid, Super's jaw drops, about to give his 2 cents. The young monarch. But Belu, quick on the draw, blurts it out first. It doesn't hold back one bit with its critique. Even though I believe that is impossible to achieve, I will still support you, my liege. Super is gentler than Belu, but the core message is the same. I think surpassing the Shadow Monarch is simply far too difficult. Suho deflates. Deadpan, thanks for ruining the moment, you two. But since these two have served since his father's era, he can only sigh and accept his fate. Well, it's easy enough to understand why they'd think that. Let me check the rewards first. The system window pops up like a barrage of notifications. System reward received. System EXP received. System level UP. Level UP. Player has reached the required level. System job change quest will now be assigned. System, would you like to accept the job change quest? Yes, no. Suddenly a dislike option pops up too. Suho follows the beaten path of every online game on the market. The job change quest must trigger at level 40, he figures. Before answering the system, he glances at the status window. It displays name Suho level 40 class, none status effect, fatigued none title village slayer HP 8, 250 MP 780 SDR 124 VIT 60 AGI 49 INT 47 per 54 5. Unspent stat points 4 passive skills endurance LV. 3. Martial arts LV. 2. Power enhancement LV. 1 active skills ruler's authority LV. 2. Shadow extraction LV. 2. Storm slash LV. 1. Seeing the only empty field on his status board about to be filled, Suho feels a spark of joy as finally about to receive a job class. Little does he know he's being watched by that outsider. Dude's grinning like a total creep. His 2 hands form a makeshift screen, tracking Suho from the moment he stood beside Minxing's corpse until the moment he walked away. To avoid being detected by Suho, the outsider observes from thousands upon thousands of miles away, not even bothering to hide his wings as he hovers in midair, indifferent to the howling wind. The outsider strokes his forehead, looking thoroughly pleased, a wide grin on his face as he mutters, "Seems I let my guard slip. I didn't expect that masked one to hold such potential, but this only makes me want him even more." The outsider cements his resolve, I must make him mine. To achieve that, the outsider reviews the cards in his hand. The first thing that comes to mind is one of the powers he gained from collecting his fragments, the equivalent exchange scale. It allows him to trade something of his own for something else of equal value. At this moment, those who went on the conquest with Minxing have safely exited the dungeon. The young man in powered armor carrying a greatsword suddenly widens his eyes, his pupils blazing with a brilliant golden hue. The life force of him and the hunter serving as the tank beside him is suddenly ripped away. Both freeze in place. This is the outsider's doing. I will convert the life force of the faithful around me into mana. To any bystander, those hunters suddenly collapse to the ground, their eyes rolling back white. Even more eerie is that they appear to be in excruciating pain. Mouths gaping wide, yet not a single sound escapes. All that life force rushes into the outsider's body in a flash, forming an astonishing aura of vitality around him. In the blink of an eye, the massive life force shifts to a golden hue. At this point, every part of the outsider's body is cloaked in radiant golden mana. It will be something like this. He channels mana into one palm. Before long, a golden stone the size of an egg takes shape. The outsider extends one arm straight out, drawing the other back as if pulling a bowstring. The mana stretches along with it, forming what looks like a bow and arrow. He closes one eye, taking aim at his target with a self-satisfied grin. Belu drools with excitement, its entire body brimming with Minxing's energy, impatiently calling out to the young monarch. It enthusiastically charges forward into action. Now let me search for information about that apostle from within Li Minxing's memories. He glances at the corpse and replies, "I'm counting on you." Belu calls out to Suho, then lets its consciousness drift and ponder. Could it be that Li Minxing hated the world after the great cataclysm? What if I hadn't become a player? While he is lost in thought, an indescribable pain suddenly tears through Himhai's pupil's contract in shock. Suho, caught off guard, is struck by an arrow of pure mana fired by the outsider. 3/4 of his abdomen are instantly blown away. Everything happens far too suddenly. Blood and flesh scatter everywhere, horrifying his loyal subordinates. Suho traces the direction of the attack, straining to find the assailant. He knows all too well he has little strength left, thighs is desperate. Where the hell did that attack come from? But he could search until next year and still find nothing. The attacker is far beyond the range of his current detection abilities. Having hit his mark, the smug grin on the outsider's face deepens even further, clearly believing this round is as good as won. That pure golden mana core shreds his abdomen, spinning violently and flooding the area with raw magic. The more it rampages, the more agony surges through Sung Suho. The surrounding shadows surge toward the point where the mana core is wreaking havoc. His entire body discharges intermittent arcs of mana like bolts of lightning. Sung Suho hasn't lost his composure yet, struggling to realize that something is invading his mind. System initiating emergency protocol to protect the host. Skill activated longevity. Effect grants immunity to all diseases, poisons, and status ailments. Significant regenerative properties activated during sleep. System 321 abnormality removal failed. System longevity is analyzing the abnormality. System 321 longevity confirms this abnormality is similar to NHWA infection. System longevity will attempt to purge the abnormality using NHWA infection data. System 321 purge failed. Alert presence of foreign matter detected. System stability compromised. System longevity will attempt to treat the host using NHWA infection data. System 321 treatment failed. System 321 treatment failed. System 321 treatment failed. From afar, the otherworlder watches him writhe in agony, satisfied. He imagines, with this, we shall claim the power of the shadows. Soon, his smug smile vanishes, replaced by pure shock. System active intervention yielding results. System 321. Abnormality analysis successful. System longevity has successfully removed the abnormality. System recovery in progress. Sung Suho stops shaking and forces himself to his feet. His 3 loyal servants can do nothing but sob in despair. He thinks calmly, was the believer conversion process interrupted? Seeing his complexion, while still deathly pale, shows slight improvement. Biru rushes to his side. My liege, are you all right? Sung Suho ponders his next move to suppress the lingering damage. Longevity activated, but I need to use shadow concealment. But the wound is too deep, too dangerous. Sung Suho begins to lose his strength. With every passing second, his vitality drains rapidly. 70 HP out of 8,250. My health is still dropping. HP at 408,250. At this rate, in just seconds, my HP will hit single digits. I have to find a way. In a moment of desperation, he pins his hopes on the system and taps yes. It seems Suho intends to salvage the situation by accepting a new quest. Notification: do you wish to accept the upgrade quest? Yes, no. As he taps yes, a dungeon gate tears through the void before them. System initializing upgrade quest. System only the player may enter the upgrade quest. System to ensure continuity, your allies, the descendants of the monarchs, will be transported to the Shadow Dungeon. The sudden shift leaves everyone dazed, not yet recovered from the previous trauma. The otherworlder racks his brain, failing to comprehend the bizarre system left behind by Sung Jinwoo. He is completely baffled. Suho is at his weakest. Anyone could kill him now. He is drifting into unconsciousness from blood loss. The suddenly appearing gate emits a powerful radiance that shakes the earth and sky. In a delirium, Suho thinks, it's too dark. I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts. I can feel fire nearby. But if my abdomen hurts like this, does that mean I'm still alive? Just then, whoosh, a magical torch ignites with blue flame. Waking in an unfamiliar space, his first reaction is to assume a defensive stance. His senses dialed to 120%. After observing for a few seconds, he feels dizzy, his pupils contracting in shock. Sung Suho sits in a massive corridor, wondering, this is the Shadow Dungeon gate that appeared with such force and left no trace. Upon losing track of Suho, the otherworlder flies in to investigate. He lands where they once stood. The wind whistles, emphasizing the desolate emptiness of the place. The otherworlder wears a grim expression, lost in thought. I cannot sense any magic power around here. It is unbelievable that a gate suddenly appeared and took the masked man and his soldiers away. Then he looks at the surrounding area, adding, however, he did not take Lee Minsung with him. That means the gate that just opened could only be used by him and his own companions. Though the hunt failed, the otherworlder doesn't feel overly annoyed. Instead, the corner of his mouth twitches into a smirk toward the masked man. Every time we clash with them, something unexpected happens. How interesting. Master, please change your lines. It sounds so cringe to say that out loud. And what of Sung Suho at this moment? He is busy training, specifically one-handed push-ups. He uses a single hand as a pivot to lift his body with ease, almost as if he's enjoying it. Suho mutters while training in his inverted position. Since I arrived here, the hole in my abdomen has completely healed. I think my body is fine now. After stretching, Suho flips back to his feet and self-diagnoses. If there is a problem, it's with these system notifications. System: other descendants of the monarchs cannot participate in the upgrade quest. System: you cannot use the dungeon key. System: for the shadow dungeon. He swipes his hand several times, but nothing happens. He is deeply confused. I can't use my link skill or the key to the shadow dungeon. Suho glances around this vast yet familiar corridor. Besides, this is the very dungeon where I finished my training. This area was part of his sealed memories. This is where he once witnessed his own growth, a dungeon his father created for him. Even though he, the person who matured here, has changed, the memories of that time remain. But coming here this time is different from when Jinwoo brought him here to train with the soldiers. So Suho is slightly anxious. Furthermore, there are no knights here for him to defeat and level up. Not to mention, he wasn't given any weapons. This happens right after his Hornvun can was destroyed, which is the real pain. The system left him here without specific instructions, so he has to find his own way. I don't know why, but there is no information about the quest. If I have to open doors and climb the tower like last time, does that mean I have to clear everything without weapons or link skills? Also, the place feels completely different from before, adding to the mystery. Does this place always have this many maze-like passages? It feels familiar yet strange. To make matters worse, there are strange sounds echoing from every direction. Just as Suho is losing his sense of direction, he makes a new discovery. He notices a luxuriously decorated, eye-catching door. Drawing from his youth spent training here, Suho stands before the door feeling skeptical. The passage is clearly still there, but why is the insect's room here? Is this upgrade quest just sloppily put together? But he's already here, what other choice does he have? Standing here doubting everything isn't going to help. He reaches out, pushes the door open, and prepares to step into a new adventure. Still, I'm kind of looking forward to what's behind this door. With the system quest active on his body, he feels even more intrigued. When this upgrade quest ends, will I be able to become as strong as I was before? In the past, the moment Suho opened the door, he would be greeted by a tall, jet-black shadow knight with sharp, piercing eyes. It had a small scar on its right eye. A knight was the first thing he ever encountered in the dungeon. Yet this time, no knight awaited him, only a pitch-black room. Suho squinted, his expression cautious as he struggled to see anything in the faint light. It's too dark, I can't see a thing. A red carpet paved the path leading to the back of the room. At the end of the room sat a throne, and he was certain someone was there. The figure likely sensed the intruder as they stood up. Suho couldn't help but feel shocked at the sight of the boss. Wait, is that really him? From the defined back to the rippling arm muscles and the familiar gloves, it was easy to identify it was Suho. This Suho possessed an aura strikingly similar to Sung Jinwoo. If Suho decided to follow in his father's footsteps, this was his future self. He stood stunned. This Suho had a cynical, disgruntled look on his face. Had Suho just recognized his past self from the tutorial? He looked at the boss's identity, assessed the combat power, and instantly lost his resolve. The one I have to fight is myself. Even the me from back then could defeat Baru at his strongest. At this moment, his past memories offered no advantage, they only induced psychological trauma. That guy over there had defeated Baru back then. The past Suho, at 100% equipment power, released his aura without a word, preparing for battle. Mana surged instantly, cracking the floor beneath his feet. The sheer presence told him a major skill was incoming. Kaboom! In seconds, the mana transformed from a lively spark into something far more violent. It twisted like a cyclone. Suho was still wallowing in despair at facing his most perfect past self when the enemy charged. Before he could even speak, a punch cut through the air. Thud. Suho had absolutely no defense. Barely started, he was obliterated into paste in a single strike. 3 torches burned with life in the hallway. The left torch suddenly flickered and died. When Suho woke up, he was back in the hallway. This death was terrifyingly brutal. He woke up in a state of agitation, but looking closely, he realized he wasn't dead and wasn't still in that death trap room. Suho calmed down slightly. As he considered the possibility of infinite respawns like in a game, his face turned pale. So I respawn if I die. To him, this was nothing short of a living nightmare. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. He muttered to himself, wondering why he saw another version of himself in the room. Could the advancement quest be to defeat my past self? Is that even possible? He sighed in despair before realizing this defeatist attitude wasn't helping. So he shut his mouth. After a moment, he swallowed hard and took a deep breath to stop his trembling. Suho stood up, his voice filled with determination. No, the system exists to help me grow stronger. If my quest is to defeat the one behind the door, there must be a way to do it. He began to brainstorm, combining it with the advantage of his past memories. Unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place had many paths. Given the strange location of the insect room, I'm certain there's another door somewhere. With that thought, Suho began to search frantically. After some time, he finally found another door. His efforts were not in vain. I knew it. This time he found a door decorated just like the other, but half the size. Another insect room, Suho murmured with relief. However, the previous room was too haunting. Suho hesitated, frozen by subconscious fear. Wait, what's inside this room? Still, he didn't freeze for long. There were no other choices. To stop thinking about it, whatever appeared here had to be better than facing his past self. Suho steeled himself, reached out, and pushed both doors open. As he peered in, he was shocked. The room was filled with toys, and a child was inside. It was none other than Suho as a toddler, playing obediently by himself. He looked so adorable. Yet the cute little one only stayed that way for a few seconds before turning into a vengeful spirit upon spotting the intruder. The child's eyes glowed with a terrifying light. Suho was startled, unable to believe the haunting child before him was his own younger self. Is that really me? What the hell is going on in this dungeon? He was stunned. The more he thought about it, the weirder this place became. Do I have to fight myself as a child? Even if it is me, fighting a child is just wrong. In that moment, the toys suddenly floated into the air. Before he knew it, every toy in the room was being controlled by the mini Suho. The toddler himself was hovering in midair. One might think Suho was standing still because he was confused or couldn't bring himself to strike a child. But that wasn't it. Suho was terrified. He couldn't move his body. Is this Dominator's touch? The child Suho, now in Super Saiyan mode, pointed at the adult Suho and flicked his finger. The toys launched themselves at the target. Suho was held in place by his younger self, standing like a statue while the kid pummeled him. He knew these toys were no joke. After taking a few hits, his vision blurred and he felt his strength failing. A moment later, unable to take any more, Suho closed his eyes. This time the right torch went out, leaving only the center one burning. He woke up in the main hall again, after being wrecked by his mini-self. With head injuries piling up, his first reflex was to shield his forehead. He had only done 2 rounds, and his face was already as pale as a ghost. A few more times, and he would probably develop permanent trauma. Now he felt both confused and terrified. Did my younger self just snap my neck in a heartbeat? Neither of them were opponents he could defeat right now. How on earth am I supposed to complete this quest? Suddenly, Suho remembered another rule. Wait, based on the rules he knew, the situation might be even worse. He looked around. If he had been granted 3 lives like in the tutorial, and he had already died twice, he saw the trio of green torches and realized with horror, that means I only have 1 life left. But the wall was covered in torches, all burning with equal intensity. Some were already extinguished, forming a literal tower of torches. Who knows how many lives are in here? Suho trembled, horrified by the grand display. The fire on the torches looked like a booga glitch. Suho was deeply confused. What is this anyway? As soon as he spoke, the system delivered more bad news. Due to the presence of foreign substances, the dungeon has become unstable. Alert: defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining life. Notification: if you fail to complete the advancement quest, you cannot leave the dungeon. Looking at the endless, shimmering torches on the wall, Suho felt completely overwhelmed. Don't tell me all these flames represent the number of lives I have. Is this supposed to be a good thing? Even if I'm effectively immortal for now, dying repeatedly like this will drive me insane. Suhi is extremely worried, but how the hell is he supposed to level up in a place like this? The glitching system continues to fire off notifications. System: due to the presence of foreign substances, the system has become unstable. Suhi grows increasingly uneasy. Is the reason I got stuck with such an absurd quest because the system is malfunctioning? Then he recalls the vague wording in the notification window. Quest: defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining lives. System: creature identified behind door 0.1. Until the advancement quest is completed, you cannot leave the dungeon. The unease is amplified to a whole new level, so he can't help but dig even deeper into the implications. If that's the case, then there's no guarantee those little flames truly represent his remaining lives. Even so, he has to keep moving forward. No matter how dangerous it gets, he grits his teeth and Resolvesh cannot give up here. So he strides through the door ahead with grim determination. Moving forward is his only option. As he walks, he analyzes the seemingly random pathways and the rooms where creatures spawn without warning. So he searches for doors along the corridor. If they're here, then chances are other rooms exist too. But the problem: Ish has no idea how vast this labyrinth really is. He knows the situation is dire, but all he can do is grope his way forward and explore. Since he has plenty of time, he figures he might as well search methodically. Before he can even decide what to do next, he senses another presence drawing near. Something's over there. From the darkness, something blue gradually emerges. It looks like a toy. It's the stuffed animal he saw in little Suhi's room. It wears a smile that looks downright eerie. And naturally, accompanying that stuffed animal is the immensely powerful child version of Suhi's sight. That's childish yet horrifying beyond words. The little brat stares at him and grins, and it's 10,000 times more terrifying than before. The kid suddenly grows excited, sending a chill racing down Suhi's spine. Goosebumps erupt across every inch of his skin. This labyrinth grows more absurd by the second. Suhi raises his voice, as if challenging the stubborn old system itself. Why is my childhood self here? Did it slip into the corridor through the door that just opened? His next instinct is to retreat, immediate little survive. He has to run now, but the moment he turns his back, he gets hit. A single strike-fast, precise, devastating and he's crippled. The damage comes too quickly, too violently, his body can't even react. Suhi realizes in horror that the gap between them is an uncrossable chasm. The agony of a severed leg floods through every nerve. Combined with the psychological pressure of another death, he can barely hold it together. He clutches his leg and screams in raw pain. But what Suhi fixates on most is the weapon that struck him. He can hardly believe the surreal truth, just a toy hit him, and his leg exploded. Yeah, Suhi glances at his younger self in sheer terror. He keeps wondering, can ruler's authority really produce speed that horrifying? While he's still panicking over how to deal with the little one, how is he supposed to complete the quest in this state? The adult version steps out from who knows where. The situation just went from bad to catastrophic. Now both paths are blocked. He really isn't making it out of this one alive. The perfected adult Suhi, fully equipped at 100%, stares down with a stern expression. The maverick Suhi grits his teeth in defiance, muttering, "This is ridiculous." He barely gets 3 words out before the adult Suhi kicks his head clean off. Respawned again, Suhi can barely contain his frustration with the tower's setup. He slams his fist into the wall. He rubs his forehead in exasperation, muttering under his breath. The fact that those creatures can just roam the hallways like this is straight-up cheating. He grumbles in a bitter tone. Why does it have to be this hard? Did father go through an advancement quest like this too? But this isn't a dead end. Suhi still has hope be the system's own rules. The harder the quest, the greater the reward. That's his motivation. The fact that he's still alive proves those flames really are his remaining lives. If the quest condition is to defeat the creature inside the room, then he doesn't have to fight them head-on. He just needs to keep challenging rooms until he finds a different one. On his next exploration run, he runs into the adult Suhi again and becomes a punching bag once more. Just like the 2 deaths before, he splatters against the wall. Still, his burning conviction keeps his spirit intact. Dying, no big deal. Next run, Mini Suhi with that blood-red aura shows up and uses the same attack. This time, it crushes his arm using the ruler's authority instead of a weapon. Plays with him a little longer before slowly finishing him off. Suhi begins a grueling cycle of being killed in every way imaginable. But since he has so many lives, he stays surprisingly chill about it. After all, he has virtually infinite lives. Every single time he falls, he clings to the belief that as long as he keeps trying, he'll eventually find another creature room. That's the only thing fueling him through this endless torture. After countless deaths, painting the floor with his own blood, a terrible thought creeps in. What if this glitched dungeon doesn't have any other rooms at all? He stops charging mindlessly into doors and sits down to reflect. Infinite lives, enemies he can't defeat, and no way to level up. The more Suhi thinks about it, the bleaker his future seems. No light at the end of the tunnel. His mind is a tangled mess. Isn't this basically hell on earth? Then he remembers the declaration that once shook the demon world. The stronger they become, the more I hunger to surpass them. That's when it hits Suhi. The realization is so bitter that he grinds his teeth until they draw blood. He smears the blood with his finger, thinking to himself his own words have become shackles, forcing him to keep pushing forward. Damn it! And using that thick, viscous blood as ink and his finger as a brush, he begins to sketch out a grand masterwork. Fine, then he'll map the entire labyrinth every time he dies. He draws a little more. Suhi is desperate now. He has to try everything, leave no stone unturned. Inside the tower, Suhi must face both the adult and mini versions of himself to surpass who he once was. Outside, the media is in a frenzy over the drug scandal rocking the hunter world. The Hunter Association has just announced a ban on the use of the stimulant Stardust. Stardust was once a widely popular drug among hunters, praised for supposedly having no side effects. But the majority of users have since exhibited symptoms of memory loss. All hunters who previously used Stardust are now undergoing medical examinations. Everyone is glued to this breaking news. In another report, the Vice Guild Master of the Death God Guild mastermind behind Stardust distribution was discovered dead at the base of a mountain by a group of hikers this morning. Mi Dung isn't exaggerating one bit. Man truly is a superstar dominating every news broadcast right now. A former star once hailed as a hero of the hunter world now shakes the globe as his crimes are laid bare. The Death God Guild will face a full investigation from the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, Dai Jai appears utterly devastated, his expression heavy with guilt as he takes responsibility. It's all my fault. He takes it all upon himself. If I hadn't let Li Mingsheng escape back then, none of this would have happened. Another person in the meeting room offers comfort. Hunter Dai Jai, don't blame yourself like that. But those words fall on deaf ears. He murmurs with a troubled expression. Still, there were a few things that bothered me when I found Mingsheng. He didn't look normal. He never had a skill that could change his appearance like that. Dong Ren hears this and immediately connects it to the explosive Stardust scandal dominating the hunter world lately. Could that be a skill created through Stardust? Dai Jai's expression hardens sharply, but he forces himself to stay composed and continues the discussion. I'm not certain, but that possibility does exist. Then he smoothly shifts the topic without missing a beat. Also, there was a hunter wearing a black mask who fought Li Mingsheng. Dong Ren takes the bait, his attention successfully diverted, and asks, could that person be the one who killed Li Mingsheng? Chairman Jin Tianan hears this and feels a sharp pang of unease. A hunter wearing a black mask. Dong Ren follows along that line of thought, rummaging through his jacket pocket. Come to think of it, one of the team members has already been reported missing, he says, then pulls out a photo of Suhi and places it on the table to redirect everyone's attention. His name is Suhi. He is registered as a D-rank hunter. But given the current situation, the possibility that he's an imposter can't be ruled out. The only S-rank in the room, who had been sitting in silence, suddenly spoke up. May I see a photo of that person? Dong Ren responded with enthusiasm. Of course he was involved in this case after all. Bai Jidu, the foreign-born hunter who had been named, showed no sign of unease. He simply smiled mysteriously. He picked up the photo with 2 fingers and studied it carefully. Jin Tianan, meanwhile, was burning with anxiety. He was 80% no, 100% certain that Suhi was most likely the black-masked hunter. If you worry about the son, naturally you think of the father. He wanted to find someone for answers, but the kid had gone missing again. What about Hunter Cheng Zhenyu? What on earth is happening to Suhi? In the end, all those emotions could only settle into a single, fragile hope. I hope the kid is still safe. The foreign-born hunter covered Suhi's nose and mouth on the photo with his fingers and held it up to a mirror. A familiar face emerged. Having uncovered the true identity behind the black mask, he grinned from ear to ear like he'd hit the jackpot. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was gazing at a photo of his first love. While those people were holding their meeting, Suhi had been in a near catatonic state for what felt like an eternity, his dark eyes staring into nothing as if there were no tomorrow. On the ground, patterns drawn in blood radiated outward from the spot where he had respawned. They had long since dried. They looked truly like a treacherous labyrinth, dead ends, and circular rooms of varying sizes woven throughout. No telling how much time had passed, but he had explored over 80% of the maze. A monumental feat, no doubt about it. Suhi sat there blank-eyed, his gaze distant and lifeless, still staring at the ground. A moment later, he snapped back to attention, lifting his eyes to stare straight ahead. Steely, unwavering determination blazed within them. Those eyes signaled that the hibernation period was over. Time to get back to the main quest. Cut to the outside. The crocodile brute was fuming. Hey, you stupid fly, calm down. The young monarch isn't coming back just because you keep buzzing around in circles. Baru, meanwhile, was buzzing around anxiously with a panicked face. Truly a cold-blooded creature with zero empathy. We don't even know where he is right now. How can I possibly calm down? Young monarch, I'm so worried about you that I can't even sleep. The little demon replied. Baru reacting like this is understandable. It's been 2 weeks since the young monarch stepped through that gate. Surely you must be worried about him too. Don't you think you're being a little too cold about this? Aren't we all on the same team? Are you certain you truly understand the young monarch? Compared to a great being like the Shadow Monarch, I get why you treat him like a child. But I have never met the Shadow Monarch. So the only thing I know is this: whether he's bleeding, bones broken, or pushed to his mental breaking point, he never gives up. No matter what challenge he faces, I'm certain he will survive and return to us. We must believe in him. Cut to Suhi's location. At that moment, Suhi was throwing a punch at the other one. You think I'll just stand here and let you kill me? But the other one merely threw a casual punch, and Suhi went flying. Next, he tried attacking his younger self. But before he could even move, an invisible force locked him in place. Then his body was torn to shreds. I've given up counting how many times I've died. Despite dying and reviving over and over, after checking their status windows, I've picked up on a few things. The one who tears people apart with psychic powers is my childhood self. Though young Suhi had no level to speak of, that brat possessed ruler's authority at its maximum rank. Skill: ruler's authority max level. Description: without direct physical contact, the user can manipulate objects and targets using pure mental force. As for the one who injured me with a single touch, that was me during the tutorial phase. Suhi's class during the tutorial phase was Soul Stealer, a level 99 monster. After getting wrecked beyond measure, he lay there gasping for air. After catching his breath for a moment, he sprang back up and got back to work. Damn it, I still can't push any further this time. After countless deaths and resurrections, he had gradually grown accustomed to the fear. But that numbness only applied here. He couldn't afford to take death lightly. To reach his goal, he had to survive by any means necessary. After enduring innumerable deaths and trials, he could feel it himself growing stronger with each cycle. Looking at the map he'd drawn in blood, there was one place he had never set foot in. If there was no door there, then the only way to complete the advancement quest was to defeat those two. Come to think of it, something was off. It seemed like he was encountering them sooner after each respawn. Wait, they're here again already. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he dashed toward little Suhi, his brain running at full speed. Ruler's authority uses an invisible hand. If I also envelop the area around me with ruler's authority, then. But the level gap was too vast, his ruler's authority couldn't nullify theirs. Still, he moved fast and vaulted clean over little Suhi. Little Suhi whipped around to look, but he was faster. He hurled his jacket straight at the kid's face to block his vision. His face scrunched up like a monkey's as he looked ahead. There it is, that passage over there is the one place I've never been. Please, let this work. After arriving, a brand new gate stood before his eyes. A door. Sure enough, there's someone else besides those two. Suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him. Damn it, the other one is coming. I have to get through that door, now. If they truly want to stop me, it's all over the moment Soul Stealer gets here. Seeing the killing intent blazing in Suhi LV 99's eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat. We're so screwed. Suhi LV 99 spotted him and was absolutely thrilled, rocketing toward him at the speed of light, but he had already made it through the door. Having crossed the threshold, he panted heavily. He can't get in here, right? Finally, I've shaken them off. However, this isn't over yet. The real question is who's in here. Based on everything I've seen so far, whoever's inside is most likely another past version of me. Two possibilities, either from the first half of the tutorial phase or from that time period. If it's neither of those, then who the hell is in here? Just then, another Suhi stepped out from the shadows, wielding two massive swords, one in each hand. So this time I'm going dual swords, huh? Tutorial Suhi and young Suhi were both past versions of himself. But the weapons he was holding were those Yahan's Fang and Wu Gan's Horn. Could he have been created by a system glitch? The opponent's stats were now visible. Upon reading them, he grinned with excitement and immediately launched a kick. Finally, someone I can actually fight. My level and stats are far superior, especially in strength. But stats aren't everything. The opponent instantly stacked a flurry of buffs. System body strengthening technique activated. Player's attack power and defense enhanced. System prairie wind skill activated. Movement speed and attack speed significantly increased. System giant's armor activated. Defense further fortified. Body strengthening technique. Is he using a Muse skills? And why does he have so many buffs? Before he could think any further, the opponent blitzed in and swung both swords in a flash, but he dodged clean. The opponent activated Storm Slash. Storm Slash 2. Right after, he drew out his blade as well. Both of them activated their skills. 6 shock strike, and the blade radiate with violent energy. Afraid the weapon would shatter, I held mine back. Sure enough, that was the right call. Suddenly, a scratch appears on his cheek. The opponent's memories flood into his mind. What the hell are these memories? Isn't this the memory of when I defeated Brokey? Could this be some kind of mental attack? He takes another hit. More memories surface again. This time he's just going through the motions riding a horse, admiring the flowers. Another memory that doesn't belong to me emerges. So the more injured I get, the more mental attacks I absorb. After exchanging blows for a while, the two finally separate. The opponent mutters something under his breath. Something begins to rise. A shadow materializes instantly and lunges straight at him. He isn't too surprised, quickly retaliates. The shadow soldier is named Key at Knight rank. Knight rank, before he can even catch his breath, the opponent charges in as well. He shifts into phantom form and dodges absolutely silky smooth. And just like that, he gets ganged up on. To summon shadow soldiers from thin air like that means he already had shadow storage unlocked as early as level 32. The more I fight, the more I realize that memories flooding into my head belong to this guy. They are my experiences from another world. In that place there was another Baru, another Gray, and even another Amu. And I a person who could resolve crises seamlessly alongside them. The system had tailored challenges perfectly suited for him, and through those trials he had grown stronger. I wonder if his existence here is the result of a system glitch. But why are the challenges always way beyond my limits? Why do I always have to push myself to the absolute edge? Not only is there never an easy challenge to breeze through, but I've died hundreds of times in this trial because the opponent is unreasonably powerful. Even while lost in thought, he still manages to block attacks from both of them. After countless deaths and bottomless despair, I finally understand one thing: just sitting around and complaining won't make things any better. The problem was never about whether the system glitched or not. From the very beginning, the way I used the system was wrong. The system isn't something that nurtures me. I'm the one who should be exploiting the system. He channels shadow armor straight into his leg. From now on, I refuse to walk the path the system laid out for me because my future will be decided by me alone. He immediately unleashes a devastating kick. The opponent takes the hit dead on and goes flying. He can't waste this opening. He leaps forward in a flash and throws a thunderous punch. The opponent crashes into the earthen wall, shattering it to pieces. He doesn't let up shadow-wrapped fists raining down without pause. After a while, he finally stops, gasping for breath like he's never breathed before. The system chimes in. System quest: defeat the creature behind the door with whatever life you have left. System: the creature behind the door, one player, has completed the advancement quest. System title: acquired the one who overcomes adversity. System title: the one who overcomes adversity, bestowed upon those who overcome adversity with excellence. System stats increase based on the percentage of stamina lost. System: for every 1% stamina lost, all stats increase by 1%. It's finally over. Ding. System analyzing player behavior to determine the appropriate class. You chose to fight rather than surrender before overwhelming opponents. System: your spirit did not break even after enduring hundreds of deaths. System: you achieved growth, both physical and mental, under conditions where growth should have been impossible. System: your creativity consistently yields positive solutions in the most critical moments. Your unwavering will inspires those around you. System: ensuring that everyone achieves the goal towed. The 3 classes are available for selection. 3 classes. System class option 1, Shadow Sovereign Descendant. System: if you select this class, the system will continue to guide you toward becoming the Shadow Sovereign Descendant. System class option 2, Soul Stealer. System: retrieved from past data. You have unlocked the hidden class option Soul Stealer. System: previous stats will not be restored. System: you will lose all shadow skills. System class option 3. System: this class is recommended based on the player's unique characteristics. System: the hidden class will be determined based on what you achieved during the advancement quest. System: you will lose all shadow skills. The first path changes absolutely nothing. The second path is like retracing the road from the past. And the third path strips everything away to start from zero. Are you kidding me? I endured hundreds of agonizing deaths in here, and all I get for surviving that absurd difficulty is 1 reward. Only kids choose. I'm taking all 3. Immediately, he fuses all 3 choices together. A composite class is born. Ding. System advancement quest complete. System: your class is at this moment. Bailu on the outside was crying his eyes out. Oh, young monarch, it's been 3 weeks and there's still no news from him. Bad news. Is the young monarch still all right? I didn't expect him to go silent for this long either. Looks like something must have happened. Suddenly, a beam of light blazes to life behind the hound. A figure steps out from the glowing ring and speaks. Everyone doing all right? Long time no see. The whole group bursts into tears at the sight except for Ugly Fish, who doesn't have any eyes to cry with. Scene shifts to the Hunter Association. At this moment, the old man is pulling at his hair in frustration. Still no news about Suhi. I'm sorry, but the Hunter Association hasn't received any information about anyone matching Suhi's description either. The atmosphere inside the Hunter Association is tense and not good at all. The majority of them suspect that Suhi is the one who killed Li Mingsheng. Suhi would never kill anyone. I don't think Suhi would do that either. Perhaps this has something to do with that Idame character who was mentioned before. In the previous world, I couldn't do a single thing to help Suhi when he fought alone. I can't let Suhi fight alone again either. While they're in heated discussion, a red warning suddenly flashes across the guild master's phone. Wait, give me a moment. The old man stares at the red alert and frowns. How many times has it been now? The Hunter Association should have been keeping a closer eye on this. Another dungeon break. At that very moment, a hunter gets his shield punched to smithereens by the monster. It snatches the hunter up and crushes him to a bloody pulp. The other hunters are gripped with panic. Damn it, why did a large-scale dungeon break happen right in the center of the city? What the hell are the guilds responsible for this zone even doing? And that white-haired bastard just sits on a rooftop pulling the strings, muttering how boring it all is. But to infiltrate deep into the Hunter Association, I need achievements. The greater the damage, the more people talk about Itan that will become my achievement. That's what I learned back then. These humans are something else. They only remember the one who stands out the most. As for the hunters who charged in first to save people and sacrificed themselves, nobody even bothers to remember their names. Right at the critical moment, a hunter rushes in and slashes the monster's snout looking incredibly badass. Everyone get behind me. Seeing this hunter, the crowd erupts in cheers. We're saved. That's a B-rank hunter, we might actually survive this. Seeing this, the white-haired guy gets to work. A B-rank, that won't do. I need to take him out. I need this stage to shine after all. As soon as he finishes speaking, the monster lights up as if juiced on steroids. The B-rank hunter doesn't even have time to react before getting punched straight into oblivion. Sent flying right into a wall. He lies there, head twisted at an angle, still in utter disbelief. What the hell just happened? Did the monster's mana just spike out of nowhere? Before he can catch his breath, the swarm rushes in and beats him to a pulp. The remaining bystanders stand there, faces white as sheets, bodies frozen solid. A moment later, the B-rank hunter who barely survived 3 hits is nothing but a mangled pile of flesh. The uncle hunter trembles like a leaf. Damn-eyed finally scraped together enough money, healed his legs, and bought a new weapon. He thought he could go back to being a hunter. But it seems a low-rank scrub like him trying to save people from monsters was just too reckless. Just as the uncle resigns himself to death, a dark figure swoops in. A kick like a dragon's fury, fast as a ceiling fan, smashes the monster to pieces. Kaboom! The uncle's jaw drops to the floor, eyes wide in total shock. Our guy unleashes a few more kicks, and the monsters drop like dominoes. Our guy is still wearing that face-concealing mask. The uncle thinks that mask looks awfully familiar. That's the guy who solo-stormed the gate last time. They said he was only a low rank yet. He can take down monsters this easily. Our guy channels mana into his hand and says, "This is the perfect chance to test my new skill after getting my class." From the monster's corpse, shadows begin to rise. The monster's corpse starts turning pitch black. A stream of purple energy rushes into our guy. Suddenly, a layer of dark armor appears on everyone's arms. The hunter's weapons seem to have been coated with some kind of shadowy enhancement. What's going on? These black pieces of girthy just appeared out of nowhere. Belu sees this and is practically drooling with excitement. Your Majestitos, this mean you can now use shadow transformation on other people too. That's not shadow transformation. These are classified as shadow items. Shadow Spear normal grade type, weapon ATK 40 SDR3. Shadow Gauntlet normal grade type, Gauntlet Def 15 VIT2. Shadow Sword rare grade type, Sword ATK 55. AGI 5 effect increases penetration on attack, ignoring 10% of the target's defense. Did your majesty use shadow soldiers to create items? Even the shadow monarch never used this kind of ability before. Is this the power of the monarch after advancement? This is the power of the maverick. White Shadwer guy figures since he's so handsome. Why bother hiding his face? Now that he thinks about it, maybe he doesn't need to hide anymore. Our guy turns and speaks to the hunters. If you can still fight, then lend me a hand. The white-haired guy sees our guy appear and is thrilled finally. He's shown up. That's an ability I've never seen before. Looks like he's truly changed from before. More and more handsome by the minute. You will be mine in the end. Cheng Zhenyu shouts. Is he really any different from the Shadow Monarch, who once fought alone with nothing but his own power? Our guy strikes an incredibly cool pose. Status window name Su-He level 40 class Maverick White Shadow condition. Fatigued title None achievement. The one who overcomes adversity HP 8525 8. 525 MP 820. SDR 130 VIT 62. AGI 51 INT 61. Per 51 remaining points 0 passive SKILLS endurance LV4 martial arts LV2 body strengthening LV1 active SKILLS ruler's authority LV 172 MP shadow extraction LV2 storm slash LV1 shadow creation LV1 class exclusive skill no MP cost transform shadows into items based on the player's imagination. Item list craftable shadow items 1. Note shadows used to create items cannot return to being shadow soldiers. Scene change India Alla Guild. An intense battle is raging. Multiple fighters are getting wrecked. The one who killed our people is in Korea. Then we go to Korea. I will never forgive anyone who dares touch what belongs to me. Right then, a massive pitch-black gate materializes in the clear blue sky. A blonde girl walks through a blizzard. She ventures deeper into the snowstorm. Behind her, the silhouette of a shadow dragon emerges. Solo Leveling Season 1 complete. Season 1 of Solo Leveling has officially come to a close. Thanks to the love and support of our readers, we were able to complete this season without any issues. We sincerely appreciate your support. To bring you an even more exciting and refined Season 2, we'll be taking some time to prepare. Solo Leveling exists thanks to the tireless dedication and effort of the original novel's author, the one who wrote the novel that served as the foundation for this adaptation. We extend our deepest gratitude for those incredible contributions. We hope to continue receiving your support and anticipation for Solo Leveling in the future. Additionally, we'd like to express our sincere thanks to everyone who helped bring this amazing work to life. We're eagerly looking forward to the day this series returns in an even better form. Like and subscribe to the guy who made this video. A message from the production team. That's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that like button too. Thanks for watching until the end. Love and peace.